Hello everybody and welcome back to English coverage of the LPL here on LPL English, where we are back with another week of gameplay. Hope everybody had a happy Easter if you did celebrate, as we are here for two more best of 3 series in Group Ascend. We're going to start things off with JD Gaming up against Weibo, and we're going to of course follow that up with WE against Invictus Gaming. A little bit of a classic rivalry at you to wrap up the day. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby here for these two series. Cubby, we're starting things off with a really competitive series with two teams that are right in the middle of the pack, hoping to jump up into that top 4, which gets you that free entry into the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty excited about this opener. JDG obviously trying to bounce back from that tragic loss against IG, going Nexus to Nexus, weren't able to close, got closed out in the same sequence, and we'll see if Weibo can start to put things together. I think community sentiment was that first look support for Eraha was actually decent, and we'll see if he can improve today against JDG, and again, hope to move both teams up in the standings.
Now again, if you are just joining us for the first time, let's do a quick overview of the format for this LPL Split 2. We're doing it every show just because it is a bit of a confusing one here, but right now we are in that group stage at the top of your screen. 10 teams finished towards the top in Group Ascend, where the bottom 6 are playing in Group Nirvana. These teams are currently playing for an automatic bid into the playoffs by finishing in the top 4. The bottom 6 teams here, plus the top 2 teams in Group Nirvana, will play in a single best-of-5 play-in stage, with the winners of those matches going into the playoffs, with everybody else being eliminated for the remainder of Split 2.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there are so many different formats across so many different leagues this year, so like the approach that we've had of just reminding you every single broadcast. So if you get bored of it, we might be a little bit bored of it too, but hey, it is a fascinating format for LPL this split. I know that my eyes are really on that Group Nirvana, where the stakes are so incredibly high, and chance that we say goodbye to LNG actually just a week from now, so pretty crazy.
Counting down the days right now, yeah.
I mean, their last match is the 28th, and if your season ends April 28th, that's crazy. That's like one of the earliest ends to a season we've had in LOL history. So yeah, I think it's worth noting. But
hey,
anyway.
they looked pretty good yesterday with some roster changes coming in with Zhao Fang. So maybe there's a little bit of hope.
It was a classic Ultra Prime moment, you know?
Yeah, no,
sadly,
fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the standings overall, just to make sure you guys are all up to speed as well. Once again, Group Nirvana plays a little bit less often than Group Ascend. It's a double round robin up in Group Ascend, a single round robin with just 6 teams in Group Nirvana. And again, the two teams that we're going to be covering here today, Cubby, JDG sitting at 3-2 against Weibo at 2-3. And you know, getting into that top 4 is very, very important. You avoid having to play a do or die best of 5 to have your split continue going into the postseason.
Something every team would like to avoid, but frankly, still looking to see more out of each of these teams. JDG, for me, I think that their record of 3-2, like, there are 2 ways to spin it. In one way, it's like, wow, this might be a really strong team that just so happens to be 3-2. Or the other way is, hey, they haven't closed out some games where they've had leads. They haven't been consistent enough to make sure that they're cleaning up those games, and that could be of real concern. I happen to be more in the first camp, where I actually think JDG is still a very strong team that we have in this league, and just had a couple unfortunate losses along the way. I have faith in them to clean up their issues, and a good chance to prove that tonight against Weibo, who frankly have been struggling.
This is definitely a matchup for them if they want to try to right that ship and prove themselves again as being one of those top 4 teams that they looked like, especially towards the start of split number 2. And speaking of, let's go take a look at that JD Gaming roster here, as a bit of a change obviously from last year, but still they've had their ups, where they've looked like one of the best teams in the league, and they've also had their downs. Like right now, they're on a bit of a loss streak. This is also going to be the first series without Stevie Max as their head coach, Coach Bobo, coming in to replace him.
Yeah, that's the big change today, is of course Stevie Max is out, the reported health concerns, the story from JDG, so we'll see if anything changes on the Rift. Obviously, this format, it's fast and furious if you are a Group Ascend team, so frankly, we'll be on the lookout to see what changes over time, but for JD Gaming, I mean, I really feel like this was the team that really flubbed out a split 1. Were a bit disappointing early on, of course, ended up cleaning things up as they went on after the Demacia Cup was tragic. So it feels like JD Gaming are still putting the pieces together to reach that mantle of super team that people really expected this roster to have in the LPL. And again, it feels like they are getting closer, even with the trip up of the last 2 losses. I don't think they're that far away from being a top team in this league.
And they looked very good in the start of split number 2, after maybe that fizzling out in the Split 1 playoffs where they lost to AL and then Top Esports in quick succession. But ever since they went up to a 3-0 record after a win over BLG, again, 2-match loss streak for them, including losses to FPX and IG, who seem to be kind of their demons here in Split 2. We have a couple of clips from those series just to try to deep dive into what exactly has gone wrong here for this team so far. As it seems like every single time they get close to being like the next up, close to being that team that we're all super confident about, it seems like things start to fall apart a little bit. And I think a lot of that goes with some of the decisions that they're making in terms of where they want to try to execute some of their team fights.
Yeah, the FPX one was a bit of an eye-opener, as FPX has really been on the come-up here in the LPL as one of the teams that we had no expectations for that has really been hot. For me, that series felt like JDG were a little bit disjointed and had some weird flubs in setups later on that FPX were really able to punish. It's a team that, to be fair, they've been playing on the same page. I think that it's a team that really has started to come together as 5, and it's been fun to see their rapid improvement here in the LPL. And pretty wild to see JDG fall victim to that. And then after that, I really felt like they had the IG series won or close to won. It's just that they tried to end a game that was unendable, and IG went Nexus to Nexus against them. So again, like the last 2 losses, I think that there are 2 ways to cut it. Like, oh, we're really concerned that we lost to FPX, but also IG felt like a very close series that they probably should have won 9 times out of 10 when you reach that game state later on. But obviously, not the story that we have for JDG, and still a team that finds himself at 3-2.
And a player that, you know, I think I want to see step up a little bit is Scout right now here in the mid lane. He's had a couple of instances we're seeing throughout this package of him just kind of randomly getting caught out in the side lanes, not really in the best positions for his team. And that's costing them both in the early game and even in some of the team fights. You saw some of those Rise ultimates be in odd positions here. And then also just kind of lack of go button here in terms of engages, you know, letting Barons go down for free, letting Elders go down for free. And then, of course, even though this team is really powerful, really strong in terms of their players, I think Paze is one of the best players that we currently have in the LPL. It's just not resulting in wins for them, at least over this past couple of days.
Yeah, again, that's where, if you are that JDG fan that is really hopeful for the team, the form of Paze has been fantastic. That guy really feels like he's playing at another level at AD, even in the LPL, as Paze continues to just put together a ridiculous resume in his still pretty young career. So, that said, though, I think that some of the issues or points where JDG has been missing at Scout, you know, getting picked, yeah, it's a little bit of concern. So we will see if things can kind of pick up. And again, if anything changes with this team over time, with, of course, that change at the helm in terms of coaches.
Yeah, see if Bo is able to do anything to fix some of these mistakes, as you said. As sometimes bringing in a new coach, it might not be, you know, a change of the players at the roster, but maybe a little bit of a change in perspective and play style that can result in the team having some more success. But let's take a look at their opponents for today in Weibo Gaming. Again, this is a roster that made it all the way to Worlds last season, obviously. Actually taking down JDG in a best-of-5 series, obviously a very different iteration of JDG, to qualify into the World Championships during that Gauntlet series. You have Breathe, Tien, Scout, Xiaohu, Light, and Erha, their new look support, who was able to help pick them up a win over NIP.
Yeah, this is one where jury's kind of out still on Erha for me. I think that Hong had he had some really tough series, and I know getting into some of the tape, we're going to look at some of the games with Weibo, with Hong, and Weibo as a team having some rough setups versus that series with Erha, where it did feel like things were a little bit more put together. I believe it was against NIP, yeah, in that match that he was able to play. So they found the 2-1 there, but again, I mean, Weibo, a team that was falling vulnerable to FPX, like getting 2-0'd. Like this fight, the way that it started off was just pretty much Hong getting picked for free. And then from there, Shadow played a brilliant fight in a game that it's really bloody on your scoreboard. But I felt like Weibo in the mid game just really was trying to throw stuff up against the wall and see if anything would stick. And what ended up sticking was a Lilia that was like 8-3-7, I want to say, really early on in that game. And then later on, against anyone's Legends, I mean, this is just a really bad call. They started by taking the Dragon. Yes, they picked up a second Hextech Dragon, but they're way late to get to this Baron, and then it's a really poor fight on the way out as they're so disjointed. Like, Again, breathe going in early, or was it something common that I noticed from a couple fights that I saw from Weibo, just catching up on the tape? And to see this team really trickle down one by one, it felt like Hong was a change that was necessary, but if Weibo really wants to be a top contender, we need to see this team pick it up. I think that Breathe has had some really kind of sussy team fighting, and Xiaohu's been a little bit on and off. And the drafts from Weibo too feel like it's a little bit too aggressive for a team that isn't clean enough to execute those. So feels like Weibo have quite a bit to work on coming into the series. We're going to have to see if that ends up happening.
Yeah, Xiaohu, another one of those legendary mid laners in the LPL that has had that level of international success in the past, but currently struggling a little bit here with this current Weibo roster. We'll see if he's going to be able to step it up against Scout, and also if Erha is able to find some better engages here, as Weibo were on a bit of a loss streak, of course, until that series against Ninjas in Pajamas that we're going to see right here.
I really like this clip from Erha. It's really my first look at him going into these games, but look at how he holds on to his cooldowns here. I thought this was some of the patience that I want to see from Weibo, a team that was kind of overcommitting. Waits until they walk through the choke, finds the right time to turn, gets the flash, and Light's able to follow up really well. That's the stuff that is really good to see. And they ended up finding a 2-1 against NIP, and a series that I really felt like Weibo needed. Like going 0-2 to FPX and 0-2 to Anyone's Legends, where they're getting 5-for-0 aced in ugly ways to lose both games in that series, was not the start that Weibo really wanted to this, but was nice to see. I thought Xiaohu had a better series here against NIP and Doinby, and was good to see Erha. I felt like had a really nice game too, and I know they dropped game one, had some decent moments there, but we'll see if he's able to keep on playing decently, because definitely a newer piece and a fresher face to the LPL.
Yeah, hey, always good to see. It feels like every time a rookie comes up to one of these top teams, like as a mid-season change, it ends up working out pretty well most of the time. So far it's been the case here for Erha. Of course, there's still a lot more season to be played, as we're still only 5 games into the 18-game regular season here in Group Ascent for both JDG and Weibo, but every game obviously matters, especially because only the top 4 teams make it. And I think right now there's a pretty established top 2 in Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. After that, it gets a little bit wonky. We thought JDG was going to be kind of in that conversation after starting off the season 3-0, but the recent losses maybe put some of that into question. And now you're thinking about teams like IG, NIP, even BLG into that mix. There's a lot of different teams that are fighting for some of those top 4 spots.
And again, I think that a lot of the times with JDG and BLG, just because of with JDG, the names on paper, and BLG, the expectation of splits past, sometimes these teams get hall passes in terms of, oh, things didn't go our way, like they're going to turn on when it matters. We have faith in these teams. I really still feel that way with JDG. I feel like JDG's gotten more flack than BLG, but it still feels like a team to me that's more in their own way than what we've seen, like really systemic issues, especially like after missing, who for me was the biggest issue in Split 1. He's playing much better in Split 2, which is why we thought that JDG was going to be one of those top contenders. I still think they can reach that mantle, and hoping that they give us more reason tonight.
And we have a little graphic just to kind of explain the course of the season for both of these two teams so far, as it's been a lot of ups and downs. I feel like for both of these teams, we've had moments where we're like, oh, these guys are really good. They're going to be towards the top. And then for JDG specifically, both at the end of Split 1 and also where they currently are right now, it doesn't feel super good.
I mean, I'm surprised that Kelsey, too, just didn't reuse and recycle this meme for IG, who's playing in the series afterwards, because this just looks like a standard
maybe
IG
we'll
game.
bring it back.
Yeah, it's just a standard IG game, not even the season that we have in front of us here. But yeah, I really feel like for Weibo, again, Hong was really struggling. I think that the swap to Erha was a warranted move. I want to see if Erha can continue to look okay as he did against NIP in his debut. I mean, he got the win and asked for much more going up against NIP, but a bit more of a challenge today going up against JDG with, missing, and then how strong Pays has been playing as well. Definitely going to be something to look out for in the series.
Well, we're just a couple of minutes away from the walkouts as well as the 1v1s that are about to happen. And as I say that, we're about to switch to the live feed to get to see the players walk out here on stage. 1v1s for side select is going to be between the top laners, Ala versus Breathe. And that's always a little bit of a fun aspect of things. And let's take a look and watch the players walk out on stage.
Yeah, it will be fun. I know that with both Ala and Breathe, I feel like Ala also, some blame should be on his shoulders for the last couple JDG series. I mean, watching games where we're whiffing multiple Ornhorns is really not the best look when you're a pro player. And then we saw in a couple of those clips, Breathe going in, getting picked off a little bit early. So not making use of sometimes the weeds that he's able to find in that top lane. So opportunity for both to get off to a hot start in the 1v1s. And I kind of like seeing the roll v roll grapes. You know, you get to start with a mental message, and then the bans too usually are all involved in like that pool of champions. So sometimes you get something a little bit more interesting.
And generally, I'm happier when it's the top laners because it means that we're less likely to see like a Corki Heimerdinger 1v1. And these guys typically like to bruise it out.
Varus is kind of the pick right now, if you ask me. I think Varus is a little bit too good. We're seeing like the Nashor's Tooth or the Riftmaker Varus every once in a while too. Or like we saw the Giant's Belts being stacked up by Varus, like go real defensive, just rely on the Blight stacks.
Yeah. Varus is one of those champions where you can kind of build anything and it works out. The base damage is very, very high. You can build AD, AP. There was a tank iteration that came out earlier. It's all pretty good. And it was meta top lane for a while too, so maybe all and Breathe have gotten some of that practice in.
Might be a hot take. I still think that Nashor's Tooth is Varus' best item. I know that's hot. Just read the W. All right, that's all I'm saying. All right, read the W, read the R.
When you see those AP Varus montages, then maybe you'll be a little bit more convinced.
I'm about it.
Once again, side select here in the LPL for Split 2 has been absolutely vital for either of these teams. It feels like, in general, like blue side is just so much stronger than red side. We see it in the win rate as well as just how each of these teams feel comfortable drafting with all the power picks that are currently available in the meta.
I mean, I don't even want to know how many games have been played in the LPL. Oh, hold on. I have the answer. Out of 94 games being played. So that's a pretty good sample size we have now. 58.5% win rate on blue side. I think that, like, at least for me with LCK, that number is lower. I think that LCK, we have a little bit... I would usually say we have more parity between the top teams and the bottom teams, but frankly, LCK has been a little bit crazy this split as well. But here in the LPL, it's, again, 58.5% win rate on blue side. I'd say that's a pretty significant advantage. Like anything above 55% for me usually means that it's pretty safe to call a side favored, especially when you see, I mean, I can only probably list like on my hands that I can't go back and remember the games, but it's less than 5 games where I've seen a team actually like proactively choose red side instead of blue. Everyone's been choosing blue here in the LPL. So I just think that with Fearless getting your hands on that power pick champion and blue side, you know, your fast access to bot, a lot easier for blue side teams to go from mid to bot. I think it's a really big deal and advantage that you have with how easy it is to blind push mid. I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but yeah, blue side for real has actual advantage. So in a matchup like this where win would mean a lot for both teams with, you know, either getting their heads at 500 or making some way or some headway in order to get above 500, could be quite big in terms of who gets the first blue side game here.
Yeah, especially because, as we said, we think that JDG are probably slightly favored in this series based off of their play, both in their wins and their losses.
Yeah, I'd give them, like, if you had to give me odds of who wins the series, I'd say JD Gaming for me is probably 75%. They end up winning the series or higher. I don't have as much faith in Weibo, even with Erha, who, again, I feel like they looked better against NIP, but I really feel like some of the mistakes is just, you know, Scout having down days or JDG beating themselves. I definitely give this team a little bit of leniency, given the names on paper, but you've seen what these guys have done in the history of League, and they kind of deserve some of the leniency that they're getting, right? Totally. So we'll see if that ends up being big. As, oh boy, Grapes kind of walked our way through the bans here. We have a top lane v top lane matchup, little Rumble versus Renekton.
And we got to ban away the boring champs. No Varus, no Anivia, no Corki. That's good for me, at least.
Fighting like real top laners.
There's not a lot of like analysis to go into with the 1v1s. I just like to see them fighting each other. And so this is a matchup that, you know, these players are comfortable playing in the top lane. So now it's just gonna be played on the Howling Abyss. Remember, 2 kills or 1 kill before that Ring of Fire closes in, or first turret will yield you the victory and yields you side select, and we'll see how it turns out.
I got a gift for this one, by the way. Ready?
Okay.
We got some popcorn for the 1v1 guys. Come on.
Oh,
we're ready.
So that's you're prepared for the absolute cinema that this game is that could potentially provide here.
No, this is actually what happens when there's nothing healthy in my house at 2 a.m. I enjoyed talking to you earlier about how the dog that you have in your house just looks at you really perplexed because it's you're up at a really weird hour. One second, we got to pause. What do you have? We got a show and tell going on. I showed off popcorn. Grapes beat me. He's got the pupper.
Here she is.
What's the pupper's
She's
name,
so
Grapes?
confused. It's Mochi.
She's so
She's
cute.
5. It's 5 in the morning here, and
Is she a Shih Tzu mix?
Shih Tzu mostly. Yeah.
Okay.
We think it's 100%, but we're not super sure.
I grew up with a Shih Tzu Bashan, so I'm very biased, and I'm glad that she made an appearance on stream. Hope she's doing all right this morning. She looked like she was kind of like what
No,
was
she's
going
out
on
of
in
it.
front of the
She's not really. She's not fully.
She's not awake yet. Not awake yet. Well, we're trying to be awake and get into this 1v1 as really, I mean, the question for me, does Awa actually go for the Hex Drinker or Maw? I think that's the real decision that you have here on Renekton, as Breathe able to connect with a pretty decent trade.
Now, interestingly enough, we see Breathe with the Flash instead of a second combat summoner spell, so once we get into those all-ins, we'll see how impactful that ends up being. Not a ton of like really important stuff to Flash on Rumble, but maybe you can try to close the gap here, as already all has taken a bit of a beating.
I think the goal for Breathe, like having a theory craft, the most efficient way to use this, that Slice and Dice from Renekton, of course you need to hit that E on a unit in order to get the second dash. I'm wondering if there's a world where Breathe's able to isolate Renekton, maybe like react to that E, flash away so that he's stuck. I think that's the dream scenario, but see Breathe mostly playing in the wave. See he's managing his creeps, and again, Rumble very early on in this matchup will win out against Renekton. If this was Summoner's Rift, there comes a world where Renekton, a little bit able to overcome Rumble later on, can be stronger in the 1v1 if you're able to get out of that equalizer, which Renekton can do. But that takes a little bit of time usually, so are you seeing the Renekton get pushed around a little bit early?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the way it works in the champ select is that it is fully blind pick. Like, you're not able to see what the opponent has selected, and so you're trying to just pick in what you think is best. And right now the matchup is very Rumble favored in the early game, as we're seeing right now. You see the Faded Ashes doing some work onto Ala. He's gonna have to maybe go back to base before even hitting level 6, unless Breathe puts a stop to it potentially. Nope, no Harpoon in, but Ala actually is gonna stay around. I will say taking recalls here in bad positions actually is very taxing, not just because of the fact that you could maybe even lose out on your full tower going down, but also the gold that you get from the plates is actually very, very impactful.
I mean, that and the cannon minions are like, I just saw plus 167. What's this one here? Yeah, 183. They scale with time, so I actually didn't think about that. It's actually one comeback mechanic here. If you're behind, your cannon minion's worth more. Kind of interesting. See if alt or dominance is required here for getting through the rest of this wave. Nope. I'm gonna leave those two creeps, and that should be the reset.
You see Breathe has the Demolish in his rune stack. Means he has Resolve secondary, which both can give him a little bit of extra sustain, as well as, again, trying to burst down that turret, as you can see right now. Definitely doing very well. About 5-year gold up just off of farm alone, already forcing Ala to head back to base. And it looks like he will match with his own back himself. Not going to take that extra second plate. Instead, just prioritizing stealing away the Health Shrine, as well as getting a little bit of an item advantage.
I like that. I wonder if he planned that one out. Facing on top of the Health Shrine to steal it when it spawned. That's nice. As Hex Drinker completed. Question for me now is, do we end up getting the Maw? As I think that I can actually provide, you know, maybe some reason or evidence for treads, if that's going to be the call. I feel like boots are really important against Rumble, especially if he has the socks, because that Scrap Shield and the Harpoon. A good opportunity for him to be able to space you, which can be kind of tough later on for Renekton. So probably the next choice here for Ala, as Breed doing a decent job so far. And again, both these top laners, it feels like with some of the slip-ups that we've seen from this team of late, top laners, I would say not the most, like, not the culprit, the #1 culprit, but for sure not completely innocent as well. So we'll see if each can step up in the series today.
Yeah, I mean, if either of them has, like, a really good series at least, like, that is definitely going to help their team out. As, you know, some mistakes here or there. I feel like both these top laners at some point in their careers have been regarded as one of the best in the world, if not, like, the LPL as a whole. And maybe not the case so far this season.
I think Ala's been quite good. It's just been the last two series been a couple slip-ups or oopsies. Same with Breathe. I feel like he's also been okay. The last couple series been a couple points where he's been called out and punished, and chance for each player to change that today.
Yeah, I mean, I was very happy to see Breathe back on a top contender last summer after moving over to Weibo after the last split in RNG didn't go too well, and that org is still dealing with a little bit of adversity down there in Group Nirvana, I should say. We see Breathe actually take a Demolish auto attack here, but it's going to come at the
Get out of
cost
the
of
equalizer.
Ala popping that Dominus. Not a
good.
nicely placed equalizer. Ala's just going to win this one based off of that. Despite Breathe doing well in the early stages, Ala finally coming online.
Yeah, poor equalizer, and Ala was able to use the second cast of the Slice and Dice to get over it. A good empowered W2, got that scrap shield break, and got him out of the, empowered attacks from the overheat. So Ala, I mean, feels like all the interactions that you need to win this 1v1, he pretty much netted them all there against Breathe, who, like, the equalizer and where he was at, it was so poorly placed that he couldn't even burn his flash to get away or escape, and Ala saved his barrier too. So pretty one-sided, and curious enough, Breathe actually picking up a Bramble Vest, whereas the Maw plus Treads finished here for the Renekton, so a lot of MR and power here. And we'll see if that healing reduction from Breathe actually matters.
And a very poorly placed equalizer, I think we can say.
Oh, yeah.
For Breathe in that situation. I mean, he got almost no value off of that, not even in terms of killing the waves, or of course killing Ala, who ended up with a lot of extra HP after he ended up finishing off the kill. You can see, as you said, with that extra, with the Maw and the Merc Tread's going to be very, very powerful now.
It was a bigger red carpet miss than Disney's live-action Snow White, sadly.
Yeah, no, that's fair play. Fair play.
Yeah. See, the crocodile, the crocodile is from the live-action Jungle Book, which is actually much better.
Yeah, I haven't seen it actually.
Jungle Book's an underrated film, a really underrated film. Fun fact: one of my bears at my desk actually named Baloo.
Nice. Hey,
that might have been a little personal.
Are they all named after like the iconic bears in media?
Well, I got Baloo. There's one of the Cubs jerseys, so he's just little Cubby, and then we got Winnie the Pooh.
Classic.
Yeah. So I don't want to get too personal here, but I like to be friends with who we got in the LPL broadcast. I will say the healing reduction from Breathe doing some work, and the Ring of Fire is in. So Ala is gonna have to be careful.
Oh, but this is actually really bad now.
He's taking a lot of chip damage, yeah. And his Maw's down.
He has both the Summoner spells, though, as well as the Dominus. But Breathe, of course, with that massive HP advantage, is definitely going to be in a good spot, especially with his heat. The Ring of Fire closing in. Ala knows he has to go in right now. There comes that equalizer. It does a little bit more than previously, as already Ala flashing away. Breathe overheated on the Rumble, but Ala is going to heal up just enough and win the 1v1 over Breathe.
Well played from Ala, was able to get in the other bush, break vision, and actually survive the Rumble, and one of the closer 1v1s we've had, Grapes.
That was down to the wire. I mean, obviously that first kill went over to Ala, and you could see a little bit that slight economic advantage that he had because of that first kill coming into play. Just a little bit of extra magic resist might have been just enough.
That's a good call.
Ala, with the overheated auto attacks, just not enough to finish off the job. I mean, he was so much higher HP than Ala to start that off.
I think that's a good call. Also, that Ignite was burned in the first set of plays. Curious if maybe in the later set he would have gotten a little bit more value. I'm not exactly sure about that one, but something else that Rumble could have looked at. I was a little bit worried there because, of course, that time he had to burn both Slice and Dices to get in on the Rumble. That way the equalizer was actually pretty effective, but managed to get out of that one rather well. Got out with the 1v1 win, and got to imagine that's going to be a blue side reward here for JDG.
And it just flashed on the screen. That will be the case. JDG on the blue side as expected here for game number 1. Now we can start to talk about the draft a little bit here, as a lot of powerful picks still available here in the current meta. Things like the Nefiri have risen and fallen a little bit in priority, but you're also looking at things like Vi and Bessa, Gwen, also a really powerful pick. So the Soul Laner is definitely going to be targeted here, as well as seeing what exactly we're going to get from these junglers as well. Both Shun and Tian have had their ups and downs in the LPL over the past year or so, but I think actually have both been playing pretty well this season.
Yeah, I mean, gonna have to see if it continues today. And frankly, diving into some of those pick scrapes that you were teasing, I really want to see what happens with that Rumble Gwen trade that we have seen quite a bit. It feels like some teams have formed a style or identity really around taking the Gwen or the Rumble. And curiously enough, Ala has yet to play Rumble this split. So we'll see if they end up being willing to take it, as Rumble is something that they have only banned on red side, but again, they've really prioritized taking different picks for JDG. So we'll see if that changes today, and we maybe get that Rumble Gwen, because of course Weibo with Breathe Gwen is something that has been really heavily banned and contested against Weibo. They've even drawn blue side bans. So, yeah, it's going to be something that's going to be interesting.
Another note here, Ala has that cannon in his back pocket
Yeah.
that he could throw out against the Gwen. That seems to be a really good matchup that people in the LPL like. So little intricacies back and forth here as we are here for the draft of game number 1. Once again, JDG on that blue side. First game with Coach Bobo. Let's see how the draft goes, if it looks any different from previous iterations.
I gotta say that Scion ban being thrown out early, it really does dare the opponents to ban Jace. As I really feel like that's how what we've been seeing with the blue side Scion bans. And of course, Nefiri, a jungler that for me has kind of started to, it's more of like spread out in priority. It feels like, oh wow, they banned Jace too. All right, a little bit surprising there here on the side of JD Gaming, as it's actually a pretty big pick for Ala. I'm kind of curious now what they want to first pick. Of course, that Nefiri has been very big for Shun, so might be an option.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of power picks taken away already for Weibo. Like, this is what you have to do. This is your tax on the red side, especially for game 1 of a fearless format. We're going to get Scouts Yone taken away to wrap things up. So things like the Gwen and the Rumble still available. Looks like Ala might be thinking about going towards the Gwen side of that trade. As you mentioned, no Rumble prio really for JDG so far this season.
Yeah, Rumble banned against them for this one, so we'll see if it ends up being the Jax played into the Gwen. I gotta say, I'm not a giant fan of that matchup. I think after a lot of the Gwen buffs, it really hurt the matchup against Jax. Something that I have liked is we've seen Azir be played into Gwen, because you can use the Emperor's Divide to the soldiers to get Gwen out of the immune section. But of course, it's not going to be an Azir. It's going to be a Talia mid for Xiaohu. Has been a decent pick for him so far this year. I know that he's had some on and off games, but I feel like his Talia and the way he's played it with Weibo actually has been quite solid. So a light start for Weibo between the deny of Nefiri for Shun and then also this Talia.
Talia definitely something I feel like Xiaohu has looked the best on this year. Is I think in general he has been wanting to play these champions that can roam around the map, have those semi-globals. You know, we've seen him on things like Rise, maybe to a little bit less success, but the Talia definitely is a strong pick. It's going to be matched up with Scouts Ahri, which is able to, I think, match that wave clear rather nicely, as well as have the opportunity to roam around the map a little bit as well.
I'm wondering if we end up matching top here, or if we end up going for something else, like a bot lane. I think it's a good time to grab a marksman maybe and throw 2 bans out, as Light has some options here. Okay, that's just going to be a tease. It's going to be old reliable here for Breathe as he grabs the Gnar. Pick that, not the biggest pick for Ala, and honestly something that hasn't been big for Breathe so far this year, but historically, definitely a pick that I really associate with Breathe.
And we are in Beijing for this match, the JDG home court to say nicely, as we've seen that have, I think, a little bit of an effect. I know that we're going to be headed to Xi'an a little bit later today. That's WE's home base, and that's where they were when they first started off their little run of things by taking a game off of Top Esports. So we'll see if that home field advantage matters at all here as we're into the second phase of bans. Bot lanes still have to be selected here for both teams, as we're seeing the MF and the Kalista both off the board.
Yeah, funny seeing the MF ban, as it's been the pick that Pays has prioritized really heavily. Played it 4 times out of the 5 times we've seen JDG. So for me, that's something that I think that the Wombo combo that Weibo's showing right now for MF isn't necessarily the best, but don't want that priority to be given over to the Nefiri as well, and also really valuing that pick themselves. I'm curious what happens with Kai'Sa here, because I don't think Kai'Sa is great for JDG. I think that Kai'Sa and Ezreal have been the 2 really big picks for Light and Weibo. It just feels like that team is able to function a little bit better when they haven't been having to worry about Light, and he can kind of handle himself in these fights. So wondering if we end up with something like that, as that Xayah ban tips me off that we might be seeing the Kai'Sa.
Typically one of the matchups that go into it, or traded at least back and forth, either a handshake or maybe slightly Xayah favored potentially, as that Kai'Sa is still available here for Light, as well as the Ezreal that you mentioned, but providing a little bit of extra engage, a little bit of extra follow-up here for Weibo is definitely a good sign.
Well, we might get treated to a Pays Ezreal game too, as again, I will say there's not a lot of point-and-click lockdown right now for the Talia, so I know that Erha with the support likely going to help with that, but definitely something I always look out for Talia is, you know, how comfortable is Talia with the setup that you have in these games. And right now, I don't see great setup for Talia. It's only really going to be from Mega Gnar, which of course little bit conditional if you are able to have that or not. And then also whatever Erha picks up here is, looks like he's cycling through some champs. Wouldn't be surprised to see Nico would help Kai'Sa survive this lane, giving a little bit extra lane power, and then also bring nice circle CC into the fight. I gotta say, I don't love the Nico here for the fight, but I feel like this one's being more so grabbed for the lane just because Ahri, Gwen, Xin, Ezreal all have ways to play defense against this between pressing guard, going immune. Obviously, Ezreal, Ahri, both really slippery. So I gotta say for Weibo, I was kind of in on this Naafiri being denied from Shun, but I don't love the Talia here just because they grabbed it early. I can understand the prio given that Xiaohu and Weibo have played this pick really well, but they didn't really give a lot of setup for the Talia throughout the draft. So it feels like it's a little bit nerfed this game. Of course, Talia, the value of this pick has really been high, and it feels like it's really risen throughout the split as no matter how the lane goes, you can still bring so much power in the fights with the Unraveled Earths and the Flicks. So it's been a pick that Xiaohu's been really good at, so we'll see if he's able to do well on it in a game where I don't think he has the most setup in the world. So we'll see.
Definitely been one of his strongest champs, but yeah, definitely agree. Especially when you have an Naafiri in the jungle. Don't have a lot of crowd control there, so going to be very interesting to see how these lanes do work out. As we're getting ready here for the start of our first series of the day on LPL English. Two teams that have high aspirations here in this season, internationals and beyond. But neither of them have gotten to those heights just yet. JDG are on a slide. They have lost 2 straight games. Meanwhile, Weibo, with their new support Erha, just coming off of a win to snap a loss streak of their own. And as we prepare here for this best of 3, a win for either of these teams in this first round robin, sure to be absolutely crucial. As let's do it. I'm excited here for this one. This should be fun.
Yeah, we'll see if JDG can really get back to that 3-0 form that we saw them in and was like, okay, this might be JD Gaming's league, or if it ends up being the look that we've seen from the last 2 times out. And if Weibo with Erha can continue to look decent and grow. Again, that first series from Erha I thought was a decent play, and we'll see if it can continue in a harder matchup going up against Pays, who has been on fire for JDG.
Well, here we go. On to the rift for game number 1 between JDG and Weibo. There are the gyros. So came a little late.
I was listening, you know. I was hoping that we weren't getting any.
This is the home arena of JDG. You're gonna have some big fans here for them.
Yeah.
In Beijing.
I mean, I was hoping that we weren't getting any while I was talking, I should say. I always want the gyros. How can you not have an LPL game without gyros? As diving in, looks like Weibo favored a little bit later in this one. I gotta imagine that could be the Kai'Sa power, but I think this graph is very curious to me because I think it lies a lot. I like JDG's comp as this game goes on. I think they have ways to deal with Kai'Sa. It's can be hard to play Kai'Sa and Alistar. You got to be careful about picking your moment. Really have to wait for that headbutt pulverize to be on CD, or play away from the Alistar in the fight, which of course guys has the option to, but definitely something to think about. So you can see that Nico against Alistar. Alistar not the strongest support, level 1. And Erhan Light doing a decent job of pushing him around.
Yeah. I mean, forcing the HP down a little bit onto Pays and missing. Erhan Light certainly to get level 2 first here, as again, really cool experience here for Erhan.
They forced Pays off a creep. You can see Missing and Pays have different XP right now. Pays missed a melee creep, so that pressure actually quite big from Weibo early just to force Pays to miss that.
He's already at half HP right now. Light and Erha doing really well here in the early goings of this lane. Light hits level 2 first, as does Erha. And yeah, it's gonna be tough here for Pays and Missing in this early game. As also, not to mention, Zun is pathing away from them.
Still working his way up towards top to help Aldo on the Gwen. That's okay. Gwen, in this game, I gotta say, there's a lot of ways that they can deal with Gwen. I know that obviously going immune's nice, but kind of what I was talking about, we've seen some teams like play a Azir mid into Gwen teams and really attack the Gwen with that Shurima shuffle Emperor's Divine to deny Gwen the immune and try and combo her down. And really strong in the mid game before Gwen gets enough items and is quite squishy. I could see a similar thing here with Weibo and the Gnar. They try and use that Mega Gnar to displace Gwen out of the immune and really use that to try and make her vulnerable to the stuff like the Nico and the Fury and that Kai'Sa on the execute. So definitely something I'm on the lookout for later on as we see how the teams play out the comps in the 5v5.
And you mentioned it in the draft, but again, just reiterating it a little bit here. Not a ton of snap engage here for Weibo with their 5v5 composition. We talked about how the Nefiri doesn't have a lot of crowd control. You're really looking at a flank from Breathe or a really nicely timed ultimate from Erha, maybe in like a disguised form.
Yeah, or like Weaver's Wall, right? Like trying to shift the terrain around the fight, which can be nice for Gnar too. Definitely worth noting. Very conditional again, but yeah, for me it's a little bit less straightforward for Weibo if it's not Erha finding the big engages. Whereas for JDG, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's Xin, Ahri, Alistar, right? Find the you know, some single target CC from that mid jungle, and then try and have the setup for Alistar later on, who of course can carry enough CC for a team comp sometimes. But right now, that's us thinking about the 5v5 at the moment. The lanes, the 1v1s, really the only big differential in terms of power is bot. As Light and Erha did a really nice job at driving home that power of the Kai'Sa plus Neeko early on.
Yeah, already 15 CS up here. Just get a little bit of trade up towards the top side. Breathe with a slight XP and CS advantage. All is down to about half. As that's all good for Weibo so far. You look at the lanes. They actually have been set up very nicely for themselves, finding themselves up 700 gold this early in the game without even a single kill going over.
Again, credit to that Kai'Sa Neeko for punishing the Alistar lane. Not bad, but of course Alistar has level 3 now, so let's be careful about stepping up. A level 3 Alistar combo can always be deadly. And Peza Missing will be able to bounce this one back in. And with that big wave, that's going to be a lot of pressure on Weibo to see if Pez and JD Gaming end up resetting here and maybe shifting the lanes to go play Grubs. I really feel like, I know Pez just got back, but this is the timer where if you want to go play Grubs with numbers, you can do it as JD Gaming. And Light's going to be forced to sit under turret and respond to this big wave.
Waiting for some of the major objectives to start being played for as the second spawns of our smaller camps for the junglers have come out. Nice charm here for Scout to get a little bit of chip damage down, but it's going to be matched nicely by Xiaohu. Notably, Scout does not have level 6 just yet, about to hit it off of this wave. And that's when, of course, those fights for the Grubs can begin. You see Pez and Missing roaming up to the top side first.
Yep.
As JDG are going to be the first ones to this play.
Yeah, so JD Gaming, of course, they got that big wave in. They're going to call the swap. And on this wave, once they hit this wave, should get things to even. Then it should be +1. That's going to enable Xun to start this right away as Scout. His presses are in the face of Xiaohu. And shout out to that ward because it's going to net a flash. As Xiaohu, I will say, Scout burning the R for Xiaohu flash is, honestly, I don't think the best for the setup. Because now you're going to have no Ahri ult. So I feel like Xun has to pull off. This is going to be a one-and-done Grub. Yeah, so I don't like that trade for Scout. I think that, yes, the flash is a longer cooldown, but if you really want a Grub fight, that's a major cooldown that you gave up for just Xiaohu's flash. He preserved his health bar, and you don't have RE6 now, because at these first Grubs, it's really only your solo laners at 6 early on, and then maybe a jungle as you get into it. So having no R like that ends up meaning that the Grubs are a 2-1 split, so we'll see if they can punish that Talia flash now being down.
Yeah, despite being first of the plays, JDG only gets one of the 3 Grubs. Is now a bit of a collapse here on to Missing on the top side. He has to flash away as Tien comes in with that ultimate. Never wants to allow for him to get that gap closed, so it does have to use that summoner spell to escape. So overall, nicely done by Weibo off of that play.
Yeah, I really like what Erhan did there. He just kept on holding Barbed Thorns and made sure that Missing was stuck, which is always threatening it. Now it might be enough to actually get the dive.
Hex flash in, knock up onto 2, Missing. Gonna probably be the primary target here. Mega Gnar is still up, and that is first blood picked up for Breathe. Pez going to just watch his support fall, but he will be able to pick up the wave.
Yeah, really clean, and credit to the other support. Erha, of course, making his second start. That chunk that he found on Missing enabled that dive to follow through. So, good play by the Neeko so far. Again, we're a bit skeptical of the power that Neeko brings in this game, specifically in the fights later on against such a mobile comp and against a team where, again, all 5 champions have a way individually to deal with Neeko R. But Erha is playing this champ in the Alistar, right? You have the real opportunity to pressure that pick early, and Erha able to cash in, get a kill for his team. Really well played by Weibo.
Yeah, you mentioned at the start of the draft, the Neeko might not be the best choice compared to something like maybe a Leona or a Rel in that 5v5, but can help in the laning phase. And we can clearly see that in terms of the gold difference down here. Remember, Pez has been one of the best performing ADs in the LPL so far this season, and he's currently down 20 CS to Light, who's already off to a tremendous start, of course, largely due to the help of this Nico support. You can see now maybe posturing aggressively again here in the mid lane, as that's where both of the bot sides of the map have rotated to.
Because JD Gaming they rotated to the Grubs, they played so hard for it, and Weibo forced them off. They weren't able to trade out any Dragon, so that 1-for-2 Grub split going to be followed up by Weibo with a Dragon being secured. As JDG on the resets. We'll say that I do think that JDG, they want items before they fight. Like Gwen needs items. Ari with this new Roa build, you know, Leandri's is a spike where you start to feel really nice. Ezreal also, of course, you know, you want to get to 2 items. So I think that once the 1 to 2 item window is where they might start to really hit hard. And we'll see JD Gaming try and make some plays, because it's a little bit squishier for Weibo here, just with that Nico support. And then, of course, Meganar only gets so tanky. So real opportunity for them to find picks with Missing and the Xin Zhao here in the mid game and around the 1-2 item spike. So like the fact, though, that JD Gaming, we'll see if they can hit that window for the comp. I think that so far what they've given over has been very respectful, and Weibo have earned it.
Yeah, and we'll see what Weibo can do with that slight advantage before JDG get to those power spikes that you were talking about, Covey. I mean, it's again just another situation of JDG not being super coordinated around when to fight, how to set up those plays. I thought that first spawn of the Grubs could have been a really good opportunity for them to get an advantage, and they obviously didn't all see eye to eye on that one. Scout looking to force a flash out of Xiaohu versus Shun, who was looking maybe to primarily focus on that objective going down. You see Erha doing a little bit down here in the mid lane. The clones throw me off still a little bit. That's alive for a lot longer than I thought it should have been.
Hey man, never trust a recall. All right, that's it. Yeah. That, and then you know, at least you get the indicator when the spectate like has it on that champion. But of course, the minimap wise as well. I would like the spectator minimaps. You know, maybe still show Nico when it's someone else, but that might be too Dota for League. You know.
You could have like a little, you know how like a Yumi, when like a Yumi's on somebody, it has like a little different color, like different coloration around. Maybe something like that could be good on the
maybe
minimap.
yeah minimap. I like that called Grapes. Maybe a future UI design for you. You know.
Rest of my ideas probably aren't so good as.
I mean, my Twitter definitely says I would like to have a future in UI design, but I'm definitely not talented enough to actually do it.
Yeah.
You know.
See, it's good when we have like the one idea that's like really smart. As hold on, we might see a solo kill down here. Zala's forced to flash away from the Meganar ultimate up breathe. Oh, but the needlework's gonna keep him alive. The Conqueror already procced. All going to survive here. The health bars are ticking low here for both of our top laners. As now that second spawn of the Grubs has arrived. Weibo going to pick up the first one of that, but looks like JDG want to fight for this one a little bit. Seismic Shove doesn't find Missing, as Tian does still have his smite to try to make this a bit of a 50-50. The True Shot Barrage comes out, it chunks Xiaohu down to half and forces Tian to jump back over the wall. No hard engage here from Erha. It's going to be a nice re-control of the pit here for JDG.
Got 3-3 split on the Grubs, as that poke from Pays ended up being really nice. Good True Shot Barrage, I think, really opened up the retake on the Grubs. And down bot, props to Awa. I thought Awa almost gave a kill over to Breathe. I was pretty surprised that he ended up getting out of that one. It felt like a really close solo bolo for Breathe, but not able to connect, unable to chain everything up before Awa was able to escape. And that Gwen actually has a very tiny XP advantage now on that wave, so not bad, as that's going on bot lane. Meanwhile, top lane, that's Erha, not the real Neferi, and we're looking for a dive.
They think that Missing and Shun, they thought they went back to base. Pop Blossom does land on a 3. Missing with the Unbreakable will fall, but it will make it at least one going down. Now can they take down Erha? Scout might go down to that final turret shot, will barely survive, as JDG make it a 2-for-1 on the dive.
Yeah, nice play, very worth, as Missing, you know, just pops the R, says I'll tank as many as I can, and we'll see what you guys can get done. Meanwhile, on the bot side, of course, Jungler was showing top, so Tian gonna look to answer.
And Nar doesn't connect, so that's no stun available here. Ala does have the needlework, but Breathe is currently in mini form, which means that dive will be called off. So JDG get the better of both sides of the map.
Ala doing a really nice job in this bot lane of surviving and thriving, like how he played the wave there. And of course, Breathe ran out of mini, or Mega, ended up back in mini, and that means no dive for Weibo. In fact, that dive delayed Tian from getting any of these camps too, so Shun to come back, play defense with Missing. Love the retake in the bot side from JDG. really nice sequence from them from top to bot in order to get that dive off and then protect these camps bot with Awa surviving. As, yeah, we're going to get a replay. This is pretty much missing. He's like, all right, I'm just going to go in now. I'll tank everything up. It's okay. I got the ult. I'm going to go down. I'm going to save my flash. It's all right. We'll use that for a power play later on. And then the back half Scout going to take as much as he could. Very close to going down. As that tower shot hit before he got that health back from Ari's passive. So actually pretty close to finding Scout there by Weibo, but ends up being a 2-for-1. And a big win by defending the bot side and getting those bot camps for the Zins out.
And Era and Tien, they thought that they could stick around up there on the top side because of the clone that went into that bush, and they saw the backstreet being channeled. But nicely done by Shun and Missing to cancel those backs and then go for that play. Ended up working out well for JDG. They're right back to even in terms of gold. As remember, Weibo had the early laning advantages across the map, so they had that slight lead, but JDG starting to answer back a little bit. And now we're starting to get to those one-ended power spikes that you were talking about. And we'll see how strongly JDG feels about fighting for some of these neutral objectives now.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because now, like, Zin's still a little bit behind the Fury, but again, Ari's starting to get to the point where I think you can really start to think about contesting some of these objectives. The Scout's done a nice job of picking up his CS, sitting at 1-0-1 on the Ari and getting to work on this side lane in good shape. Meanwhile, Missing coming to hover Awa on the bot side, which should be a-okay as Gwen's going to make sure she picks up mostly everything here.
Tower actually was secured first, but the response will be on the bot side for Weibo. Xiao with the Weaver's Wall, going to target out Missing. He pops the Unbreakable Will, but it's certainly just a delay of the inevitable here, as even Tien down here to make sure that he gets in on the action as well. They're going to actually try to give the kill over to the Neferi, but instead Xiao will pick it up.
I gotta say, I think that's a good death from Missing. He stalled for so much time, only gives himself over, again, doesn't burn anything too significant, and Weibo's still behind on the play. That top lane, it got in. Breathe missed out on a little bit of the CS. It's going to end up being JD Gaming who are able to play out 3 lanes minus the wave that dropped to that tower when they lost it, with Awa playing a little bit further back. And that depth for Missing, again, it doesn't cost anything too significant. I know that Weibo ended up getting the dragon off of it, but of course that first tower secured now makes the war for feats really come down to the, or I should say, I think Weibo secured it. Wait, have they?
So Weibo got the kills, and then JDG have the tower, so it's just the objectives that they're looking for.
Oh, wait, the grubs were all split. That's why. Okay, I'm trolling. So they need one more neutral objective in order to get it. So Rift Herald going to be a little bit more important here for JDG.
It's going to be a long road back.
I was so lost in the grubs. I forgot the grubs were each split. I was like,
it was 2 for 1 each.
Is that it? Yeah, I was like looking at the boots, like, is the game wrong? Of course, my ego shining through there. It wasn't wrong, Grapes. It was me.
The game is always right.
Yes, the game. I don't know about that. But
gotta smile and wave, smile and wave. As Rift Herald is picked up here for JDG, they're able to control the top side because of the overload that Weibo had earlier down bottom. It did pick them up a kill on a Missing, obviously, and that second dragon. But JDG gonna have control of Shelly. She's gonna be Shun picking it up. We'll see where he ends up placing it across.
You know what the transition was there, Grapes? You know what Yoan is always right in the game? True damage, Spite. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Rift Herald. Boom. Hey. Transition.
It worked out for you for JDG, and Shin was able to pick that one up.
It did. I will say, too, a small gold lead here for Weibo, but it feels like, the spikes for JDG gonna start to ring true. I think this is where Ari really starts to want to look for a fight. I think that 2 item where she gets the Andres, then we're going to have Pays on the Miramana. Worth noting, too, we even mentioned it's Pays as Ezreal. Definitely a player worth noting when he is on Ezreal, as Awa. Nice sidestep.
The ulti, though, from Tien might be enough, as already the needlework has been procced. At least forces all it back away, as now the top side going to be the target here for JDG. Breathe in a lot of trouble with that Mega Gnar unlocked with that extra HP, but not for long. It's this nice shutdown going over to Scout.
I kind of felt like the difference of bringing 2 versus bringing 3 is now Pays going to try and defend against 4.
Nice arcane shift to get away from that shove. And so Pays will survive for at least a little bit. Here comes Missing on the flank as well as Shun. All of a sudden, Weibo could be in a little bit of trouble. True Shot Barrage does not find its mark on the Neferi, but JDG now have full control of this mid lane. They still also have the Herald if they wanted to put it down.
I didn't see that full play from Pays, but he played that really well on my screen from what I saw, able to live there on the Ezreal. And again, JDG, their individual prowess really prevents a play from going down over to Weibo, and it still feels like Weibo, like, we saw them commit a lot for the missing play and kind of lose out on the map, and then this time around, try and get Ala. 2 wasn't enough, as really feel like they needed Breathe or someone else down here, as of course Breathe was one getting stuck, and this is the difference of bringing 2 versus bringing 3, as Ari able to chase you down in the side. And well played and well managed here by JDG, as they made this one look easy. Breathe not even going to think about burning that flash. Then on the bot side, Ala was just able to walk his way out. As Gwen, good sidestep against the flick, and Gwen was able to navigate the wall pretty easily. That was a bouncy house.
We got the Chemtech Rift, which means that these plants could get a little wild and wonky. And Weaver's Wall doesn't actually send Xiaohu all very far back, but it's enough to disincentivize the dive or the play here for Shun, at least for now. Tien is here, has a level advantage. The Dragon is spawning in less than a minute.
Watch Pays. Pays is rotating. Light's going to be stuck mid on this wave. So we'll, if Pays committed down, then that's where they maybe look for more. But, of course, Talia packs a lot of wave clear, and it's pretty tough to die through those rocks. So, going to be dissuaded for now. But still, JD Gaming getting really close to those 2-item spikes. Leandri's in the inventory, 4 scouts, Ari. And Miramana, got to believe that's going to be available for Pays on that next recall. And with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, don't think he's going to be able to squeeze that one in time. So, starts to be decision time for JDG. I think giving away Soul for free would be an oopsie, and it definitely feels like, you know, thanks to the strength of Scout, they feel pretty comfortable starting to poke their noses around here as Scout. 2 levels up on Xiaohu, kind of nice.
As looks like actually Shun and the rest of JDG making a play towards top side again. Breathe already flashes on out. The wall is done for a little bit longer, but Breathe going to be back to mini Gnar form. An exhausted Gnar, not a welcome sight here, as Shun will pick up the kill. It'll come at the cost of this Dragon and Soul Point going over, though. And you have to wonder, will that be a worse trade in 5 minutes?
I don't know if I love that. As this Otacon, keep in mind, this is the 20-minute Otacon, so this thing's going to hurt pretty bad. And Weibo, I'm curious if they're actually to commit to the Otacon at all. At the moment, committed to this mid-turret. Scout. He
gets flicked back.
One shot.
In the minion form, able to land that Pop Blossom, and a shutdown goes the way of Light. The Otacon will be finished up here for JDG, but Weibo are getting a lot in response, already picking up that first tower, now looking for the second.
A lack of counting from Scout, and on the back half of this play, I feel like Weibo get a lot more out of it. I know the flower difference is going to be pretty significant here with the experience, but man, taking down an outer and an inner, as well as shutting out Scout on the map, who was the one that was fed. They got a free shutdown over. They put themselves on Soul Point as well. Like, I just don't think JD Gaming got enough for that. And Scout, his failure to count up the creeps, I think really hurt JDG there, as it felt like he kind of gave over that free death and for sure gave over a bonus turret. Because I don't think the outer might have fallen with Scout up, but that inner certainly doesn't fall if Scout's alive.
And it's another mistake of just dying alone here for Scout. Obviously, he feels safe under his turret, but Seismic Shove plus that Pop Blossom, that's enough crowd control.
I mean, I know that
instantly taken down.
I know that your highlight reel beforehand definitely pointed out some of the oopsies in the side lane from Scout. That's a pretty big one there, as that really hurt JDG. Again, you have Flash, you have ult up as Ari to get flicked and tapped like that against Nico. I think if he's aware that Nico's there, he burns the Flash or the ult, but I mean, either he decided to gut it out or wasn't aware of Nico. I'm not exactly sure. Not the prettiest sight from Scout there. And we'll have to look to bounce back, because, of course, we're really setting him up to be a carry, right? Being up in CS, up a level and a half. But right now, he's up 2 levels on Xiaohu. So Scout really does have an opportunity to carry this game. And but if he makes mistakes like that, going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, the Roa diff really is hitting it. That's level 16 now for Scout, as Xiaohu and Breathe actually very far behind.
Yeah,
in terms of XP right now.
That's significant.
It's not significant if you're dying, like, instantly like that, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if we can clean that one up. So, again, kind of, yeah, looks like the LPL broadcast talking about that one right now, too. Side landing been going a little bit better here for JDG. And really, I think that adds a little bit more importance to the upcoming Dragon Grapes, is this is a Soul Point, or I should say a Soul on the table for Weibo, as they have secured Soul Point.
And JDG aren't going to be able to give this one up for Otacon anymore, or give it up for a kill top lane anymore. Like, you don't want to give up this Soul. Sure, Chemtech Soul is, like, kind of in terms of its, like, oomph power when you look at, like, the effects that it has, but actually does provide a decent amount in terms of damage. And
no, Fury really likes it. Yeah. the Fury really likes at this game. I also, at least the, like when you get the soul right, when you go low, you get extra damage resist, and damage, I believe. Whatever it is, it's nice for Gnar as well. So
like, it's definitely good in terms of the stats.
It's not the best role. That's for sure. But sometimes you get some happy campers. I don't think this is a game where Chemtech is like super valuable. It's not like we have a Karma Mantra Eve being able to get super buffed from the rest of your team, right? But I think the Fury's gonna be decently happy with this one. This is a champ that I feel like is pretty happy to see Chemtech Soul.
And they're gonna have to try to stop it, being JDG at this point, as they have not really contested any of these Drakes super hard. It's been a lot of focus towards the bot lane for Weibo. That's what's gotten them this early lead. Taking a look across the map as well. Light now at 2 completed items, working towards that third, obviously, but he's going to become a big factor in some of these later game team fights as well. We see Tian also with a Hex Drinker to try and prevent some of the damage coming out from both the Gwen and the Ahri. So I think Weibo, honestly, in really good positions in terms of their itemizations. We have to go back to, of course, the fact that they don't have a super easy snap engage. Honestly, maybe preferring JDG to engage into them. So for them, getting early priority around this pit is going to be pretty important. And right now, they're a little bit separated, not fully grouped up with that objective spawning in just 40 seconds.
My eye's going to be on Scout after this wave. Does he base for the death cap? Definitely something that could be really big for this upcoming fight, because I'm with you, Grapes. I think Nashor's Tooth coming in on Light next, and what I expect to be a Wit's End on Breathe, too, could be really valuable here for Weibo on the third items. Still think the scaling of Gwen's really nice, but we've seen a lot of 3-item Kaisas do work. Is Scout?
Oh, Xiaohu! That's just way too much wall, my friend. Not even close to getting that full flash over. As a big mistake comes through from Weibo's mid laner. It's going to be Scout picking up that kill, and the Dragon surely to go over now.
Yeah, that's too bad. We're talking about some of the iffies, little mishaps of Scout in the past couple of series that have caused JDG to drop, and also some of the inconsistency of Xiaohu so far. The split, that was a bit of a flub there, as that flash was shorted, and as I like to say, in the end, he ended up flashing air, as Flash went down. Ends up being a free Dragon, and yeah, no response here so far from Weibo. Breathe might look here with the Mega.
This could be a good trade. There comes the Pop Blossom. A very easy kill underneath the tier 1 turret here for Weibo.
Scout is ult.
Comes the cost of that Dragon, obviously. Teleport comes in from Scout. Maybe he went a little bit too far forward, as in comes Tian with the ultimate. Missing already with the Unbreakable Will. Going to stay alive for a little bit longer, but here come the dogs. Here comes the Killer Instinct, and Light is able to finish off one. Pays the next target now. The second proc of the ultimate comes in, but it's underneath the tier 2. Jean gonna get caught up here by the Weaver's Wall, as Xiaohu has arrived back from the grave and will pick up another kill for Weibo Gaming. They have 3 down with Baron up on the table.
Great bounce back from Xiaohu, and I love the play from Weibo on the backside. I didn't know if they were going to be able to get a lot after Xiaohu went down, but had the TP, followed through with the dive, and while JDG were taking that Dragon, preventing Soul, a play that you believe they got to make, and one you thought would be free, because they, gave up it was a 5v4. Scout makes a TP that's just unwarranted. This is so late to come in and defend this, and just drop the outer, drop Awa. You're alive in a 4v5, you can at least contest the Baron, but taking this fight, and Tian plays an Ice One, going untargetable there, got him out of the Pulverize, and opened up enough damage to enable Light to go in, force him out like this, and Scout, going, or I should say Shun falling on the back half. Great split from Xiaohu, who bounces back, and another mistake from Scout under a turret, as that TP just completely unwarranted.
And again, Scout is one of the strongest players in the game right now.
Yeah.
3-1-1, level 17, death cap now in inventory, but it's just been mistakes like that where he hasn't been able to utilize all of his damage in his kit, obviously, when you just die a little bit too early on. And so for JDG, that's going to be a concern that we're going to be looking at for the next couple of minutes, is Weibo now have themselves that Baron buff for the next 2, because of the fact that just a little bit of overzealousness from JDG after already making a really nice play on the opposite side of the map.
And that Nashor's Tooth in for Light, too, and we've seen what Light can do on this Kaisa. Thinking back to World, see if that filter clip for Weibo. Around, I believe it was Baron. Yeah, I mean, the Kaisa was able to get big in that last fight, and we'll see what Light can do to really open things up in this one. As Grapes, I am pretty surprised at JDG. I really felt like this was a team that was just kind of flat for a couple games, but they feel flat again for this one. And Alba now not able to go immune. He's going to flash. Tien, no ult to follow, so they'll let him go, but that's a nice summoner spell taken away from Alba.
Now, the one thing is that Weibo have not done too much with the Baron buff just yet. They're going to have 2 more waves to try to lock something else down, but right now, none of the waves are in great positions to get it, even a tier 2 turret at this point. So this Baron buff might expire without even any inner turrets being taken down. The one thing it will give them is a little bit of gold, a little bit of experience, and obviously some pressure on the map, as once this expires, it'll be just another minute again until that dragon comes back up and Soul's back on the menu here for Weibo Gaming. That's
what they're going to try and use this last wave for. You can see they already have both side lanes at a +1 status, so base is enabled and you can go back and fix it. Should be a really nice map for them to set up this dragon and actually play for the Soul this time around.
Unless JDG has something to say about it, trying to pick at this point could be pretty big, as Missing though, already down to half HP. Charm goes in on to Breathe.
Oh, they're thinking.
Now you can see Weibo looking for a fight themselves. They know that there's a low health Alistar at the ready.
Ooh.
Free burgers on the menu here for Weibo. Slow lands on a scout, but he's able to get on out.
I like this, though. I like how Weibo's playing this a little bit slower. They're going to have to go base and fix that bot side, but they can afford to do this because that inner turret was taken by Alba, who, of course, has that Nash's Tooth on the Gwen, so we'll be shredding through those objectives in the side lane of left alone. But now they can kind of leave top lane where it's at a minute before this dragon. They're going to have the resets come in, and they should be able to push bot lane out and have bot push in time for this dragon spawn, which will help them control it. So looking out for Tien to start to make his way down here as the final resets come in, and we're going to start to look at some completed inventories. Seekers for both Xiaohu and Light, and a Wit's End completed for Breathe. Really feels like the spikes are in for Weibo leading up to their soul fight.
And again, the importance for them, can they get around the pit first? See Tien just going back to base right now to pick up those Merc Treads, so he's going to be a little bit late to this one. JDG might have an opportunity to get early cryo here. Tien now finally arriving. Ala is a little bit further away from the team as well. That Nico clone just being used for vision, as mid lane now going to be the focus here in terms of getting that wave in. Shun eating a ton of damage through that threaded volley, and now will be a little bit lower by the time that objective spawns.
Yeah, Weibo's done a really nice job of getting themselves in here. Was some good poke onto Erha from Pays beforehand, but now JD Gaming going to be relegated to playing through bot, as Weibo has done a nice job of controlling that corridor. Missing making his way over, is going to combo Gnar, but now
nice blast Xiaohu. It prevents both the Mega Gnar of Breathe from coming out, as well as the Weaver's Wall, which has already been used over the dragon.
That was a poor Weaver's Wall.
It's been started up now. Pop Blossom, though, on the backside of the fight. It lands on a 2. The target is Scout. He dies once again. Now the Dragon's the target here for Weibo, unless they go for Shun first. The Crescent Guard is out, but it's just way too little, way too late. A second kill goes over to Weibo Gaming, and the Dragon's soul certainly belongs to them. The shove shifted away from here, and now Pays and Missing are on the run.
How about Erha, man? Stepping into a lineup with Xiaohu, one of the most legendary LPL players that we have in the history of the league that's still active today. And in both series, it feels like he's made some big plays, as we spent so much time looking at that bot lane, that skirmish, and we're looking at a mega run out. We're looking at a poor Weaver's Wall. Erha finding that on the opposite side really saved and was what Weibo needed for that setup to cash in on the fight, cash in on the soul, and then hopefully cash in on this game as a huge play from the rookie in his second LPL series.
And this guy has been a part of the Weibo developmental system for a long time, so to see him finally get his shot here on the main team is huge. What an engage.
Again, the ward's being dropped, but what value for Erha finding Scout like that? And again, Scout not even able to react with a flash, not even able to react with an ult, falls down, and Scout needed to be the big carry this game, Grapes, and it feels like his 2 deaths have been so expensive for the team. There's a third in there, too, which, I mean, that's what set up the Baron, right? That TP to the outer turret. Scout just really hasn't delivered in this game.
Am I crazy, or is the scoreboard bugged? Maybe.
No, he only died twice, but there's an invisible one in there that costed the Baron, you know?
Yeah. Speaking of Baron, back up, as Weibo now have over a 5,000 gold lead here in this game number 1. Remember, we favored JDG entering the series because of their strong play at the start of the Ascend group stage. But again, this is a team that is on a bit of a loss streak. They're stumbling just a bit, even though we thought that they looked decent against IG. And now struggling here against Weibo in game number 1. Missing, eating a ton of damage here from both the Nefiri and the Taliyah. As Weibo doing a good job controlling the Baron pit and controlling that topside river. Look,
Ala now.
He's going to be the target now. Weaver's wall comes out, but actually now Weibo are a bit split. Missing with the Unbreakable Will is going to survive for a little bit longer. Breathe goes Mega as Ala is able to get away from the rest of Weibo's topside. So JDG are going to back away. Resets probably in necessary form here for JDG, but that means that the Baron can be once again controlled by Weibo Gaming.
We'll say that Ala, he has a TP, but he's going to... I think they have to hit this Baron to try and net that out. I don't know if they can take the fight afterwards. Weibo's starting to get quite low.
Yeah, they have to back out.
Yeah, I think just taking the TP is the right call, but they're low. We'll see if JDG wants to start.
Xiaohu and Breathe, they both have teleports of their own, so even if they go back to base, can rejoin a fight easily. And so because of that, JDG are just going to back off, not in a position to start up this Baron when they're down 5k.
It's not even the value of the Kentex soul in there too, right? So that you got 5k on the soul, scoreboard, and definitely a little bit more in the pockets to have that soul. I think for JDG at this point, I mean, Pays can still be really big later on. I think that Kai'Sa's ability to, or Ezreal's ability to do what he does later on in fights. I mean, Shojin's in for Pays. That's another really big 3-item spike on this carry. So, I mean, this is Pays' Ezreal too. I feel like the two champs that, like, Pays really impressed me on early on in his career, like even in Challengers League, his Ezreal and Kalista, like those are the two champs that I feel like he just plays at the next level. See if Pays picks up here is TN.
On a TN, he's able to use the target to get away. Now we'll ult back in. Look at the teleport in from Breathe. That's a massive angle for an ultimate. Pays already needs to flash out. There comes the Gnar. Look at the backside of the fight. Jun is the first to fall, but Pays is still alive. Breathe back to mini Gnar form. Here comes Ala, finally arriving to the fight. Pop Blossom only lands onto Missing, and now JDG can maybe try to turn this back around. Ala still doesn't have the proc need to work. Gonna try to find maybe a bit more damage here onto Weibo, but Missing is suddenly ticking low. The bleed from the Neferi will take him down, and now Scout's forced to run away here with the Spirit Rush. Void Seeker does not connect. TN dashing in under the tier 2. Weaver's wall, not enough here for Weibo, as Scout will survive.
Breathe trying to catch the mid wave to prevent the inner take, as we'll see if Weibo sets their sights on this Baron, but another really nice fight from them as Missing was looking for the re-engage on the back half, but was really slowed up and stymied by the Unraveled Earth. Scout, of course, TPing in. His ult isn't up for a bit, as this Baron has gone down in the meantime, so only an inner turret traded for the second Baron in the hands of Weibo.
And so that teleport, I thought maybe JDG were going to look for a turn on the fight, try to stop some of those recalls, but instead, it is just going to be a Baron, the second one of the game, going over to Weibo Gaming. Their gold lead has been extended to 6,500, and I think this is the one here, Cubby, that they're going to need to try to find some inhibitors and maybe find an end to this game.
For me, I mean, TN on this Neferi, I think quietly has been making a lot of space and a lot of plays, and Breathe just completely split up the fight in the meantime. We're asking for the top laner to see who could step up. It really feels like Breathe is the one that has had that big game on his Gnar. We're used to seeing the comfort. Here's where things got a little bit sussy, if I do say so myself. But again, the space, that stun from Erha really stalled up Scout. Missing got stymied by the Talia, and that was enough space to allow for Weibo to reset and take that yet again. As JDG has at least stalled the game out long enough to maybe flip for an Elder, but this is a really big advantage in the pockets of Weibo now, and we got to look at some of those summoner spells too. I will say pretty much every flash down as we approach this fight, so does make stuff quite interesting. Could lead to being a really big Pop Blossom if Erha is able to hide, leading to this Dragon setup, because again, flash is down. No ability to really get out of this one if Weibo finds the right setup, and JDG kind of caught bot. Scout's too far up. They're going to engage this.
Comes the Weaver's Wall once again. Three members of JDG are split. It's going to be a teleport from Ala to try to join the fray.
You're going to get jailed.
Pays and Scout to do the damage here for JDG. As right now, they have been the ones who not found too much so far here in this game. The Elder Dragon has spawned. Right now, Weibo are currently in the river instead of utilizing those Baroned up minions, so that is a win overall for JDG, but it doesn't mean anything unless they can pick this objective up.
They're on the
jailed. Flank, as well as Ala, as the Elder has been started up by TN. Not really in a big rush to fully take it down, though, as the poke from Weibo is severe.
Ala was not spotted. Awa not being spotted is quite a surprise. Might get JDG out of jail as Mystic's going. Here comes
going
Awa.
in. Here comes
Good pinch.
Awa on that flank. Scout dashes in just a little bit. Pop Blossom though lands on a 3 from Erha. He's able to get on out alive, missing the first casualty. Crescent Guard sweeps away 5 as the Dragon still at half HP, but Light dashes in with the killer instinct. There goes Tien with his ulti as well. Pays is going to drop, as even though he flashes over the wall, he still will go down in the fight. It is a 3-0 so far for Weibo. They have the Elder now in their hands, and All and Scout are going to try to do the unthinkable, dashing in here onto Tien, trying to find some sort of damage back. They proc the Guardian Angel, but that is just a consolation prize here for JD Gaming, as Weibo are already in their base. The one last burn, the one last tick from Tien will seal the deal. Scout the last remaining survivor, but he won't be for long. And in a 39-minute game, it is Weibo who take the map over JDG.
That was a beautiful Zhonya's from Light to get out of the charm, and the Pop Blossom from Erha. That really was the conclusion to a pop-off game from him. Again, in his second series going up against JDG. Erha shows up big with Light in the back half, and Weibo take game 1.
And a great way to start off our best of 3 between these two teams. Remember the history that these two teams have both in this season and in previous. Weibo took down JDG at the end of 2024 to secure themselves that final spot at Worlds. And now in 2025, it was a best of 5 that was played in split number 1 that JDG just barely eked out. But this time, Weibo bounced back. They get that big win. And they're now maybe on the upswing with this new roster.
Yeah, I mean, what a good game from them from start to finish. It was good to see Xiaohu, who had a mistake earlier on, got caught out before that first soul, really bounced back after that. And for me, I feel like the question marks that some people have had like over Scout in the mid lane felt really warranted after this game. Like, Scout, again, did a nice job in lane. He had a lead. He was farmed up, but didn't do anything with his lead. I feel like he really misplayed and tried to contest 2 outer turrets that were going down. If JDG just gives that, I feel like their game is in such a better state. But that first outer that he tried to contest led to that. Both that, the inner being taken off that 3rd dragon, then the outer top, that led to the first Baron being taken on that TP was really unwarranted. And for me, that was really the story of the game for JDG. But for Weibo, man, Erha stepping up into the shoes of Hong has been so big early on, and it's great to see a young support. I think it's really tough to play in that role when you're a rookie. So much experience around you. You have people role swapping the support just to bring their experience and have that on the Rift. Erha making a splash in his early debut, showing off some really good signs. He had a really good Nico performance. He might have been my MVP. It's probably going to be Light, but for me, he's next.
I mean, for the ability to replace a player like Hung, who again has had its struggles throughout 2025, but it's a player who's participated on the international stage with all of these other superstars on this Weibo Gaming roster. Really big shout out to Erha to be able to fill those shoes. And again, with the Nico pick, we talked about it during the draft, it was not going to be as strong in those late game team fights unless we found some really creative angles, and Erha found those creative angles. Pop Blossoms continuously finding crucial targets. Of course, that big last one at the end found 3 members of JDG, and it was able to lock them down and win the fight here for his team. And so Weibo now at match point in this series, and for JDG you have to wonder what is going on.
I mean, he saved Light, right? I really want to see that last fight, because Light had a reaction Zhonya's off of what was a really good pinch from JDG. Like, I like the setup that they ended up having with Awa able to sneak around. But yeah, a huge play from the Weibo bot lane again. Secured that game 1, and excited to get another look at that one, as I felt like Light really had a good game from start to finish. We saw him get a lead and snowballed it really well in this one, Grapes.
And after the 20-minute mark, after that second pick onto Scout. Sorry, I jumped away from camera for some reason.
I thought you were going to find the dog again. I was kind of jealous.
Yeah, no. After they lost that one fight, it was very Weibo controlled from that point forward. And I feel like, again, somebody that we didn't talk about too much in that game, but you rightly highlighted, was Light on the Kaisa. He was full build at that point, at that end point of the game, and ended up just doing more damage than Pays and having a higher impact in that final team fight.
Yeah, again, excited to dive into at least some of the looks that we have, because I felt like some of the trades, again, early on, I like the trades that we got from JD Gaming. I thought they were making some nice proactive plays, coming out on top with Awa sneaking out of some nice plays. Meanwhile, Breathe was being found by JD Gaming, but here's where things started to go from bad to worse. This is very poor from Scout. He had Flash and Ult up in this scenario. He goes down. This led to the outer and the inner turrets being taken. Then this one. Why TP in here? They're getting the dragon. You're TPing in late. Gnar goes down. You're down like four men to 2 on this side of the map, with Xiaohu able to come back, TP, who we see have an impact in the back half of this fight. I think this created a really bad scenario for JDG, where Shun gets punished on the back half. Again, he was trying to help out. Great thorns into a wall that cuts him off. That smite going down. This leads to Baron falling for Weibo. And I really feel like these couple of plays that Scout had that were off led to Weibo getting into the game, and then led to Weibo taking the game in the end.
And on the other side, even though Xiaohu was down in gold for most of that game against Scout, and he had a couple of oopsies of his own, let's not get that wrong, it felt like overall he had more game-defining plays than Scout did in those later game team fights. It was different
100%.
flicks onto people, using that Weaver's Wall to cut off Shun, as we already mentioned, and you know, that just goes to show that it's not just about what happens in the early game here. You need to be able to perform in these team fights if you want to win in the LPL.
Oh, for sure.
Another look here in this team fight as Scout barely was able to escape from this one, at least for a little bit.
That has been the power of the Talia too, is that everyone tries to take the lane counters into the Talia, but it doesn't matter what... Oh, here it is. Light, Zhonya's. Reaction, Zhonya's to the charm. This is huge. Then the 3-man Pop Blossom that hits. That actually creates a space for Light to land, as we like to call it, right? Land means come out of Zhonya's so you can't get comboed afterwards. They run the fight. That was a great reaction, Zhonya's from Light, that really made that fight happen for Weibo, thanks to Erha in the back half. So good stuff from the bot lane. But yeah, what I was saying before with Talia, right? So much value that you get in the fights where sometimes lane doesn't really matter. As long as you get your CS, you clear. It's okay if you're down a bit, because when those flicks hit true, they are so big in these games. And again, Xin, Gwen, Ali, they're all champs that kind of have to play into the Talia at some point. And Xiaohu made really good work of that.
Absolutely. As we await our player of the game, have to imagine it's somebody on the bot side of the map here for Weibo Gaming. As for JDG, you're now down 1-0 in this series. Luckily for you, you will have blue side once again, most likely, in the draft for this next game. I feel like it wasn't really the draft, though, that was the problem here for JDG. It was more some of the missed executions that they had in the side lanes.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they could have played better in order to win this game. And for me, also, Scout just not having a great game was quite the bummer. So I really hope that it's something where, moving forward, we're able to see Scout really step up and step back into that role we're used to seeing him, where, if you look at a team like LNG, he had that team with some friends at Worlds, and now trying to get this team and JDG kind of back to Worlds and back to that big international stage with his super team.
Hey!
Oh, they gave it to Erha! I thought Erha had a great game. It could have went to Light too, but gonna honor the support here. Great to see, as again, that 3-man Pop Blossom at the end, I feel like really was the finishing touch that Weibo needed to win that game. Really well timed and really well played by Erha, who had a really nice game. Like in those replays, there are a couple big thorns that we missed too that I thought were really impactful for helping Weibo win.
First player of the game of the season, maybe first of many here for this young player in Erha. So congratulations to him, and congrats to Weibo for picking up the first game of this series. But there's still clearly more work to be done, as we are, after this short break, going to jump into game 2. But before we do so, I want to give a big shout out to all of you guys watching at home, and we are extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and our content creators. So make sure to subscribe to our Coffee. It is currently linked in the Twitch chat below to get early access to content, and also to unlock different perks like the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Once again, it is Weibo Gaming up 1-0 in this best of 3 over JDG. We'll have the draft for game number 2 right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have game number 2 between JDG and Weibo Gaming about to get underway. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby for your coverage here on LPL English throughout the day. But before we get into game number 2, I have to ask you a quick question. Have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It's a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge, and you can select puzzles from a map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. Now let's go and do some of these puzzles right now as a little bit of a warm-up before we get into this game. Maybe some of our players in the LPL would enjoy this. So let's jump up to the map right now as well, and just pick a puzzle. There's a lot of different trees that we can go down. I know that I went through the game state quiz last time. Is there another one that you want to look at here, Cubby?
I think we're gonna do fighting and trading.
I fighting.
I think that's where we're at. We got a puzzle to do, as this is my first look at MOBA Trainer. If we're gonna have our wonderful producers navigating this chippy, maybe enlarge that first puzzle for us.
Okay, it looks like actually we have to go through the game state one again. It says we should finish the current bundle first. There's a big part of the MOBA Trainer app is that we actually
let's do it. Let's do it.
Should go through some, or maybe we have to click the lane prio one.
No,
I don't know what exactly.
Do the game state one if possible. Or continue.
Yeah, we should continue learning lane prio. I think is what we're learning here. Yeah, let's do this one then. Yeah, okay. So let's learn some roam timers here. It's gonna play a game from a high-low matchup in solo queue, and then it's gonna ask us a question about what the next correct move should be.
I can't see because we're in the way of the minimap. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna guess invade Elise. Or hold on, I can't see the minimap because our heads are in the way. I gotta be honest. Thank you. Real quick. Okay, hold on. Okay, I have now an update. We're gonna invade Elise.
Yeah, let's invade.
I see.
Our Nocturne's right
see Nocturne. Yeah, we're gonna invade Elise.
Oh,
bad choice. Oh,
Elise will be done by Raptors by the time we get here. Hey, maybe that's right. Okay. You know what?
Okay.
Respect.
We're gonna push. All right. Well, I'm a noob.
Hey, sometimes it's good to get that extra knowledge here. As looks like the play instead was bot and ended up working out.
Yeah, you can push. Then after this push, you can go hover bot. We're gonna go move the bot because we can continue the play. We should be able to dive. Yes. All right. Redemption.
We have our R this time.
Redemption.
I was gonna say the Nocturne Galio is always very strong, and you have the semi-global. It should be pretty good.
Oh, 100%, 100%. This is the right call. Yeah, Nox continuing the play. Get to make some plays here. Let's keep on walking. I think that we want to wait to combo with R. Then again, Ashe is really low. I think we keep on walking though.
Arrow's off of cooldown soon, but not yet. We can keep on walking. Let's do it.
Yeah, we don't have any CC to sync up.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. I lied.
1 for 2. Hey.
Really? I mean, hey, if the player is good, we get both pans. I don't know what's going on with the fight there. You have to pan there to walk or see what's going on. Okay.
Okay, looks like we're on all first.
They hid from us. Okay.
Hey, we knock up 2. That's pretty good.
All right, I'm a noob.
We have both. Hey, looks like right now all the right choices are being made here by this Galio. What do we do?
Well, Renata has bailout. You might be able to tank. This is a little bit tricky. Because it looks like she's going to have enough, though. Like, for me, I don't know if I saw the Q. I'd probably throw a Q and hold aggro.
We are out of cooldowns.
Let's try and chase. Oh, we're out of cooldowns?
Or, I don't know.
All right, bad choice. Never mind.
Hey,
all right, don't worry about it. You have no cooldown. I didn't see the Q. So, I lied.
Okay, backs away. It looks like Velio was on the other team, so we did pretty well.
Did you like how I shaped the narrative there, by the way? Because it was like, I didn't see the Q. I would throw the Q, and then I would hold aggro, which would have been the right call if the Q was up, but it wasn't. And, by the way, I just want to say I competed collegially, was like, D2 plus for 4 years.
Now you got to throw out the qualifiers. Just
teams,
make sure
and I still need MOBA Trainer because I am a giant flipping noob. So anyway, let's get on the draft, Grapes. I know we got to move on.
Yes, if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today, as we have gotten into draft for game number 2 between JDG and Weibo. JDG now on the blue side once again like they were last time around, as we see the Varus and the Lilia early pickups for them.
Lilia first pick, gotta say that's a bit of a new one, and surprised that we ended up getting the Varus through. But ends up being that really strong Kalista Renata. The hostile takeover can be really good defense against Lilia. dropping that hostile takeover sometimes when the sleep comes in can prevent Lilia from that follow-up. Something definitely creative that we can see. And we'll also say that Light on this Callista, really good at the champion. It is always fun to see Light be able to pilot this one. And Skarner going to be that big meatball. So the best matchup in Lilia. No, Lilia can wrap through this one, but hey, you know what? You're still Skarner, and if you're creating space for that Callista and whatever else we're going to find later on in this draft, could be quite good.
Yeah, so these are two marksmen that were banned away in the last draft, you know, either in the first or second phase for Varus and Callista respectively. Yeah. So now they get picked up, and for Pays on a powerful pick, gonna need to see a little bit more out of him. On the Ezreal, didn't really have too much of an opportunity to do too much. I think he ended like 0-0-1 or 0-1-1 at the end of the game. And so for a player who is so dominant here on this JDG roster, I think we think of him as one of the best players on the team, one of the best players in the league. Certainly has a little bit more agency, a little bit more pushing power, maybe even some more damage here on this Poke Varus.
Yeah, Nautilus, you know, decent for Callista Renata, and the Nautilus sometimes Renata and the Naut taking a whop and not one of the safer engage and laning supports. Also synergizes really well with Lilia. That's gonna be taken off the board. Meanwhile, some mids to Scout might be scared of, as we might actually be in a world where we're banning 5 mid laners against Xiaohu here. Grapes, a little bit surprising.
Yeah. That's not what I would have expected, but hey, maybe they think that Xiaohu can really get down to a lower level after you know, you get even further down the tier list. As we get a misban, I feel like sometimes that comes with the draft being remade. Although I don't know if that's going to happen necessarily.
Jason Bessa potentially. That's the circle that's up. So really curious to see if we end up having either of those grabbed, or you know, Renekton, which would honestly surprised me a little bit. I think that given the Varus showing, they want beefcakes, and we're going to pause our train of thought.
Looks like there should have been a mid lane ban there instead of just nothing.
Potentially, you know, maybe a Jace ban too. Maybe they wanted that. Who knows?
Well, we would have had more time to get it to the MOBA trainer action there if we.
I could have had redemption, Grapes. I want 1 for 4.
Hey, I think we're gonna go through it again next time around. There's a lot of other cool features there on the app, as well as not just game knowledge, but also some mechanical practice too. We'll see if we a lot of different tools that you can explore here.
You know what the best cope is there? It's just like, hey, you know, if I want to know the answer to those questions, then I use my F keys or click my minimap. You know, always keep that camera active. That is true. Because I didn't know the exact answer to the problem. They
didn't do a lot of that, and that is true.
This is why we talk about active cams, guys. You're a pro player. You gotta always know the info.
And maybe the POV recording could be a good way.
Yeah, we need to see if Faker's playing Fortnite during the weekend. You know, hey, all I'll say is, you know, is Faker, you know, individually, mechanically, the best player in League of Legends? No, but is Faker considered one of the GOATs? Yes. And you know what Faker is the GOAT of? Camera control, inarguably.
Yes.
He thinks it's valuable. It's important for the game, especially if you're gonna shot call. It is. But yeah, you know, just that's my lesson to you from MOBA Trainer. The Cubby Trainer says have better camera control when playing League of Legends.
You know, there's multiple sides to this. As we still love our sponsor at MOBA Trainer, obviously. As
I just love throwing you the spin zone, Grapes. That's what I'm trying to do here.
I'm just here so I don't.
As I try to stay awake with my mug that I'm now going to take a sip out of, that I actually must hide. Because I'll show you the first 3 words. You know the last one.
Yeah, if you're a frequenter on the stream, you'll know that one for sure.
I might have the dishwasher running at 1 in the morning here.
Gotta get creative.
Some other mugs. Yeah, gotta get creative. Speaking of creative, gonna see what each of our teams can whip up in the second phase of drafts. It looks like we had a misban, so expect the salty run back pod, of course, before we get to the rest of our draft.
Love it.
Shout out. Hey, good time of the year. Shout it out. I had fun co-streaming Collegiate earlier today, so had some banger matchups.
We got a couple from Collegiate straight into LPL. It's the perfect amount of chaos, I think, overall.
I mean, if it's Group Nirvana and turn the nameplates off, spot the difference, maybe. You know, who knows?
That would be a great day. That would be a great activity. Turn the nameplates off and see if we're watching NA Collegiate or Group Nirvana.
C-Law or Group Nirvana, you know? Some of those Group Nirvana games have been a little testy, you know? A little testy.
I feel like, though, the gameplay between these two teams, as we get back to the draft, It was pretty high level, especially from Weibo. It's just these slight mistakes that we're getting from both sides that we just want to see just a little bit more cleanliness on. I wonder what, the different champions are going to bring here in this true fearless format. Shun on the Lilia is something that actually has been, I think, targeted against him fairly often here in the draft.
Yeah.
For the regular season.
Deservedly so.
And what? So we're not fully remaking it then, unless we are gonna head back to another break screen, because that's an Anivia that got locked in.
Apes? That's not a Yone.
No, not at all.
All right, we're gonna go get that Yone again. 3 is a charm.
Opposite spectrums of the alphabet, by the way, Scout. It wasn't very close. I mean, I don't know.
Does MOBA Trader have a solution for this?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe they need to click the right champion button.
Yeah.
In champ select.
I mean, I do know that there are some things where we're gonna put our producers, and today producer Chippy, maybe through the ringer a little bit with trying to bring us the MOBA Trainer. It's gonna be 2 coaches in the air of some of those test puzzles. You got to test out mechanics in there, test out some combos. Also, I will say I don't feel comfortable sharing the number of signups that we had, but this is our second day with MOBA Trainer, I believe. After the first day, we did have some new signups, so a shout out to anyone at home that actually decided to give it a go afterwards, as Grape said, directly helps MOBA Trainer putting on that product, which is really cool, and then also helps us in the broadcast. So a very fun partnership, and I'd say overall a pretty good crossover, because if you're watching LPL as an English fan at this time of night, especially on our broadcast, you probably care about League of Legends, and you were probably pissed off that I was 1 for 4. Yeah, I will say it's baseball season. My slugging percentage was a little bit slow there, or the batting average 250, kind of acceptable in today's MLB, but I would say slugging percentage not great. I hit the single, I didn't hit the home run.
You knocked that second. We knocked that second question out of the park, though, and so that means
it was a little, like they give you crap on the outside, just kind of throw your hands out and little oppo field bloop.
Yeah.
Not anything special.
Send it the other way.
Yeah, send it the other way.
Okay. Third time's the charm, hopefully. Hey, we were 1 for 4. Maybe the drafts are 1 for 4 here.
I hope Scout troll picks again. Maybe he just really detests Yone this game, and he's gonna keep on picking different mids to send a message to this brand new coach, right?
That's true. That's a very kind way for him to welcome into the team.
Yeah, just keep on forcing us to remake. Anyway,
I will say,
it's gonna get out of control.
Anivia top has kind of popped up in Prio, both in Europe as well as a little bit here in some of the NA developmental spaces that we cover.
Shout out to Dr. Calculus and Kingen.
The 2 goats top lane. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we tied in NAC, LoL, and LCK. Hooray! No. All right, we have Yone. Now we can maybe start to talk about this draft again, Grapes. As, of course, this would be the Skarner coming in for TN. Pretty solid with Kalista. We'll say Kalista, you want to ramp up through the fights, be able to auto-attack and get those arrows stacked up so you get those big Rens. Renata and Skarner going to help you buy a lot of time so far with what's showing. We'll see if Weibo continues on with this identity as we dive through this draft.
So again, still going to be targeting towards Xiaohu in the mid lane. Now, where we left off in this draft was this final mid lane ban. So the reason we've been stalling is because we've seen these 3 picks for the last couple of minutes. It's going to be a Yorick takeaway actually, from Breathe. Something that he did play against Ninjas in Pajamas. It wasn't a loss, but it's going to be an Orianna here for Xiaohu. Actually, despite all the targeting that they had towards the champion pools, I think that they still got something for him that he's pretty comfortable on.
Yeah, I will say the one thing about Orianna, I feel like it's a pick that's really strong, frankly. It's just the fact that she is immobile in the mid lane that I feel like has really dissuaded some teams from going after more Orianna games. But a real opportunity potential to Wombo here. Do like the beefcakes being taken against Sion, against Kalista. It can be a nightmare to get the needles through that just giant meat shield. And I will say with Orianna, I'm going to take 2 items to get that Leandries until you can even start to think about doing some damage to the Sion. Still opportunity for Breathe to find a counter pick. I got to say, I kind of like Camille this game. I know Yorick was taken off the board. It has been an answer to Sion, but Camille, it takes a little bit of time to get an okay matchup. Yeah, and would have lockdown for the Lilia and the Yone. Gangplank also an option and an old Breathe special. That said, the Varus plays far enough back with the poke, most likely, where it can be a little bit tricky, but wouldn't mind it this game if that's what Breathe wanted instead. Okay, just going to be the Ambessa. I will say, if Weibo loses this game, they end up on blue side for game 3. Going Ambessa here pretty much would require a Jace ban with both Sion and Ambessa out of the pool, so maybe something to consider. But that and the backline access and the access to Lilia with the combos you have between the Shockwave, the Hostile Takeover, and the Skarner, I think that's the big target for Weibo, because Lilia, you can't allow Shun and Lilia to ramp up through these fights. You got to try and find that Lilia early on. So we'll see if Weibo is able to do that.
And, you know, not to mention it, Ambessa, decent matchup in the Sion as well. Breeze will be having himself a very fair time here. I think more Wombo combo oriented here for JDG. Or sorry, for Weibo, when they have the Orianna, some of the Renata ultimates as well with the Hostile Takeover combined with the Skarner. Whereas on the other side for JDG, it's a little more just well-rounded team fighting, I think. You have a good front to back, obviously, with the Rel and the Sion, and depending on what builds this Varus goes, can dish out a decent amount of damage from the backline as well.
Yeah, it's definitely, for me, Lilia is always a champion that really warps the game, because it makes it so important for the Lilia team to really ramp up through the fights and then have those big, you know, flash sleeps and power plays. Definitely something to look out for between Lilia and missing on the Rel. I always like to say, some champs, when you have flash up those engages, you have a power play. Those are Lilia and Rel, 2 champs where if you have flash up, your power infinitely goes up compared to when that's down. So opportunity for real power plays to be set up for JDG and Shun on this Lilia. Whereas Weibo going to be all about stalling out these fights, creating space, trying to find that Lilia early on, prevent her from wrapping and getting those picks, but also trying to stall out so that Kalista could turn everyone into giant pin cushions and probably have those big fights and big rips and big rents.
Very curious what the bot lane matchup looks like. Again, it was Light who got the better end of things last time around. What can Paze and JDG do in their home arena to bring things to a game number 3? On to the Rift for game 2 between these 2 LPL powerhouses. Just a reminder, we're headed over to
JDG's home crowd, yeah?
Yeah, and we're headed over to Xi'an next game to watch WB play against IG, so make sure you stick around for that one too.
I mean, felt like we had some chance after the Jaios. Definitely probably some JDG fans trying to give their team a little bit of extra strength in their home arena. Try and push this one to 3. Would be a fun one to go to 3. As, of course, both of our teams really... I think big story, you know, keeping your head above 500 or reaching that 500 level here. As Weibo trying to get back to 500, JDG would rather be 4-2 than hit that 500 mark. And frankly, for JDG, trying to stop the slide, whereas for Weibo, ever since Erha stepped in, I gotta say, it has been a short debut so far. Still a lot more tape to go through and a lot more to see for Erha. But with how he's playing, we want to see more of him. Again, MVP in that last game. It's his second series stepping in for Hong, and he's been quite good. Was really big using that circle in the last game with that Pop Blossom and that Eco Ult. We'll see how good he is this game with a hostile takeover in that circle. Try and clear some space for his team.
Erha has a big responsibility this game. Try to negate a lot of the hard engage that JDG can throw at, and specifically with the Sion and the Rel.
Really good trade.
Once again, it's Light and Erha doing really well in the 2v2 to start things off.
Yeah, hit that double E. Made that one look really nice against both Missing and Paze. So that's going to guarantee the wave probably goes over to the Kalista. We'll say one thing in this game. Serpent's Fang for Paze. This is an item that I feel like when we get really shield-heavy games, actually kind of worth mentioning or talking about. Really seeing Serpent's Fang warp some fights later on. Once that's secured, got to believe it's going to be an item that comes in for Paze later on. And will be something to look out for with all the shields available for Weibo. With Ambessa, Skarner, Orianna, and Renato all able to rock those.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we do see the Comet, which means we are going the Lethality Varus. It's been the more popular option, although I will say with like a Skarner and Ambessa frontline, we wouldn't have been super surprised to see on hit. But just providing some of that extra like long-range damage, always important, and especially when you can break some of those shields like we were talking about.
Yeah, it's really hard to play on hit into what Weibo has. A lot of it's, again, when you have a champion like Lilia really warps the game that you're in. So this Varus is about being supportive of the Lilia, making sure that you know, you're able to capitalize off those big sleeps and have that chain of corruption up to clear some space for Lilia and make sure that she's able to get through these fights. So I'll see if Paze can continue to be good on this pick. It is a pick that I think he plays quite well, and is something where, of course, you pretty much guarantee that mid lane priority later on. As I gotta say, this clear from June has been... Oh, wait,
Slow.
Scout.
And now
Oh, we still got him.
a play out of Scout. There goes the Ixtal's impact.
Oh, no.
Scout's just dead. Burns the flash and dies. That's going to be first blood for Weibo.
Shun a little bit late on the clear. Tien was there early, and God, I mean, that is... The rough series for Scout kind of continues here, Grapes. Oh, great flash from Missing. Got over the handshake. Good from
still has his
Pace.
flash.
Yeah.
And the bailout in tow, so should be able to get out pretty nicely so far. Swirl Seed going to cancel that recall, but Shun, again, very late to that initial play. I'm surprised that he got out-cleared by the Skarner, as Erha maybe a little bit left out to dry. Teleport comes in, though, as Breathe, or sorry, it's going to be Xiaohu, actually.
Yeah.
Wanting to make sure his support lives.
That's okay. This is an okay rotation. Scout just TP'd back into the mid lane, but Light should be able to pick up this wave at the tower, and then Xiaohu and Light can swap. This enabled Weibo to get both of those lanes in a world where if they didn't do this, they would not have been able to do it. So, well played by Weibo on the back half, and a great find by Tien. And again, Scout, it's okay to go low early on in this lane. I mean, you have D-Shield, you have Second Wind, you can kind of slingshot your way back into it. It is about using your health bar as a resource early on, but a little bit too much there from Scout, and for me, the big one, losing his flash as a resource. It still dies, significant. Great find by Tien, and definitely a misplay there by Scout.
And so once again, it's Weibo with an early lead in game number 1. We saw JDG start to turn that game back around last time around, in the last matchup, but Weibo did a good job of securing things, and I think a lot of that came off of the early lead, specifically that Light and Erha were able to get in that bot lane. We saw how strong the Kai'Sa got later on in the game. As we have the major objectives now available. Now with the teleport down from Xiaohu, I think bot lane prio should be the focus, as he's generated a really big gap in experience right now. 2 levels over Scout, and that should be an easy first dragon secured for them.
Yeah, really like this with Kalista too, as usually Kalista, Renata, very lane dominant. You have that bot lane priority this time around, of course, with the shifts we've had. Bot lanes are mid, which can be nice for not just playing the dragon, but also playing the grubs. I love this shift from Weibo because with their bot lane being here and it being matched by JDG, yes, it's first dibs and control going over to JDG on this top side, but a real chance to retake for Weibo and actually contest the grubs as well. This Kalista Renata should be strong on the next wave and should be able to try and contest this push. So we'll see if it wants to be the double contest. I will say I very much favor JDG's fight here if there is no Xiaohu who has no TP. So I think that this one, it might just try and be a 2-for-1 trade with Tien trying to snipe away one.
Or look mid. I mean, he spotted that control ward right now, but making it a slight 3v2 on the map, but instead the engage with the crash down goes in onto Tien. He should be able to jump his way back out of there without any crowd control here for Missing, because all it burns the unstoppable onslaught. There was no chance of him trying to chase down Tien in that one, but it's just to try to secure these grubs. Second one here picked up for Shun, but the third one still left alive.
Fight for the
Paze
last.
and Missing have joined the fight. Handshake going to try to land here onto Missing, and there's no follow-up just yet. Shield with the Guardian will keep Erha alive as the second grub does not go over the way of JDG. Tien's able to pick it up and flash out as they get away without any members going down.
I mean, that is the best case scenario for Weibo, quite frankly, as, again, I figured that it would be a 2-for-1 at best. Really well played by Tien to sneak back in there, get that last one. Does lose the flash in the end, but I think securing that one grub worth prevents that feat from ticking over and takes away the 6 grub potential, which always really important to think about against the Lilia. Speaking of Lilia, Shun keeping the invade going, pops the sleep, but Tien gets under his turret, and that red buff resets. Okay,
it should be okay.
Still.
With the Eep, one more auto attack. The question is now, can Weibo collapse? Light is here. Swirl Seed lands onto him, but there's no follow-up here with that Lilting Lullaby. Once again, the handshake lands on a Missing, though, and Breathe is here, has the public execution to try to lock one down, as Missing does not have any mana. But now Paze has arrived to the play. One more watch out Eep here for Shun, as Breathe actually taking a lot of damage, actually forced to go forward here, but a really nice engage from Missing will knock up 2 members of Weibo Gaming. The bailout's currently on Breathe. He's reset and will not die. Paze with less than 100 HP will have to run for the hills as Weibo get themselves another.
And for me, JDG, again, way overplaying their hand in this top side. Is I think the red buff, it's a decent idea, but that sleep cast by Shun onto Tien, for me, is where the problem is. Because I think that you can force Tien out without casting the sleep, and then save that cooldown for the fight, where you got to believe right now it's a decent fight if you can play around Varus's windows and his range, those cooldowns. That's where you can get your advantage, but instead they don't have the sleep. They can't create that space on the way out. And think about how much easier this is if that sleep's actually up for Shun. You can really try and pressure. Love how Erha was playing this. Again, he's down flash. He's doing a really nice job of keeping range. As Breathe takes a big trade, but it gets traded upon on the way back. For me, this is where JDG can just kind of take it back. But Shun, he tries to push forward. Breathe gets the public execution. That's all about that bailout. Erha just in range to make sure that it goes on to Breathe. That kill on the missing. Make sure that Breathe, the health bar doesn't tick down. He stays alive, and Weibo find the win.
And it was an aggressive play from JDG to start it off, right? It was Shun going for the invade onto the red buff, maybe using that ultimate, the lilting lullaby a little bit too early.
I think it's warranted. That's it.
Members.
Yeah, the ult was bad. I think the invade is completely warranted there for JDG, especially because you saw Tien burn Smite on the Grub. So if you have Smite coming up, you can take that one for yourself, that red buff. But casting that sleep and the fact that Tien got over the wall was significant. That cooldown being down was significant. I think that's what really enabled Weibo to take that one back.
So because of that, and also the big gap that Xiaohu currently has over Scout in the mid lane, I mean, this is just absurd at this point. A 30 CS lead, as well as a plate already in the hands of this Orianna. It's a 1,500 gold lead for Weibo. Here at the 10-minute mark, they're going to have good positioning around this second dragon as well. And they're looking very poised to kind of give us a shocker in this series between these two teams. I mean, JDG was probably the favorite going in, and now are at risk of losing their third straight series in a row.
And again, this is right after a coach swap. You have no idea what happens with the mental in terms of the team, and I have no idea what happened in this mid lane matchup too. I mean, we saw Scout go down once, but he was just down 2 levels. Is down a full level into Xiaohu here, Grapes, and is at risk of being dove, at risk of having to give away 4 plates to this Orianna. As again, this immobile pick can be lane dominant left to its own devices, and Xiaohu doing just that.
Bot lane means that Tien can go for a timer here. That dragon's up in 5 seconds. Scout gonna go back to base, will have teleport. Well, as an item most likely to try to join a fight, but I don't know if JDG have the strength to fight for it right now, as Weibo is very solidly in control of this mid lane as well.
I mean, I think a lot of this is about wherever Orianna goes, it's big. Right now, Orianna with the team will give Scout a +1 in the bot lane, but Xiaohu okay to drop that because they've set their sights on this dragon. And it looks like it's just going to be a trade. So second dragon for Weibo. We'll see if they can test the grubs. At the moment, Shun has started them up. You got to imagine that because it's Lilia, at least 2 go down. Is Light flashing forward?
Chain of Corruption, it goes out, but it's just on Erha right now. Well, how much rend damage is going to come through? More than enough. As Light secures the Feats of War here for Weibo. Trade will be these grubs right now for Shun, but it is just a mere price to pay for what Weibo have on the map.
The grubs with Yone is nice, but Yone has been kept down early on, and I just love that play from Light and Erha, man. Continue to be impressed by this guy. That time, Light taking control as that Fate's Call, that flash forward, throws that rookie in there. Erha, good discipline to hold off on that handshake. When he bounced back, he was in the wave, so waited to walk past the wave, then hit the handshake into hostile takeover combo to guarantee the lockup on the flashless pays. We just continue to see really good controlled plays out of Weibo. And again, cannot emphasize enough how difficult it is to be a rookie support. You're going up against Missing. Think of the games that Missing has played in with JDG at the highest level. You're in your second LPL series going up against Pays and Missing, and doing this with Weibo and Light. And I mean, looking good, looking controlled, which is a huge compliment to give to any support, let alone someone in their second LPL series. Really impressed by Erha so far.
Yeah, I mean, we were all kind of concerned when we saw this roster change get announced. I mean, obviously we knew that Hung was struggling here on this Weibo roster, and this Weibo team was kind of just scuffling in general and maybe needed something to give him a little bit of momentum, but I don't think anybody was expecting what we've seen from Erha so far in his young career. A really exceptional play. Combined with Light, the synergy between these two players also seems to just be really good. And, you know, against a player like Missing, you know, obviously he's the lone remaining player on this JDG team from the super team that existed last year. And they were eliminated by Weibo in 5 games to miss an opportunity to Worlds. They want to make sure that doesn't happen again, but not looking so good right now in this series specifically, as Tien forces Missing to flash out.
Impale down, okay, no monster objective spawning here for a few minutes. We will see if in the downtime Scout can pick up some CS, but he's still pretty far behind. Does have 5 grubs though in that top lane. So we'll see if JDG able to get anything playing 3 lanes, but still, I think the big thing for me Lilia is still even with the Skarner. We're starting to get to the point where Lilia has the capability to really take off. I mean, we've seen what Lilia can do in terms of clearing the jungle. We're going to have to see what Lilia can do looking bot. Well, just the deer showing her face down there enough to get Breathe's flash.
That's a small win here for JDG, but not enough just yet. We're going to have an interesting situation in a couple minutes, Cubby, where the Dragon and the second spawn of the Grubs will both, or sorry, and the Herald will both be spawning at the same time. For Weibo, I feel like they should probably just focus on securing those Drakes because of the bot lane prio that they've had, and that kind of has transformed into stuff in the mid lane, and we saw how impactful it was to have Soul Point early on in that game 1.
I agree. I think that's the ideal for Weibo. Would have the option to try and look for the Herald, though. Of course, they can trade, right? They don't have to take this Dragon if they want to get something else elsewhere, but whenever you can stack up Mountain Dragons, quite good, especially if you're preventing a Scion team from getting Mountain Dragons. I will say, for scientific purposes, would love to see a 4 Mountain Soul Scion, you know? Which I think Weibo would not like to see for competitive purposes in their hopes of winning. But, yeah. Again, Weibo still has the choice, right? If they want to drop and take the Herald, I'm with you, though. Should be a Drake book.
And as that timer approaches, we're seeing a recall come through from Tian. Maybe one last reset from some of our main carries on Weibo as well. We can see what they can do with the now 2,000 gold lead that has been gathered for themselves. We're not at the point of 2 items just yet, but everybody's finishing up there first. The one exception, of course, being Scout, who was put down pretty far here to start this game off. As looking across the rest of the map, looks like instead of going to focus on that Dragon right now, it's JDG still kind of split up, just trying to pick up as much gold as they can to make sure that they can get back to kind of an even playing field at this point.
Gotta say, Mikhail's being completed here for Airhawk. Kind of nice. Can get someone else out of a potential sleep, as Missing gets trapped. No flash.
On the crash down.
Goodbye.
He's just dead. That's a big timer right now. As again, that Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, and Missing's now going to be late to that play.
And Scout continues to be kept down by Xiaohu as well. As unfortunate timing there for Missing to find Tian, but again, they don't have control over this side of the map. I will say, most of Missing's team was on a reset, wasn't quite out, so didn't have the help. And of course, being down flash, Missing takes that risk, checking that brush, finds a Scorpion, and feels the, well, I would say not the impale, but definitely feels the tail. As he falls, and now we'll see if this Dragon does indeed fall. Again, would be pretty rough for JDG to give this one up, and we do see a TP at least coming in from Scout to guarantee that mid lane priority, and we will see if we get a contest. It does look like JDG going to be able to try and contest this Dragon. Curious to see when our top laners join us. Of course, Awa does not have TPs, would have to take a rather long ultimate down bot.
Oh, here comes Missing. He's back here from the Death Chambers. Goes out with just a single Q, not looking for anything. Impale goes wide, as now the Dragon's down at 3,000 HP. It's going to be a flip, actually. The Lilting Lullaby comes out. JDG have control of the pit. Tian can try to jump back in, but instead, it will be Jindong Gaming securing that Dragon. But what will the fight look like in response? Shockwave is flashed away from his Scout. Has to just use that Fate Seal to buy some time from his team. Not going to be able to take down Light in the process as Xiaohu gets the kill. But JDG get a much-needed Drake to keep their game state alive.
I'm going to be honest, that's probably the best case scenario for JDG. I think they're fine with that one. Trading out Scout for the Dragon. Good sleep and play by Shun to create the space in order to make sure that Dragon went over to their pockets. And Ada was keeping Breathe busy in the top lane, so no TP could come in to give a 5v4 and a potential public execution angle. Well played from JDG. I think, again, that's probably best case scenario for them there.
Yeah, it's not a great case, though, still. you lose another member. Now the gold lead, 3,500. Big chunk of that now in the mid lane. I mean, I was pretty critical of Xiaohu throughout this entire season, but right now, he's having himself a heater against Scout specifically, who is, again, another player that we consider to be one of the best in the league.
Yeah, Scout is really far behind, like, to a surprising degree. Again, this Orianna pick, not something that we're used to seeing into the Yone. It is for sure something that is difficult to play. It is immobile, right? Always can be a challenge when you have so many point-and-click executes, and being down flash and immobile against the best teams in the world can be an almost impossible or unplayable task. So important that Xiaohu able to continue to play off as Rift Herald being started. Oh, that's
kind of chunked.
good ult. Good ult.
The Unstoppable Onslaught actually goes straight in onto Breathe instead. Missing with a nice follow-up. Decimating Smash as well. This could be the fight that JDG need. Just a 1-for-1 so far as both supports drop, but they do pull Weibo away from the Herald. Now Light can start to do a little bit of damage as well, dancing around with those spears, but not going to force anything more as Weibo are going to back away and give JDG control of the pit.
If they are able to stall, Erha will have that ult when he gets back. And that Herald did reset, so chance for Weibo again. If they kind of tickle this and push JDG off, I think it's very favorable. They don't want the fight. They just want to stall time for Erha. Tien's too low to look. I'm really surprised he's even walking in here.
Only Scout has his ultimate here for JDG.
Nice. They got the reset.
Shockwave still available here, though, for Xiaohu. That could be a big cooldown at their disposal. Decimating Smash goes wide as Herald has been once again started up here by JDG.
Erha has ult, so they have the option to look. Looks like Tien just going to secure that red buff. Trying to jungle privilege his way back up. Didn't get enough health to feel comfortable contesting the Herald, as it will end up just being a mid push for Weibo. As you highlighted, though, some big ultimates still up for Weibo, so maybe they can tickle them on the back half and maybe try and get some work done on this turret. As Xiaohu, yeah, still threatening pace.
Oh, just missing that Q, as his name suggests, potentially. Trying to clear out this wave in the mid lane is Pace, as they finally do prevent that G1 from going down. There's the Shockwave and the Dissonance, and Pace just goes down window shopping.
Oh, and I mean, the pockets from Xiaohu still continue to be big, but uncharacteristic mistake from Pace. Again, he's spacing the balls there. I guess he just wasn't expecting the Shockwave to be ripped, and for the damage to ring true as he goes down with Flash and Barrier up. Very uncharacteristic from Pace, who has been the most consistent member of this JDG squad. Again, everyone really thinking that Pace has had a fantastic season. This team has been struggling the last couple series in spite of Pace playing really well. But a bad mistake there is, again, Scout and Pace, the big carries for JDG. Having a couple oopsies today, Grapes.
Absolutely. I mean, both summoners fell up and dying. When you were not crowd control, that was the Dissonance that took him down with about 200 HP remaining. Frankly, unacceptable from a player like Pace if they want to come back here in this series. As they were starting to find just a little bit of momentum. This is the play, I think, right before the Herald went down.
Yeah, I really like this ult from Awa. I think this is a nice angle, but Weibo does a great job of retreating into the choke. Good flash by Xiaohu, gets out of the Q3 from Yone, and the power play from Rel, right? The flash combo in. So it's just a trade of supports. And then this is the head scratcher here. I mean, we're just going to watch Pace hit base with the ball right there and just kind of dare Xiaohu to press R.
It's right there.
A barrier
Surely
flashes up, man.
Of that. Oh, man. That's the head scratcher right there, Cubby.
Yeah.
4,000 goldie now for Weibo.
It truly is. And that gold, I mean, it continues to be on this Orianna as Scout again found. He's going to ult out. Ooh, did escape. That's big.
Importantly, because JDG were able to secure that last Mountain Dragon, this next one, not necessarily a game changer. However, they still would love to prevent Soul Point from going over. However, now with Scout kind of out of position and without his ultimate, it might be a little bit harder to do.
I'm just really puzzled by what we've seen from JDG today. Again, I really pitched this team as I thought the mistakes they had. Yeah, they dropped to IG. That was a series that they probably should have won, right? That Nexus take.
Yeah.
It feels like Pace has been playing out of his mind. It's a really big piece for them, and they lose that series. They drop their coach, and now this team. I mean, it really is Pace and Scout like. I mean, Scout having some oopsies today. We've kind of seen this team just not be on the same page and struggle. And meanwhile, Weibo, the swap for Erha, it's kind of breathed some new life into this team, and Erha has been playing really well. So credit to him, right? But just really pleasantly surprised at what we've seen from Weibo, as this was a team that I really felt like was the one that was struggling coming to this, with Breathe and Xiaohu being really inconsistent for me. But Erha has been really solid, and Weibo has had a good day today. I feel like they've played 2 good games. We'll see if they can put the finishing touches on this one as Soul Point. That's a nice step in the right direction, and a Mountain Soul at that could be very threatening against JDG.
And for JDG, against that Mountain Soul, it makes champions like the Poke Ferris a lot harder to navigate. You have the extra shield. It's going to, prevent a lot of that poke from really being impactful. And so now you're looking at somebody like Shun to be the main player for you on this Lilia. Pick up that second item now with the Andries now in. he'll have to do a lot of the heavy lifting once we get to these later game fights, using those little team lullabies to create space and try to find some way for Scout to get back into this game, because it just has not happened yet.
They do have 5 grubs, so side laning could be good, but Xiaohu, of course, Orianna does bring a lot of wave clear to the table. Has done a really nice job of managing and manicuring these waves with that and best of Sion matchup pretty much being a handshake. We've seen that majority of the side lane. At the moment, though, we do have a Xiaohu there, who has gone for the Shadow Flame. I will say that Orianna usually likes the Andres. I thought it was going to be coming in this game. We do have a Sion on the front line, but that Shadow Flame tells me that Orianna is going to be really hunting for the back line, looking for that damage amp when you get people low.
And we've seen the damage you can do to someone like Pays, obviously. As, back to the scene of the crime in the mid lane we go. Baron up in a minute, Otacon available on the top side, but nobody really wants to start it up. We saw a little bit of posturing around that objective recently, but it looks like both sides kind of pathing away from it at this point. As now Weibo controlling the top side, JDG more around the bottom lane right now, but that's not going to have too much impact because that Dragon's not up for another 3 minutes.
They really like the Edge of Night from Pays this game. I think that it's going to be really tough to actually get that off him. Like Callista Q is probably the best ability to try and remove that. As long as that's up, it's going to require Tien to use his smite in the fights to get rid of that one, if he does want to go for the Impale combo onto Pays. However, that does delay the Serpent's Fang, something we highlighted earlier on as an item that would get a lot of mileage against Weibo's comp, especially if a Mountain Soul comes in.
Get in there. It's gonna be pretty far away. I mean, he already has a fully stacked tier. You imagine he wants to turn that into a Muramana at some point. It might be 4th item until we get that Serpent's Fang out of Pays, and at that point, it might be a little bit too late. So
we'll see. Makes the next Mountain Dragon really important. Of course, Baron hitting the Rift. Otacon is yet to be tickled. And we're 2 minutes away from a world where we have all 3 monster objectives up.
It's just too hard for JDG. I mean, they want to try to get themselves back into this one, but the Otacon cannot be the angle back in.
I think if they start Otacon, they are kind of asking to lose, because like all it would be required is a big entrance from Breathe or Tien followed up with a Shockwave, and that's the end of JDG. If you take damage from that Otacon, where at this state of the game, Otacon still pumps pretty good damage against you. As time goes on, that damage kind of falls off, so it's easier to take later on. Do have to pause, though, because we have 2 members of JDG have snuck into this top side of TP coming in from Scout, and Shun going to look. Xiaohu.
They don't know that missing. They don't know that missing and all are here. They are posturing closer to the river, because that's where they know they are safe. Yeah, they wave out again. The tier 1 tower was going to be their target, most likely, if nobody from Weibo responded.
I mean, if they drop this, like it is a minute before, so I kind of like that timer, because a lot of teams, I mean, you want to contest this dragon, right? It's a soul up for Weibo. This dragon could decide the game. This is like the last time where you push waves in base, but Weibo right now,
he's been there.
They're refusing to show on that top wave. It looks like they're really trying to get a lot of top control. Again, both monster objectives are up here. You can't get this and then try and shift it down. Yeah, now Alma finally shows. And because of this, like, it's a lot of time for Shun and Alma spent up here. There's just total control. Like, there's no hopes of contesting mid-prio here and no hopes of contesting this bot side river, as Weibo should be able to secure both before the soul spawns.
Look at the gold differences right now as well. You have at least half item advantages for both the main carries for Weibo. Xiaohu and Light going to be significantly ahead. We also see the upgraded boots for Xiaohu after getting those feats of strength. As again, 20 seconds until that potential soul dragon spawns. Teleport available here for Ala. He's on the other side of the map. Scout's going to have to do something here in this fight if JDG want any hopes of coming back and forcing.
I think this is a really tough fight for JDG. There's no Seekers for Shun, which for me is a really significant item. Really enables the on the playmaking. Going to have to be a lot more careful and cautious in this fight, as again, Weibo secures that mid wave. JDG relegated the playing through bot. We'll see if Weibo can flush them out, maybe jail them in this bot river. Would be very dangerous if JDG gets stuck bot. Keep in mind, those 2 big monster objectives are on the top side, whereas, of course, the soul being heavily contested because it could decide the game in favor of Weibo. Be a lot of scaling to overcome. This does go over.
It's going to be Breeze joining the fight for taking that turret. Dragon is half HP. Remember, this is soul for Weibo. If they're able to pick it up, that would be a big boost to them here in this game, as they're already having a significant lead for themselves. 4,000 HP. It could become a flip. Unstoppable Onslaught comes out. It's going to be a 50-50. Who's going to get it?
It's huge.
Going to be JDG who pick it up, and now the fight has become unlocked.
Oh,
here comes the Lilting Lullaby. It lands in onto all 4 members. The sleep lands onto Light. There comes Scout with the Fate Sealed. Oh, it's flashing forward. JDG trying to come back here in this game, but Breathe is disrupting so much. Finally, he will drop as a second kill goes the way of Shun, and JDG somehow keep themselves in this game.
I thought that fight was going to be so good for Weibo on the opener. The hostile takeover into the Shockwave got a lot. It really slowed down the engage from JDG. But the Lilia was allowed to ramp throughout that fight, and Shun was kind of the difference maker in that back half as JDG get the Dragon, get out of the fight, or really on even footing, and extend this game.
Oh, that was so close. I mean, just the smite fight was all that it took. I think that if Tian's able to pick that one up, Covey, as we take another look at this replay, this fight could have looked so much different.
Again, watch this hostile takeover from Erha. It ends up being popped pretty early. But I thought it got some decent value after the sign. I mean, it was able to lock up Scout and Shun. And then the Impale comes in. The Shockwave came in. I thought it was so big. But Missing finds a nice engage. Tian ends up going down, and Shun, this sleep that hit everyone, really opened up the fight. I do want to give a lot of credit to Erha for peeling in the back half. That's a great handshake. And the shields here from both him and Xiaohu got everyone else out and got this fight to even footing. So again, I feel like it was a well-played fight from Erha. Just honestly a little bit surprised that JDG got out of that after I saw the 3-man hostile takeover into the 3-man Shockwave.
And so it is going to be the second Dragon picked up. However, the Otacon has been started up by Weibo Gaming.
Scouts
Shun
late.
Not wanting to get here into that pit. It will definitely be the objective going down. And that is now the revives, the false lives available for Weibo. And that could give them the free ticket to try to force a play around this Baron.
Yeah, trying to fish into the topside jungle here as Breathe has made some progress on that top wave. Have gotten that one all the way in. Keep in mind, like this trade from JDG, 5 grubs on Scout. He's hitting mid-inner, should be able to clear that one, but Weibo trying to get Scout to join. This is a very risky Baron to hit as Erha is already really low. Xiaohu as well. I don't like this Baron from Weibo. I think that JDG is right to call the bluff here.
It's just the false lives. The Baron is ticking low. Shun just not even in the pit. They don't even try to go for the steal, but instead go for the fight afterwards. Missing with a crash down to the back. The Storm will land on a 3. A lot of damage already from this World Seeds from Shun. Public execution goes on to 1 as Pace is now targeted here by Breathe. Gonna try to fight this out 3v1, but he will finally go down. But on the other side of the fight, it's a double in for Light. Shun try to chase them down. It's still just the false lives available for Weibo, but not even those will be burned. They pick up the Baron and will get out with only losing 1.
I mean, I know that Shoot is down Flash, but he has Seekers. You could actually try and get in there, but Scout just plays for the inner. They completely bail on the Baron. I'm really perplexed because, again, Weibo didn't have the best conditions. Yes, they have the false lives, but you can still try and take the fight when they're on, like, they had Erha at half, Xiaohu was at half and at a weird spot, but Scout just never joined. Like he just decided to rip the inner and kill it, and Shoot, like, they have vision. Man. He just decided not to get in there. He had the Seekers, wasn't able to wrap around. Scout's late. I think they were really waiting for him to have the fight. I'm really left with my head scratching on this one, Grapes, because I don't love this play from Weibo. Like, look at the health bars. Look at how low it is. But Scout's just late, and I can respect Shun for wanting to wait for Scout, but he just never even takes a look at the Baron where they had vision. I'm so surprised and perplexed now. You have to survive a Baron push from Weibo, who still have the false lives up for another 30 seconds. It's already been inners traded as Scout's still working in this top lane. He has a TP, and it's just going to be about when he decides to pull it because the push is going to continue here for Weibo.
They're going to have to get back at some point to try to stop Scout, but maybe not. If they can just end the game straight through the bottom lane, bot lane inhibitor surely will go down. You see Shun currently hitting his blue buff. He's going to have to get back to base soon. It will instead be the inhibitor going down. Now, maybe some back can be canceled. The Scout was able to take that tier 3, but not the inhib itself. And that fight right there, Covey, very similar to some of the replays that we were showing, some of the clips we were showing before the series of JDG just being indecisive around these major objectives. Shun not wanting to push that go button and ends up costing them a lot on that play.
The inhibitor actually ended up falling the minions there as Scout ends up finding that one for his team, so a trade of inhibs. That said, I think it still all comes down to this soul. Scout still trying to do his damnedest to farm up. That QSS will really help him. Skarner could be a big pain in the butt of Yone, so getting out of that Impale is going to be helpful. But the Baron's still on the shoulders of Weibo for 30 seconds. This Dragon spawns in 10. They have the Wave Prio set up and a TP coming in from Breathe, and I don't think JDG is even in position to contest this Dragon. This should be ripped by Weibo.
Teleport comes in from both soul layers of JDG, but they are very late to the fight.
That Scout.
It will be
Oh,
Ala
wait, no,
joining
that's Ala.
right in the
I'm
middle
blind.
of the front line with Scout instead on a flank. Breathe, gonna try to match him here as already the Dragon is down to half HP. Both junglers in the area. Once again, gonna be a 50-50 potentially missing. Diving in. This time it's secured by Pays. Another steal in for JDG. But will they win the fight in response? Scout gets hit up by the public execution. Has to snap back here with the soul unbound. Light still alive. The sleep will finally start to laying it down. Decimating Smash comes out on top. There's the piercing arrow. The ignite. The burn. It's not enough just yet as Light will survive. Xiaohu at the flash away from the Q of Sion as well. Ala still massive in this front line, but nobody
This
in Weibo
Sion's
has gone down
huge.
just yet.
Scout,
Here
Scout,
comes
Scout.
Lands the knock up in onto one. Breathe now with the flash away. Nobody in Weibo has any summoner spells left. Jun and Pei still looking for maybe some more. Arrows come out, but not going to connect still. Nobody dying here for Weibo.
Wait, Kalista backed. This could be tough. Kalista backed. Everyone's corralled now.
Knock up, it lands on Erha. There comes the arrow as well. Bailout not going to save Erha's life this time as he'll go down. Now Weibo, they're completely isolated. Scout dashing forward. There's a shutdown from the Xiaohu. And JD Gaming are going to win out on this fight on the bottom side. Only Breathe is alive right now in this fight as Light is still in the base. Swirl Seed will dodge away from him, but it's not going to matter. Jun gets the kill, and JDG are right back into this game too.
I mean, I've been a bit critical of some of the plays from JD Gaming. I've been a little bit questionable, but I got to question Weibo flipping these last two Dragon's Grapes. I think that the fact that we have 3 Mountain Dragons on this Sion team and on a JD Gaming who, again, want to play the long fights with this Lilia and have the Lilia ramp, we've seen these fights get harder and harder for Weibo, and with the 3 Mountain Dragons, that might be enough to make sure that JDG is tanky enough to survive this Weibo team, and those deaths were spread out enough. Light basing there really kind of doomed his team, and now, Light got out of everything.
Nice ulti from Erha.
Can he
Will it be
survive?
enough though? Light's
No.
under target. Light is going to drop.
That's game.
The Nexus is exposed. Xiaohu's not going to come up in time. There goes the Nexus, and JDG sends us to a game 3.
I mean, just one play from Weibo, it really felt like Weibo almost had the one in the bag. Again, I'm really surprised they didn't just rip the Baron as 4. I think if everyone goes to the Baron, they had time to rip it like as Ala's TPing in, but no, they play it slow. They try and get the setup. They end up just flipping the Baron. They lose out on the smite, and then lose out on the game after the fight. Ends up going wrong. And that was a game that really felt like Weibo won from start to that moment with that dragon, right? It was just 2 dragons being sniped away, 2 flips that were unwarranted. And now we're at a point where a series that, quite frankly, has felt like Weibo's been winning for 85-90% of it. It's a 1-1. We're going to game 3.
And in that game 3, anything can happen. Now, Weibo will be on blue side, which obviously is the advantageous side here in the LPL specifically, but you really wish you were able to take care of that 2-0. Have a statement, issue a statement there in the LPL that you are really here to play. Send JDG back down to 500, bring yourselves back up to 500, but instead we got to wait for that decisive moment. It came down to a couple of those splits, as you said, and Tian was unable to get the smite in either of them.
Yeah, I just, again, that setup for Weibo, I really want to see the replay for that one, because I think that there is a world where if they just rip it as 4, like they had mid control, they had bot control, and like by not ripping it, like that was the flip where I think if you take it, you win. Like when that replay starts, I mean, if they hit that dragon and pull it to towards the bot lane to the pit, I think that it would be too much time for JDG to rotate and take it. I'm curious to take a second look, because that really is where the game was decided. Because when we go through this highlight package, it's going to be good play for Weibo after good play for Weibo after good play for Weibo, and then it's just going to be JD Gaming winning. I know that their comp had a lot of scaling in it between like that top side of Lilia, Sion, and Yone. They ended up catching back up, doing work through the Mountain Dragons, where that soul was a good spawn for them. They managed to yoink 2, which was significant and really game-defining in the end there, Grapes. But again, Weibo just straight flipping it, like when they were the team that had an advantage, is something that really needs to be questioned as well. I don't think that was necessary from Weibo.
And again, like I'm trying to think of like who an MVP from JDG would be. I mean, maybe it's Pays for stealing that last dragon, but even in that last team fight, there was really nobody that super stood out for JD Gaming. It was more Weibo making mistakes. The crucial one, I think, was actually, you know, trying to stay around there on the bottom side after Light had already gone back to base. That's one of your strongest players on the Kalista.
I mean,
he was just
once
not
Light,
even in that last fight, and the game was over after that.
Once Light bases, like, you're corralled and Light was low, I think that he almost has to stay with the team.
Craft,
but
man.
yeah, that is brutal. Again, this is a game that Weibo Gaming felt like they had won. But the few dragons being sniped away from JD Gaming, preventing that soul from going over, was game-changing, game-defining in that last fight as well. Everyone just corralled, and what was a really tough game, and it was a tough series from Scout, I gotta say, he kind of saved it with that angle at the end.
Found a little bit towards the end. You see the damage numbers not really there for Scout, but he was pushed down, especially after that first kill was given over, and then eventually was able to bring it slightly back here. We're going to start off here at a dragon fight that I believe was won by Weibo,
this was nice. They used the sleep. I got to like lock in here for the replay because I got to take a second look at this last play that happened. This dragon, it was nice. Like the fact that JDG got the dragon and got out. This was the first mountain, so this was big. I thought that this was actually really well played by JDG. And then this fight I thought was actually well played by both teams, as Ala has a really nice entrance into the fight. Weibo does a good job of peeling back. Good flash from Xiao, who gets him out of a lot here. The Impale stymies him really nicely in the front line. Just ends up being a pretty solid 1-for-1. And then, okay, this one, I was surprised that this fight was as even as it was, because this Shockwave, I guess it only got 2. The Yone was able to get out of that one before that went off. That was pretty significant, but was a really big sleep from Shun, who again hit a 4-man. Really, or a 5-man, I should say, and really opened things up for his team in the back half. But Grapes, I'm just waiting for this last fight. As are you as surprised as I am that it ended up going this way, or like the manner that it did?
I mean, even if it wasn't like the best decision making from Weibo to try to flip some of these objectives, like this Baron ended up working out for them decently well. You know, even if it wasn't the best decision, you just land one of those smites, you secure the soul, and the game looks a lot different, I think. So
yeah, no, you're 100% right.
Everything goes right for JDG at the very end of that game.
It did. This Baron ended up being null and void. Again, I just want to see when Ava TP'd in. I don't think we're going to get it in the replay. I really feel like there was an angle for Weibo to rip it as 4. But before Ava TP'd in, yeah, we're not going to see it. But man, this fight, look at how Weibo gets corralled in the back half. A lot of it is from Xiao, who again was forced down. And Shun, who was so strong on this Lilia. Light was doing his best to rip him, but Light was taken low, was really forced out. Again, he has to base after this, but Weibo just aren't able to exit up. And that's, I know that Scout is approaching on that angle, but by not exiting up, it allows for these base timers to get delayed, to get scattered, and prevented Weibo from ending up to clean this one up. Keep in mind that JDG had an inhibitor down in the top lane, so they had super creeps starting to march in. That really helped open things up, and then again, all the flashes were burned by a Weibo on the retreat. That Scion ult ended up being up later on for Awa. Used it a really nice, well-placed spot. And JD Gaming, they clean up, they clutch up, and somehow force us to a game 3. And what was a pretty stupid-looking gold graph, as it really didn't look like they deserved to win this one. But, hey, in the end, that was a really big last play. They denied 2 Drakes, and they end up getting the win.
Yeah, the gold graphs in the LPL are kind of like snowflakes, and that Note 2 really look exactly the same. Never seen anything remotely similar to that one right there.
I can pull up on my Twitter one that looks very remotely similar to that one, and it was an LNG win. Like,
okay,
actually, like right now. Like, hold on, what's I gotta go.
This was against EDG, right? In that game too, with Hai Chao.
Studio mode, so now I can actually create a scene and do this. Watch this.
Shun is our player of the game, by the way. I was thinking maybe Ala after watching some of those last team fights, but Shun, of course, securing that steal of the second dragon for themselves.
All right, you ready for this gold graph, Grapes?
Let's see. How similar does it look?
LNG, that looks pretty similar. Let's be honest. It's looking pretty close. That's about what we saw in that game, you know. Sorry for.
I think the gold lead was bigger in this game for Weibo, and the gold lead at the end for JDG is much smaller. That's the one difference I would give you, but. Yeah,
probably. You know, same trend.
High control from start to finish for Weibo in that game too, but it did not matter at the end, as JDG just found one team fight that ended up winning them the game and forcing us to a decider here in this best of 3 series in Group Ascension. Who will take it and who will be victorious in our first series of the day? We'll find out as we head to a quick break and be back with the draft in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have game number 3 of our first series of the day between JD Gaming and Weibo. Looked like Weibo was about to run away with a sweep here, Cubby, but JDG came back with back-to-back teamfight wins, including that last one around a flip of potential Soul Dragon. Looked like Weibo had everything going for them. They were able to pick up an Otacon, they got himself a Baron, but it just wasn't enough, as JDG now have a chance to right some of the wrongs in that game number 2 and end up with a win in this best of 3.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, we were talking about that one in some hindsight because we were really surprised that JDG won. Still felt like Weibo should have won that one, but I will say, like, the triple Mountain Dragons on a Scion Lilia, like Lilia able to ramp up through that game against a lower range composition of Weibo. I do think that, like, there was a scaling element in that game that might have prompted Weibo to feel more likely to flip a couple of those, but I didn't like the flip still. I feel like we could have found ways to take fights around those objectives where they weren't flips or true 50-50s. Like, if you flip, maybe you could get a 60-40 or a 65-35, right? And for Weibo, I mean, again, it was a game where it really felt like they had control for the majority of it. Like, I don't want to rewrite that narrative by any means. This was a game where you tweeted out Gold Graph Grapes. The fact that JDG won that game was a bit of a surprise because this was Weibo winning for pretty much 95% of the game, and then they lose one fight, and it was ugly, and they lose the game.
And now Weibo have to lock back in because they probably felt like they were going to have themselves a quicker day. They were going to be out of the studio a little bit easier, out of Beijing, back home. But instead, they are now in a do-or-die situation. And even though they have come up with a pretty big victory over IG NIP last time around, going down to 2-4, still definitely not the best place in the standings. We're still in that first round robin, obviously, but every win very important, especially with only the top 4 teams locking themselves up an automatic spot in the playoffs, with the other 6 teams in Group Ascension being forced to play in a do-or-die best of 5. So that's what we're looking at here for Weibo. How can they lock back in? There's still a lot of different priority picks that are still on the board, as they are going to be back on the blue side, finally, for Game 3.
Yeah, well, you know, speaking of IG, Weibo, did he kind of throw game 2, or had to throw there for content, maybe? That does sound like a very IG thing, as of course we will have IG waiting for us later on today. And we'll see what kind of a box of surprises they have to open for us on the broadcast later on. But we got to decide this series first, Grapes. And again, surprised that JDG is even here, and frankly, Paze's face kind of says that too. He's like, oh boy, we gotta play better than what we did in the first 2 games. We actually want to have a game 3 where we're not sweating for the entirety of it, as it was still a pretty surprising result game 2. I still kind of shocked that Weibo ended up tossing that one when you go back through like the handful of plays that we were literally just one smite away from hitting Mountain Soul and making that game really hard, right? So yeah, definitely a toughie.
You gotta wonder how JDG's feeling as well. They felt like they were in a lot of trouble in that game, maybe potentially losing their 3rd straight series, and that could still be on the table depending on what happens here in game number 3. They're now back on the red side here, so a little bit of a disadvantage in that priority in terms of the draft. That Rumble going to be banned away from the 3rd straight series alongside the Vi. But the Nidalee taken away from Shun this time around.
I like that Nidalee ban, the Sejuani ban too. A lot being thrown out at the jungle. Wondering if we might get something like a Maokai to sneak back in here. But I really feel like first pick Jace is the way to go. And with Ambessa and Scion both off the board from that last game, we did talk about how Jace might be a big one for this one. Because those are pretty much the 2 most common matchups that we have been seeing in the Jace. With neither available, you got to imagine that Amo would be relegated to like a Kennen or a Gragas. And it sure as heck seems like, I mean, it's got to be a first pick Jace here, no?
Right, Xiaohu's been liking this Rise.
Okay.
I don't know if I've been liking Xiaohu on this Rise personally, but it's going to be what they go for. Having some semi-global presence, much like the Talia in game number 1. That is what we've seen Xiaohu do at his best. Now we got to see what the follow-up looks like for him. You have a lot of point-and-click crowd control with the Rune Prison, so pairing Tien alongside someone that can match with that pressure will be big.
I will say that Jace Rise can create really strong side laning, as both these champions get really tanky and are really good in the 1v1. So still an angle I'm looking for with Weibo. But again, something that I want to see JDG deny uniquely for JDG. Scout is a very, very good Jace player. So this is flexible between Alma and Scout, as that will be taken away. So making the choice of taking that Rise over the Jace. And again, I was so scared and really pitching this Jace because the big matchups that we're used to seeing into the Jace are gone. No Scion, no Ambessa. Those are the common ones. That said, Yorick is up. This is really the matchup where Yorick was a counter before Yorick actually got big and powerful and was setting up Rise with that potentially other powerful side laner in the top side. This was certainly do it. And frankly, for me, probably shift that Jace into the mid lane, into the Rise. I think that playing him into this Yorick, it is really tough for Awa. So we'll see if he's up to the task or if they end up giving this to Scout and putting the Jace in his hands and trying to find something around that.
Yeah, I wonder what exactly Ala would want to play into the Yorick. Something like Kennen could still be available. Right, some magic in it for the team.
Could grab like Maokai or Zyra here to try and actually set up for that mid Jace, but no, it's going to be the Hui. So Hui, decent matchup in the Rise, can keep the Rise at bay. Looks like range might be big for JDG as a real lack of range on Weibo. That said, of course, their complex range really makes up for it in side laning power. The ability to attack sides with the Realm Warp, with that Grand Starfall, with that Yorick, with that Maiden that's so big in the side lane always. A lot of side laning prowess for Weibo.
As we head into the second phase of the bans, bot lanes going to be the name of the game once again. It's been Light and Era specifically here for Weibo that have had themselves good moments in this series. However, we saw Pays get that big steal on the Varus last time around, and he again has been one of the strongest players here for JDG throughout the LPL 2025 season. A new player on this team replacing Ruler as those two kind of just swapped rosters going into this season. And we'll see how big of a carry he can be in this game. The last time that Weibo and JDG faced off, it was in a best of 5 in the group stage of the split 1 of 2025, and Pays popped off in that last game to clinch the win for JDG. So has an opportunity to do the same thing here in another decider.
Yeah, I will say that Jarvan ban, J4 definitely has seen some buffs of late. I'm expecting to see more J4, especially in later Fearless games. Like as we get back into best of 3s for like LEC and LCS or LTA North as well. So nice to see him make an appearance here in a game where I feel like against Rise Pantheon, J4 would actually bring a lot of value mid, and you can kind of get that augmented hot pot going with the Hui, who of course has some nice combos to throw out with that Cataclysm. But with that Jarvan being taken away, they will save last pick for Pays in the bot lane. Will lock down that Wukong to play into the top side, which instantly, Rakan, I was going to say, was the last real power pick support that's up. It's going to be the Insta Xayah pop for Light. We'll say Xayah can be vulnerable to range. A lot of range with the Jace and the Hui. So I feel like if you go for something like a Jhin here, it wouldn't probably be enough damage to deal with something like Yorick, but would really fit that range identity for JDG. And if they can utilize that to try and keep that Xayah at bay, I'd actually kind of like this angle for them in Pays.
Corki also has some long-range damage with the rockets. And speaking of rockets, maybe a Jinx to round out this composition.
Jinx works, yeah. Same
another
idea.
Now we've seen things like the lethality Jinx as well, which can do more damage with Super Mega Death Rocket. But I think this time around you want more crit just because of the big front line that Weibo Gaming have in store for you.
Yeah, I think the story of this game for me, JDG, they're going to have to use their range. That means that Weibo going to have to try and use the Realm Warps, use the Grand Starfalls to try and the side lane prowess that we're going to have. Get push, create angles onto JDG. Because the front to back with Jinx, you have a range advantage against Xayah. And this Jinx Nautilus matchup does have a pretty positive matchup into Xayah Rakan. Can cancel that Grand Entrance with the Dredge line. Can combo with the Jinx really nicely. And Jinx can outrange the Xayah as well. So might be a tough lane. And we'll see Erha potentially get put to the test here, Grapes. And another game 3 in his second series here in LPL. I think it's been a good day for Erha so far, but we'll see how he looks on this Rakan.
Potentially the first 2v2 where maybe JDG have the slight advantage, at least early on here with the Nautilus of missing. With Xayah Rakan always a staple down there in the bottom lane. As we're all lined up, geared up, and ready to go. A decider between JDG and Weibo. Again, just the round robin stage right now in Group Ascend, but these are two teams that are both fighting to jump into that top tier of the LPL to join AL and top esports that are currently at the top of those standings. After that, kind of a bloodbath. Right now, IG currently sitting in 3rd place. JDG can jump them in the standings with a win, but IG would have sole control of that spot if JDG fall, of course, given the next series that we have up in store, which is them against WE.
It'll be interesting to see. I always like when we see different styles of compositions clash here for a game set match decider. And again, I have to just remind people at home, it might be 1-1 on the scoreboard, but you look at that gold graph in the last game, it's been Weibo winning for the majority of the series. So we'll see if they can keep that momentum going into this game 3 and find that win against JDG, because frankly, the performance we've seen out of them so far, they deserve it.
You can hear the home crowd of Beijing cheering on JD Gaming here a little bit. Weibo getting some love as well as we're on to the rift finally for game number 3. 5-point start so far opening up. As very curious to see what the junglers look like to start things off. We're down the tier list a little bit in these jungle matchups here, Covey. Wukong versus Pantheon is definitely not something you see in a game 1 in Fearless.
Nope, not most of the time. I think big thing for Wukong, just trying to find those interrupts in the back line. Can use that clone to try and get out of the big rips from Xayah, or maybe force a flash if Xayah wants to land the rip. So we'll see if Shun's up for it. But again, I think the story, like this for me, is a game where FaZe has the potential with missing to get ahead in the bot lane. And with that, Jinx can really take control of this game. Again, the range going to be so important for JDG to utilize and maintain. And really important for Weibo to break as well. They have a lot of tools to try and break it. Between the Rise, the Pantheon, and then just the raw power that York could bring, especially in that side lane. Use that side lane prowess to try and collapse in the JDG. But front to backs for JDG, I mean, they have a lot of ways to retreat and hold the line with the utility that play brings and the potential that Jinx has to really be that, more range, higher DPS marksman. And then, of course, I'm not even talking about the resets yet on this champion to try and make it happen.
Yeah, a lot of poke in the other parts of the composition for JDG, but FaZe seems like a very solid damage dealer to kind of round some of that out. You can still do some long-range damage with the rockets, with the zap, even with the ultimate, but once you get one of those resets, it'll really allow for JDG to have a fully fledged team fighting composition. We're seeing a little bit of poke here for Ala early in this lane. Breathe, I think, will be better at controlling this Jace lane as we go on, and especially once Jace wants to group up with his team. Breathe can really dominate those side lanes.
Honestly, it wasn't a great trade there for Ala. He does have the phase rush, and on the runes has no green trees, so no access to something like Second Wind, which can really help you stay in the lane. I do think the phase rush is warranted this game. Again, really big emphasis on the kite back, and York does percentage health damage, so stacking up health not as valuable against him. Grass board just doesn't matter against York. He will win. So I think it makes sense. But yeah, advantage York early on, because he's going to have the grasp, the second one of the D-Shield, to really try and slingshot his HP and his way back into this lane. And Pantheon's top, too.
Good look for a play, as level 3 is hit first here for the bot lane. Missing, waiting, hunting maybe for Dredgeline. Now we'll find out to Erha. Nice use of the Flame Chomper's back. Will force Erha to go forward. Actually chunking out, missing very heavily. The Blade Caller would have come out unless missing flashed away, but it's not going to matter, as Light will pick up first blood by using the flash of his own. Jun still in the area though. The Blade Caller will root up FaZe, but nobody on Weibo really in any big threat. That's a nice kill for Weibo.
It is, but it's a big error from JDG as FaZe and missing. They don't hit the chompers. They don't hit the combo on the Dredgeline. Is now good flash from Shun.
Yeah, he flashes away from the grand entrance. He's going to try to tank one more turret shot, but FaZe just unable to get in range. Some more resources used for JDG, but Weibo still ahead.
Really well played there by Erha. Of course, that grand entrance, that was a good reaction. Shun flashing it, another good reaction, but Erha got the heal, got the shield to get his AD out of there. Make sure Light's okay, and meanwhile missing. This is a try on the Hex Flash, but is spotted. We'll see if Xiaohu pops a Ghost or a Flash at all. Nope, just able to walk his way out of there, so advantage Weibo early. And again, that 2v2. The Dredgeline in the Chompers, that's a combo that should hit and should hit every time at this level. But FaZe threw his too far back. Didn't connect on that chain CC. Okay, we're going to get another look. I mean, look at this. It's a good Dredgeline. It's 2-3. I mean, those Chompers are just long on the Rakan. 3 dings, so able to fully turn it and make sure that missing goes down. Of course, flash from Light and the empowered autos from Rakan when those Ws are running, right, from the Xayah, with that unique synergy that these Lovers duo brings to the Rift. A little bit too much, and poor air there from FaZe and missing. Again, just not a mistake I expect to see at this level. Grapes, that's one that I was expecting to see when I was co-streaming C-Ball in North America earlier today.
Yeah, not ideal. I thought maybe the Flame Choppers were there to like split up the Zyricon, but you should just try to land the root instead.
Yeah,
and now
it's gonna collapse.
We see 4 members down here on the bottom lane. Remember, Pays doesn't have any summoner spells, and Pays will drop, Light getting himself kill number 2, and will escape by juggling the tower aggro beautifully.
Again, like this is a result of the first mistake. First blood went over, summoner spells are missing, and a great follow-up by Tien on this Pantheon. Of course, cleared out the rest of his bot side camps on the respawn and was able to hit the dive in stride. And things just go from bad to worse from JDG again. I like to use tennis terms here. What felt to be an unforced error from Pays and missing with those choppers not connecting. It's really collapsed and snowballed into much more. And again, this was the lane and the setup that we had is this was the winning lane, right? It's the Jinx Nautilus. You have really positive interactions in the Zyricon. You can use your range and your combos to win this one out and then be that big DPS marksman later on as the Jinx. And Pays being behind now is really going to delay those plans.
Yeah, I mean, the Jinx is kind of that late game back option. And another miscommunication there on the Flame Chompers. I mean, surely not intentional, but that's another crowd control lock that was missed out on. It's not going to result in too much being given over, but now you can see Weibo kind of gaining control among all areas of the map. Tien has his flash, going to look for another engage on the missing, who once again still does not have that escape tool, and he's going to die again. Now this time though, the Ignite is ticking, but not enough to take down Era, as the Guardian shield will keep him alive and prevent Pays from getting a reset.
Oh my god, I thought he was trolling by walking with his teammate, but he had Guardian. It was just enough to prevent the reset. The kill going over to Pays as Tien. That was a flash into a flashless missing, and another kill onto the bot lane of JDG, again from an unforced error from them. If those choppers connect against Rakan, you just take the trade as the Jinx. You win out on the health and then try and walk out. But everything is just collapsed from there, Grapes.
Yeah, just uncharacteristic mistakes here from Pays and missing,
yeah, but also, like, we have seen JDG make a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes of late, Grapes. Like, the leniency for this team, at some point, you know, we have to get ready for them to prep and be ready to play the biggest matches in the LPL when the playoffs come around. And this is a team that feels like it's taking steps backwards and not forwards.
Again, new coach coming in as well with Bobo in their first match, so maybe some growing pains, but it's
a lot of individual errors. That's if I'm a coach in the back, I'm a caster having a headache right now. I can't connect with the Jinx, with the Dredge Line to the Choppers combo. I don't know how to coach that, man.
Yeah, that's not. You got to tell them to do it better, but I think they know that already. So, I mean, remember JDG. We considered them after going up to 3-0. I think they took down BLG early on in the top team. Season.
Yeah,
they were considered to be in that top 3 conversation, Covey, but it's now they're staring down the barrel of being 3 straight losses deep at the back half of this first round robin. Not where JDG wanted to be in the grand scheme of things. They could be tied with Weibo in the standings by the end of it.
I mean, and like that's one side of the coin too, but I'm just also like, we do have to give credit to Erha, man. Like, this is a second series in the LPL. And again, this guy's taking it to missing and Pays, right? Like, I'm so impressed. And again, this is a game that's being played through bot. It was a mistake from missing and Pays that Erha and might have been able to punish, but working with Tien to, you know, find the dive, find the flash on the missing, and snowball this into more was really capitalized off a mistake and made for a big early game for Weibo. And again, this was a team that we kind of had down and out, struggling with both Breathe and Xiaohu, you know, having shaky performances, Grapes, to have this turnaround for them if they were to find this win in this game 3 and to get back to 500, really feel like they're on the up with this roster swap would be a real different trajectory for this team that we had struggling with Hong.
Would be their second series in a win in a row, both of them being in 2-1 fashion. However, still some work to do, obviously.
2-0 with Erha. If they get a win, yeah.
Just that one change, sometimes it means all the difference. Maybe JDG are looking that way as well with their new coach, but so far, again, it's 1-1. So we're being critical of JDG despite it being like an even series, but that game 2 that they won was not even at all. There was a lot of mistakes that JDG made in that game, and Weibo, you know, probably should have come away with a 2-0 here.
Yeah.
And with the second life, JDG aren't making the most of it so far just yet.
top lane matchup. Yorick has the steel caps. We're going to start to see Yorick. I mean, this guy gets really big in the side lane. We've already seen the maiden do some work. I had a tweet earlier today, Grapes. I actually want your thoughts on this live. I said something around the lines of, I might go to hell for this one, but I think that Yorick might be the closest theme champion to Easter, as of course it was Easter Sunday.
Champion or skin? Because we have like the bunny Teemo, but in terms of
like thematic, like champion theme, you have maidens and rising from the dead.
You know what? Maybe you're right.
I mean, it's
like
not. It's not Zillion.
It's a cursed way to think about it.
It is. It's not Zillion. That's the other one. No, it's not Zillion.
Ooh, you bring up a good point. Maybe it is Zillion.
No,
what's your argument against that?
It's Yorick. Time. He's time themed. Easter's not time themed.
I guess so.
Like it comes once a year, but you know.
Old man comes back to life with a beard.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm used to. I associate Zillion more with Santa because he has the best.
Yeah, that's
skin.
true. He's
not
got those good skins.
Yeah, he's.
That's just.
Yeah. Also, I mean, you had a real choice today, or with. You could have played Hippie Zillion today. It's still been on theme. Anyway, moving
double
on.
whammy. The unique 2-in-1 special this holiday season.
Yes. Realm Warp coming in.
Back to the game. We get a Realm Warp in from Xiaohu. Hala going to be the target as Breathe has been stabilized himself nicely in this lane and going to get rewarded with it by a kill as he gets that final hit onto Hala. Nicely done here by Weibo. They go up 4-0.
Not even going to flash here as Hala accepting his fate. As again, Yorick, Ryze playing into the Yorick in the side lane. Really like to see that. Realm Warp on Ryze, a powerful tool. Really like what we saw here. Of course, he's dropping mid lane, but they have a grub advantage. They're going to go top. Pei's throwing an ultimate out to try and clear the wave, hoping it connects with Xiaohu, but caught it outside the creep wave. So protects those casters. They're going to buy a little bit of extra time. Of course, Scout trying to get what he can down here. He's getting this lane solo. There will be Weibo that are ahead of plate and ahead on this push as they try and clean up that first tower, which would lead to feats being secured for Weibo.
Another advantage that could be built upon here by, again, our lower expected team. Lower in the standings, lower in who we thought we're gonna do well. And that's the Feast of Strength picked up, and Breathe is now 1,000 gold ahead of Ala, contributing to the 2,500 almost that Weibo having in advantage.
I'm down for this play. I see Shun on the Dragon too. He was trying to tickle it, but this can't be taken by Weibo. Tien just making his way down here, gonna try and prevent Shun from taking this one for himself. As if Xiao is able to fix this bot wave, that's going to be it. Weibo, they don't want to play this fast. They want to try and stall things out and wait for the Ryze to get here. Xiao is still pretty far ways away, so this Dragon should go down, but we'll see how hard Weibo want to chase.
Knock up lands on Era, but Missing actually buffers it with a hook in onto Tien. He might have got a little bit too far forward, though. He flashes away, and just will go down anyway. Xiaohu gets the kill. It's now 5-0 Weibo.
I'm not sure if he was aiming for Erha, who then went under the dredge line and got past it with the grand entrance, so didn't find him, or if he was just trying to hook his way in. But either way, there's a chance that he just got super outplayed by Erha on the Rakan, if that was the case, who had a great grand entrance. The quickness caught him post-charm, and the grand Starfall, of course, didn't come out for the Dragon, did come out after, and that's Awa again being pressured in the side lane. I know we talked about the Yorick and the Ryze into overloading the side against the Jace, can also do so with the Pantheon. Keep your eyes on the missing here. Because, yeah, Erha, he got the grand entrance past him. Did catch the choppers, but he missed. Then missing, flashing out, flashed into the quickness on the back half as Erha, the rookie support, his second series in the LPL in a Game 3, making missing look a little silly there, Grapes.
Yeah, and now he's getting fired in upon by Light as Jun and the rest of JDG have to peel away from these grubs. So, going to end up being 5 of them likely going over here for Weibo. The only thing that they're going to get here for JDG is Scout potentially locking down this turret, getting a little bit of gold back, but it's going to get responded to nicely here by Breathe on the top side. Yeah,
I mean, 5 grubs for the Yorick. That's a happy Yorick and a happy Maiden and some happy little halflings that are following him around too, as they're going to do some work against these turrets.
Are those his disciples, Covey?
Yes, that's a good call. The disciples also rise from the dead in League of Legends.
we got Shun in some trouble here. Another Realm Warp comes out from Xiaohu. Has his flash available, but instead it'll be Shun who uses his.
They're gonna play top inner. Goodbye, Jace. Jace is flashless.
Here comes the quickness from Erha. Gonna land that charm land. They knock a ball too easy. That's textbook dive right there from Weibo. They go up 6-0. It's just pick after pick after pick.
Yeah, again, really tough to play, and I love how Weibo's playing the grub advantage. They're playing into these side lanes. You can really attack the Jace with the Yorick. That's a lot of the idea of this matchup. The E, that slow, getting the disciples, you know, to get on top of you and eat you alive, as well as that W that can lock you in.
This is not the story that I remember growing up.
Yeah, no, it's not, but I might get in serious trouble if I continue this one, so we might have to slow down with this. I don't know that for a fact.
From our production or from above?
Yeah,
lightning crashes into your
house. I don't even want to say, yeah. I don't want to test fate anymore, man. But, uh-oh. Do have to return to the map. Xiaohu has stuck around, and Erha going to help find Scout, who has flash, but might just accept his fate. As, this looks like the replay package you pulled earlier,
I was about to say, we've gone through all of our clips so far here for JDG, like all the mistakes that they've made. You know, Scout getting caught out, them failing to really find fights that they want around objectives. Like, these are the things that have been costing JDG the wins that they were able to get early on in the season.
I mean, this is not what we're used to seeing. I mean, missing is flashless. He's dead too. Like, I'm watching JDG chain in this game, Grapes. I don't know how else to say it. They don't have the ability to make plays in the side lanes. Again, Ryze, York, Pantheon with a Rakan that can follow up too. This is a pretty dominant draft for the side lanes, but JDG has not responded well to this. And we've seen both Ala and Scout get picked. Missing now getting picked in the back half too. He's 0-4. Getting, went from being, you know, styled on to Erha earlier on to now just being caught out in a weird spot and looking a little bit more like the missing a split one who really struggled, who I felt like his improvement was a big part of why JD Gaming was playing so much better this split. With missing really stepping it up with his team, but a real roughie for him and Pays in this game is they got outplayed with his bot lane, and a game where I really felt like Jinx needed to be the man character for JDG to have the best chance to win this game.
Grand Starfall comes out now. It'll be responded to by the Rift Herald here on the top side. And let's remember, Cubby, JDG, it looks doomed right now. But game 2 also looked doomed. And guess who won that one? It was JDG. And when you look at the composition that they do have the better 5v5 team fighting composition. And they have the Herald now. They can maybe use that to their advantage a little bit. If they can find a 5v5 that they want, get Pays back online, get him a couple of kills, we're suddenly looking at a much better game. Now, obviously, we're not there just yet, but this helps. Getting that turret in the mid lane is going to get matched by a tier 2 for Breathe, but that is only gold going towards the Yorick, whereas everybody here on JDG is eating.
Yeah, honestly, I'll take the gold only on the Yorick, man, because he's about to eat everyone on that side lane. And a lot of power for Weibo. Got bot to +2 as it's past that inner turret, and could potentially open up the Dragon. JDG trying to contest this mid wave to slow down whatever Dragon retake there is, but Weibo playing through bot. Going to look for this. TP coming in. That's going to be a Fed Yorick. Just got a shop off.
It's going to be Breathe locking down Shun, who gets rooted up here by Xiaohu. Two-man cage as well. Will force Missy to flash on out. Pays has no way to get back into this fight. As already that numbers advantage goes towards Weibo Gaming. They're up 3 field goals, and they're about to start up this Dragon.
I mean, what a great angle from Breathe just to pressure JDG. And again, JDG just trying to catch a mid-wave high to contest the Dragon. Weibo, with how they're playing the map, again, make JDG look silly. Tien snuck his way in here. Shun was caught out. A great TP coming in from Breathe. Pretty much spelled the doom of Shun before this fight could really extend or happen. And keep in mind, Scout, he's cleaning up the bot lane, which he does need to do in this scenario. So maybe it's just JDG playing a little bit too fast. I think walking through that embankment brush was a little ambitious when they weren't connected with Scout yet. So trying to go around that thick wall and, you know, north of the river before they walk in there, that's probably the mistake or what JDG needed to do. But again, they had mid control. I can't blame them too much in that one. Props to Tien, who ended up getting lost for JDG on the map, snuck his way in there and got the party started with a nice engage on the Shun. And that means that the first Hex Tech Dragon, is the soul we had, falls, goes over to Weibo.
And Yorick certainly thrives in the side lane, but when you're this far ahead of your opponent, you could definitely provide some use in the 5v5s as well. That cage on the W provided so much value there as well. It locked up Missing, forced him to flash away. That's going to be a big cooldown down for any potential fights.
Yeah, and he's got that Shojin item that I am very partial towards because I think this item is very broken, and a lot of players in the league agree. So that's going to be more shovels and more E's being tossed out by the Yorick, as well as more walls. Not bad. And Jace just still likely going to struggle to get into this matchup in the side lane. As you can see, wherever Breathe goes, that's going to be mid-prio. We're going to take multiple members of JDG just to force Yorick out. Honestly, not worth the time, not worth their investment. They have to look elsewhere around the Yorick. As this Yorick just got top +1, got mid +1, being fixed by the Jace. And now they're going to move to Otacon. Try and take that solo spawn objective right on spawn. And JDG are a little bit late to contest. We'll see. They can keep June out this time.
Soon, otherwise, just going to go over.
They can keep him out. Wait, they're going to flip? Okay, never mind.
Smite secured. It's going to be the Rose Petals, and it looks like all of Weibo should be able to claim it.
Wow.
So, not the revives, but that's a lot more gold, a lot more experience, a lot more adaptive force in the hands of Weibo Gaming as they continue to add to their lead.
I mean, JDG just pretty much walked in a little bit late, got the bad news, and now we'll see if they can actually get Tien before he's able to get out. Xiaohu has no TP. It's going to be...
Nice fear coming out from Scout. And that should be Tien going down. They finally get on the board as JDG find themselves a kill. It's going to be all at picking up the shutdown.
All right, not bad for JDG. As, again, that was a good move from them to try and cut him off through mid. Ends up getting the Pantheon in the end. Tien, not the best base in the world. I think if he goes south, maybe he's able to Grand Starfall out, but of course got stuck channeling the recall, kind of stuck in transition. First moment from JDG this game, Grapes, where it looks like they're able to do something proactive on the map and get something, but it still was at the cost of Otacon. They don't get anything else, and as long as this game's in a quiet state, again, wherever Breathe goes, he's going to dominate that sideline and keep Weibo, keep the pressure up on the JDG for Weibo.
For JDG now, we're looking at, I think, the big carries on the bottom side of the map. Scout actually has a slight gold lead over Xiaohu, despite Xiaohu being 3-0-3. I think a large part of that is due to the waves that Scout's been able to collect. 2 full items himself. Also has himself a level lead. And then Pays, who just picked up the Infinity Edge. Again, the 5v5 for JDG is good, but is it going to be good enough to withstand a 3,000 gold lead at this point in the game? Not too sure just yet, but if JDG play it out well, Covey, we could still look at them being in this game. They just have to stop getting caught out and stop making these mistakes that we've seen them make all series.
It's taken time. This is going to be on Pays. He is at the 2-item mark. I think 3-4 items, this Jinx can be really scary. And that team fight, if Pays is allowed to operate again, JDG, they have range that they can use against a little bit of a shorter range composition from Weibo this time around. So that's going to be their big advantage in these fights moving forward. We'll say, looking at the other inventory for Light, I really like the Vamp Scepter pickup. Again, you are outranged this game. You are at risk of being poked down by the Jace, the Hui, the Jinx. So just getting that Vamp Scepter now, making sure that you can have better conditions on the map and make sure that you're keeping your pressure up even when you are ahead is a buy that I really like.
Can keep you alive. Maybe not as much damage, but
better
extra
from
shielding
poke,
potentially from a Bloodthirster or maybe a Scimitar. A little bit extra safety here for Light. We're waiting for this next dragon to spawn. It would be only soul point for Weibo, so JDG don't necessarily have to fight this. However, I feel like they're at a decent item breakpoint that maybe if Shun can pick up his second, then we're looking for something. But maybe instead we're looking for a pick in the mid lane. As Light and Erha are very far up, but they know they have Tien and Xiaohu there to support them.
I will say Weibo, they haven't had many instances where they've been like 1-3-1. You can see that Xiaohu has really been threatening to join the Yorick and go attack. It's kept a Scout rather back as Weibo playing 2 lanes instead of the potential 3 that you can do with the Yorick Rise. Been a little bit interesting, but does allow for you to look for threats like this. As Xiaohu's seeing if Breathe needs any help to wrap up this turret. They do spot Shun. Of course, Xiaohu's sitting on a ward, unbeknownst to him. So potential for JDG to make a play. But JDG not looking at it. Instead looking at that dragon, which I gotta say, the Jace is soloing right now.
They're just gonna get it.
A dragon for inner. Okay.
Question is, can they get more than the inner now with 4 members on the top side? Maybe make it 5 with Light joining the fray.
I mean, you gotta sack this as JDG. I'd be so surprised if JDG can actually contest this. I don't know why they're here. Yeah.
Oh, there's the flash. It goes in on a Scout. Grand Starfall comes out as well. It's going to be just that 1 kill for now. Cleanse already used by Pace to get himself away from the Rune Prison. But yeah, I mean, that tower is going down no matter what, and it cost Scout his life. Here comes a Realm Warp. It's going to send
Oh,
four
behind.
people into the back line. And there goes right on a Pays. Light gets the kill. Missing now running underneath his tier 3 in mid. As that's going to be now the inhibitor picked up for Weibo Gaming. They could even look for more with the Maiden
Jace
for
is
Breeze still
TPing.
alive and Jace having to TP back in. It's a 5v3 over the map, but Weibo in tremendous control of this game. The first Nexus Tower is down.
No
a wave has
shots.
to be cleared out. Jean going in
That's
forward
it.
with the
That's game.
Cyclone, but is not going to find any bit of a target.
Wow.
9 seconds on Scout. It is far too late. Clear and utter domination from Weibo in game number 3 as they tell JDG, no comebacks for you this time. They win the series 2-1 and go back to even in the group ascent standings.
I mean, JDG, why are we contesting a top inner turret? You gave up the dragon, or you took the dragon, gave up the top inner turret. Like, you know that's the play that was going to happen. Ryze is sitting on a ward. Pantheon is not contesting the dragon. You have double globals. Why are you even thinking about being, like, under that inner? I know that Scout had a tough series. For me, like, he kind of brought it back in that game, too, in the end. But if you look at Scout's 3 games this series, Grapes, I think that's real concern for JDG moving forward. And on the flip side, for Weibo, what a nice win for them. What a great game and series from Erha, man, who continues to be really impressive in his just second series at support.
I mean, if you got the dragon off of that play, that should be a win for JDG. Getting closer to
Why
potentially
contest the
picking
inner?
up a soul, and
It's
it costs
5
you just
grubs.
an inner turret. It's not going to be that bad.
I'm so flabbergasted by that choice. You're down 5 grubs. It's a Yorick with Maiden. Ryze is sitting on a ward for 2 waves. You're against a Pantheon. Why even think about approaching that turret? Like, Scout approaching that going down, the chain of events to end the game, that happens off of Scout being there. If he sacks that and Hui is alive and able to clear the next wave, Weibo cannot end from that state. They cannot even think about Realm Warping behind the way they did. That was really disappointing for JDG, who, again, a team that we have such high expectations for given the names on paper. To see them lose games like that is just really uninspiring and a real bummer. And Scout, I mean, think of all the airs back from game 1, 2 Grapes, and just contesting turrets that he can't. It feels like they're playing so greedy when they just do not have to. They have to respect their opponents more.
And it's the greed from overextending in side lanes combined with not knowing when exactly they want to fight, when their win conditions are met, that has led to JDG now dropping their 3rd series in a row from 3-0 down to 3-3, pulling themselves into a tie with both BLG and Weibo in the standings, half a game ahead of FunPlus Phoenix, by the way, who are on a bit of a run themselves. But that should be concerning here for JDG, who we considered, again, at the start of this group ascend to be one of the top teams in the LPL. And their schedule doesn't get much easier. In 3 days, they're playing against anyone's Legends, and they got another matchup against Top, I think, later on to wrap up their round robin.
And that's the top of the table that feels like they're a little bit further away from now, frankly, Grapes. I don't know what else to say for JDG. Like, this is a team where to see them after beating BLG, you look through that post-comment thread like, oh, the super team's here. Like, JDG is the team to beat, or please save us from top esports going international again, right? Like the true LPL fan would probably say. And now JDG, like, they've lost the last 3 games, look really uninspiring. They're disconnected. Scout's been really poor in the last few series. And again, there are just multiple turrets and multiple instances in that series where his team is winning across the map. He is refusing to give up a wave under a turret and a play that if you give that up, your team just wins and it's fine. And it turns into, like, catastrophic scenarios for JDG and his team and really poor looks from Scout. So really hoping to see him just clean up what are simple mistakes but are extremely costly for him and his team.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough look for Scout. I know that we were shining lights on him a little bit, like, hey, like putting a spotlight on him at the start of the series, saying like he needs to clean some stuff up, and that still remains the case. There's still a lot more games to go here in Group Ascend. That's the most important part. Unlike Nirvana, it is a double round robin. That means they'll get a chance at revenge against Weibo later on in the year. But with the way that things are set up, like, one game win could be the difference between making it automatically into playoffs and being forced to play a best of 5 for your tournament lives here in split number 2. That could be the difference between making it to an international competition, playing at MSI, or not.
Yeah, and looking at that post-match threat, I mean, again, Scout, not a lot of big game impact there with Shun. That's a pretty low damage numbers coming out. I know Shun was picked out a couple times before those fights as well. I'm still frustrated most at Scout just because it's so easy just to give these turrets. Like, that play was just so telegraphed And for him to give that up and end the game, like, I'm shocked. The Scout's a player that I have so much respect for. See him making these simple mistakes, like, we've all seen the high highs he can hit in this league, but it really feels like he is the person that is really hurting his team here with just contesting waves and turrets. Again, I can go screenshot 3 different instances in this series where Scout just plays a turret that is super illegal for him to even play or think about being there. And all 3 of those ended up being extraordinarily costly for JDG in their 2 losses, not to mention the game where they won, where he was down 2 levels and getting astro-gapped by Xiaohu in there for a little bit, right? So just a real bummer of a series to see from Scout. And again, there's just no way in hell we need to contest this wave, and this led to the end of the game. There's really nothing else to say. As again, if he's here, you cannot realm warp him like this. That wave would be cleared by Hui, and then you were at risk of the turret as well. If Hui is there, I just don't think that this play is like ever on the table. And again, that play led to the game. So, real puzzler for JDG, and definitely work to do, regardless of the coach that's in the building. We need to see this team really level up and be that super team that was promised to a lot of fans. We're hoping to see the resurgence of JDG this year.
And again, disappointment for fans of JDG, one of the most popular organizations in the LPL last year, by missing out on qualifying into the World Championships because of Weibo Gaming, who ended up beating them 3-2 in that final matchup in the regional qualifier, in that regional finals. And so, thinking that switching out all the players, making a new look super team, you got players like Scout who've won Worlds, players like Pace who are tremendous domestic players, like in the LCK. It just hasn't been enough for them just yet. They've had moments where they've looked like one of the best teams in the league, but every single time that happens, they get hit with a little bit of adversity, and they're facing that right now. Still a lot of season to play, though. They got to fix these mistakes as we await our player of the game for Weibo. Could go a lot of places. That was a pretty dominant one, but it's going to go over to Xiaohu on the rise.
Yeah, he did a really good job at impacting the map. I thought that it was maybe going to be a Tian Pog or Erha, who frankly, I know I spent a lot of time kind of harping on my disappointment with Scout, but Erha, cannot give him enough credit in his second series. Kenji just played really well. I thought really outplayed Missing in that game. And yeah, I mean, for JDG, like, it feels like they just got 3-0'd, man. That gold graph in game 2 is pretty ugly. And for me, this is a story of, yes, both teams are 3-3 now, but a story of 2 teams that are on completely different trajectories. You have Weibo Gaming with Erha stepping in. Really feels like it's been a breath of fresh air for Breathe and the rest of Weibo, as Xiaohu played pretty well today too. And then on the flip side for JDG, going from sitting at 3-0, the super team that was promised, like people are hoping that arrived, to really disappointing performances from Scout and Missing, and the team looking a little bit lost on the map. It really feels like IG might have broken them.
And a potential way to get back up to the swing of things here for Weibo. Their next 3 matchups are against WE, who, again, has yet to win a series so far in the LPL. Of course, they're going to be our next series up on the docket. Then IG, and then BLG, who are both right in the mix with them in terms of the standings. So if they can do well in that back half, they can end the first round robin with a winning record after being down 1-3 to open up the year. That would be really big for Weibo, really big for Airhawk jumping in to this team, as that's going to do it for our coverage of this first series. Going to see, of course, plenty more of JDG and Weibo in the weeks to come. But we now have to step aside for a short break before we enter our second series of the day here on LPL English. When we come back, it'll be WE up against Invictus Gaming. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We just came off of a wild series between Weibo Gaming and JDG. Congrats to Weibo for taking that one 2-1, but we're here for our final series of the evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are here in the world. It is Team WE up against Invictus Gaming, a battle of two of the most legendary organizations in the LPL. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby here for this second series. Let's get right into it, Cubby. WE still looking for their first series win, or IG coming off of one of the craziest series we've had here in the regular season so far.
Yeah, that Nexus to Nexus march from IG was, I'd say, potentially the highlight of LPL so far. And on the flip side, WE might just be the scariest 0-5 team I've ever seen, as they've been taking games off of BLG, taking games off of anyone's legend, and just cannot seem to find a series win for themselves. So still looking to make the mark that FPX has in this group, but a team that has really shown promise, and a couple players that have been performing better. I think notably Vampire has really stepped it up the last couple of series. A player that I've been critical of, has been a bit of a flipper at support. Feels like he's been taking some really good plays for this team and making space for Taeyun. Has been nothing but impressive for the whole year.
And Monkey also coming in as this new addition to the roster. Remember, this was a team, WE, that went 1-5 in the placement stages, had to play through a gauntlet to get up into the Ascension stage at all. And the reward for it is 18 best-of-3s against some of the best teams that the LPL has to offer. Lots of experience for some of these newer players like Monkey, like Vampire, to get against some of the top competition. And for Vampire specifically, this roster this game might mean a little bit more for a player like him, as we have a little graphic to show. This is kind of his revenge story. This is the first time these two teams have faced off this year, and this is the team that Vampire was on back in 2024, where he got a little bit of criticism. So this is his chance to maybe shut up some of those haters and give IG a bit of a whooping.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do that, or if the lights are too bright from IG and Vampire ends up crumbling in the dust, or depending on whatever Vampire themed show or whatever you can find. My favorite, personally, shout out to Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We'll see if IG can beat Buffy. All time great. Have you not seen that show, Grapes?
I've seen like a couple episodes.
Okay.
But I think it's
it is legitimately all-time great show. Highly recommend. Shout out to Rafa, as he watched that. Roommates got to join for some of that. It was a fun one. But yeah, so we'll see if IG can be the Vampire Slayer today.
Well, let's take a look at some stuff that I think WE's been able to do well. A lot of it is off of these two younger players in Monkey and Vampire, with Karis, Taeyun, and Cube holding their own, absolutely, but a lot of it's based off of these two specifically making plays across the map.
Yeah, I remember. It's funny. I casted this series against Top Esports, and coming in, I felt like Top Esports was, WE, sorry, was making mistakes that, like, on their own. I felt like they were coming in, overextending in some games, and like we're kind of closer to winning games or series than what we originally thought. And I feel like that's really come to fruition. We have seen good moments from Monkey and Vampire. We've also seen moments where I feel like WE has really overextended, crossed their battle lines, and I have been punished for that. So for me, it's about finding the right mix for these young players in Monkey and Vampire of, hey, like, how far can we go, right? Because I know that there are a few times where sometimes they cross that line, and that is where WE has faltered, but still a team that, again, joins the 8 teams from Split 1 in this group. They're one of the 2 teams that were added to Group Ascension, and I feel like it's a real opportunity for them and FPX to really improve, try to scale up, and show that they do belong in Group Ascension. And for me, WE has been showing more and more signs of that. So it has been good to see other players step up around Taeyun, who, again, has been fantastic all year.
Yeah, some more clips here, but I think we can move on here to our next roster, as we are getting close to that 1v1 after the big break that we had. It is Invictus Gaming, as they are currently 4-3 in the standings, and as we said earlier, Cubby, off of the last series that we had, with the loss that JDG just suffered, IG currently sitting in sole possession of 3rd place. Now they can go back to even, go back into that mix at 50-50 with the loss, or they could jump up and add to that lead that they have over the rest of the pack with a win.
Yeah, and it's kind of goofy because, of course, with the schedule that we have for LPL, some teams have played more series than others. IG only have, as you pointed out, Weibo to go in their first round robin. So a chance to move to 5-3, guarantee that winning record, and guarantee, of course, hopefully slotting into that top 4. I have to say, though, with IG, I feel like Kelsey, she described it the best. It's like the HR meme with IG, where, you see some teams inting like FPX, and people are like, FPX is inting, and then you see IG inting, and it's like, oh, but it's IG, you know, like they're so lovable, they can get away with it. At times, it really has felt that way with IG. This is a team that are authentically themselves. They're going to play to outplay you on the Rift. They're going to play fast. They're going to play for fights. They're going to try and win the games, and we've seen that work out for IG for better and worse.
And we have some clips to show the ups and downs of Invictus Gaming so far. Some of it from their wins, some of it from their losses. I mean, overall, Cubby, looking at these clips, what are your thoughts?
I mean, so I pulled these. I mean, this is one, like the Shy goes down. They burn a lot of ults. And it's not even a soul for NIP. I just want you to look. I mean, I'm coming off the series where I was frustrated at Scout contesting turrets. IG from this state actually decided to contest this dragon in a 5v4 where they only have Shockwave and Bullet Time, and then they just kind of get spread out and spread thin and taken down one by one. So for me, this is very much an unforced error from IG, and I think the most common denominator I can find from a lot of their tape is I really need Mako. It feels like when Mako is the one that is able to step up and be that engaged, like this team plays a little bit more on the same page. This was the questionable one from JJ where he just sees leave, and Christ compelled him to do that, which led to a pretty tough scenario. See K-Man pull this one from our stream. He's losing his mind up there. Again, we've seen some really awkward moments from IG, but we've also seen some fantastic moments from them. I know that I've talked a lot about the Flare. I gotta say, from the Shy, I can't believe I'm saying this, Grapes. I actually am a fan of the Nidalee top. I think that I see the value. The Bruiser item is really OP. She can actually abuse that with just the raw stats you get in the Cougar form. So, I mean, we have moments like this, and we have moments like this as well, where this charm from Rookie really set into the swing of things, what was a game-saving, Nexus-saving play. And frankly, whether you like it or not, the play of the split in LPL so far, as they were able to go Nexus to Nexus here and take the win. So that is really where IG's at. And kind of like what I was saying for JDG last time, like you can look at their two losses as glass half full or half empty, right? Like, hey, JDG, they lost to IG just barely. I felt like IG really grasped victory from the jaws of defeat there. Or with JDG, you know, they lost to FPX, and that's ugly. I feel like with IG, you can look at the 5-3 and be like, hey, that's not bad. Like, this is a team that's doing all right. And they're kind of on the up. Or you can look at it like, we still don't know how they're able to consistently get there. It really just feels like they go in, they take their picks, they brawl, and then they end up winning. So looking for a little bit more of an identity from IG. And for me, I think that if Mako is able to step up and step into that big engage role, I think we've seen some iffy games from Mako, a support that I hold in the highest of regards given the history that he has in the LPL. Just really want to see him be the Mako that we know and love as that world champion and dominant support, both domestically and potentially internationally for this team.
Yeah, because recently, in this season specifically, both the play from him and Gala have been a little bit in question. A lot of ups and a lot of downs as we prepare ourselves for, of course, the 1v1 for side selection. WE still hunting for their first victory here in Group Ascend. However, I will say, for a team like them, when they really never had a true shot of getting into that top 4 anyway, because of all the talented teams that are here in this Group Ascend, the wins and losses mean a little bit less for them. I think for the most part, these guys are most focused on learning, getting experience, and being sure that they are ready for that eventual 5v5 or best of 5 at the end of all this to potentially get themselves into the playoffs. Because the way that the schedule actually works out, you could be 0-18 in the regular season and still find yourself in the playoffs because you win that best of 5. And so that's what I'm looking at here for WE. Notable increases in their improvement, in their growth, and in their skill level across the board.
Again, a real opportunity too. I feel like something that's kind of slept on. Just the fact that, like, I don't know, over in the LPL, I mean, how much does a team like Team WE get to scrim the other teams in Group Ascension, right? This was a team that we were surprised to see make this group in the first place. Obviously, WE playing better now, but just having that on-stage practice, the double best of 3 round robin, that's a lot of reps in the top teams that you're getting in the LPL. And I feel like we've already really seen FPX elevate themselves off that play that they took from just making it into Group Ascension to now, I mean, taking series in Group Ascension. And for WE, they've taken games off of good teams. They've had good looks in this league. They just have yet to find that elusive series for them. It took a bit for FPX to break that too, but a chance for WE to do it into a team that isn't perfect in the likes of IG today.
Took FPX 4 series, I believe, to find their first series win. They were 0-4, now they're 3-4 on a bit of a win streak themselves. So WE a little bit behind pace. maybe they could find it here against Invictus Gaming. Our 1v1 is Karis against the Shy, mid laner against top laner, and as we head into the draft for that, you can see the bans kind of reflecting the roles that each of these players, represent.
Yeah, I feel like you got to ban Renekton against the Shy, but I will say the Shy as well. Opportunity to potentially see some dark tech come out here as, in the past, known for Kalista top in solo queue, known for, I believe, Varus, something that he has played quite a bit. And I will say I'm hoping to see something a little bit better from the Shy. The first time I saw him play a 1v1, a hero I got to cast in the LPL, he didn't realize that 100 CS was no longer a win con. So
yeah.
He was winning from start to finish on the Varus and then decided to hit the wave instead of hit the champions and died at the end. We're going to hope that it's a little bit different this time around.
As the Varus was banned away by the Shy as we await our picks across
What do you got,
board.
buddy? You're always cooking for us. I wonder if it's just in Italy. I don't know. I feel like you don't necessarily get to level 11, which is really important on Italy, and she probably needs 2 items to get going. But it would be a fun one. Always a specialty pick for him, as it's going to be a Pantheon.
I don't know if we've seen this one in the meta just yet. The response is going to be the Rumble, which you saw in our last series as well. Very powerful, although it did not win against the Renekton. We'll see how it does against the Pant this time around. I feel like it just does way more damage and should be in a decent position here.
Yeah, of course, the advantage for Pantheon, at least what he's looking for here. I mean, it will be nice for the Shy. He could really control the equalizer, just given that, he can drop it. Pantheon, if he walks on it, Pantheon has to walk on it, right? It's not like the Renekton matchup where he can slice and dice away from it. Pantheon would have to run away from Rumble in that case, can buy him some space. I think the big thing here is that Pantheon, of course, if you get low, he ends up critting. And Pantheon, early on, can be really strong if you're able to rotate out those empowered abilities. So we'll see if Karis is able to do that. Maybe pressure the Shy early and find an early kill. I feel like if he doesn't find a kill before 6, then might be in trouble against the Shy. But we'll see. 1v1s, I gotta say, been a little bit hit and miss. Grapes, we had a good one in the last one. It was actually
that last one was good.
Authentically well played by Breathe to find that win against Allah. Or no, it was
the other way around.
Played it really, yeah, but he played it really well to find the win against Breathe. So we'll see if the Shy is able to bust out here, as of course he is always known for his mechanics and laning prowess in the top lane. We'll see if he can bring it to the 1v1.
On to this we go. Side select here for the winner. As you can see, Barrier Ignite for Karis, also with 2 Doran's items.
Oh my
I have
God,
a feeling
he
Cubby,
went
that means he
guys.
wants to scrap early.
The Shy just went for the guys, man. He's getting the masks and trying to go from there. As the Conqueror as well actually did overheat a little early, so bit of a bummer there.
I don't think that was the intention there.
Yeah, it's all right. He's level 3. You can stack it up pretty easy. I was talking about there's some tech in solo queue right now. You can go double ability haste on Rumble level 1.
I saw that, yeah.
Go E and actually get to overheat pretty much level 1 when you enter lane. It's pretty nice. You can sell those. It's one trick, I believe, in China. Been doing it. Shout out to a friend of mine, Miko, sharing that one with me. But yeah, at the moment, you see that Pantheon has a lot of raw strength early. Again, I think pre-6, Pantheon going to be in really good shape here. As these Qs have been doing a nice job of taking the Shy low, and he doesn't feel safe enough to approach this wave, that's for sure.
How much does the Shy want to seed before the gold lead ends up being too much? We'll see. Karis already hitting level 4 first. The Shy are going to feel comfortable farming under his tower, but where Karis getting these plates could also be very good. A little bit of poke damage back onto Karis. It's actually now they're at even health. They can't walk forward too far, otherwise the Shy's going to overheat right on top of him.
He dropped a lot of CS for these trades. So Karis at the moment able to survive. Of course, did pick up the cannon, but a couple harpoons thrown at the Pantheon instead of these creeps. The Shy will try and stack up this wave, likely to attempt to crash this one into the Pantheon. I think the Karis will have trouble contesting this because how big the wave is, but see how the Shy wants to play this one. I kind of figure this is going to lead to a base. I think that's the idea of the Haunting guys, is he wants to make sure that he kind of survives this early game with the double Dorans.
Yeah, so nicely done by the Shy. Gets the wave under turret, although jumping back in is Karis.
Oh,
Ignite's already burned. A lot of damage actually dealt. He waited out the overheat beautifully, and Karis is going to be able to pick up the first kill this 1v1.
Yeah, that barrier was light too. Is trying to use it against the empowered Q. Ended up coming out late. Didn't get max value there. And of course, Karis on the Pantheon. You get people low, get those crits. Karis able to get that kill early. Kind of risky from the Shy, just going for the mask. Again, I think that he really needed to find that early base to survive the stronger Doran's items being selected for Karis, and I just wasn't able to get that wave in. Good 1v1 from Karis. The Shy down to life. Next kill from Karis will end up winning. And of course, the Shy, 1 kill from him. If the Ring of Fire is up, that will spell the doom. So, something to look out for.
He had like no gold.
Yeah.
He just bought he bought Naptome and that was it.
Pantheon is a Hex Drinker. Oh god, a Caulfield's too.
Oh my.
Ooh, oh boy.
I mean, he just ult right in. I mean, he has pure combat advantage right now.
That could be it.
The Shy's overheated too. There goes the jump. Conqueror already procced onto the Shy. The ulti was used maybe to clear the wave. It's already off the cooldown. Karis is in a really good situation right now. The W is up in about a second, but the Shy's overheating, so he doesn't want to go too far forward. Man, this is really well done here by the mid laner of WE.
We missed the equalizer being dropped to kill the wave, so the Shy able to cheat the recall. Karis doing his best to make sure that he's able to slow stack this one up as the Shy. You know, he did hit that Leandri, so he's got the big masks now in his inventory, and we'll see if this is enough to overcome the Hex Drinker and the Caulfields for Karis as he's sprinting towards that Maw. I think that the Shy is going to be in tough shape. My guess is that he's going to rush some armor after this. I don't think he can go for more damage, but we'll see.
And Karis getting that wave in one more time. We're getting closer to that Ring of Fire closing in, and that's where, of course, the Shy can just like win it off of 1 kill. Golden goal situation in a way. And speaking of, doing a lot of damage with that empowered Q.
Again,
burning him
Leandri's, it kind of cheats the Doran's items now that he has that one. And the levels, too, do matter for Rumble in this one. So things have slowed down a bit. It's going to help out the Shy as he tries to survive the onslaught of a Pantheon and Karis, who I think is likely going to base here. So Karis likely to finish up that Leandri's, and we'll see if the Shy is able to play the next 2 waves, because he's going to get this one in. And curious if he has the equalizer up in time to maybe use it on the upcoming wave. If he wants to try and delete that one and then get a super base off.
Problem is, he might not have it for the next team fight if he uses
I don't think we're close enough yet to the Ring of Fire. Like, for me, he might have been able to throw it down there, but I haven't seen the minute timer yet, so we'll see. And good cancel there from Karis. That's actually really big. That's going to really pressure the Shy to see what he wants to do with this wave. As with Karis, he's going to hard push this one, so the Shy going to cancel that base and opt to stay. Really nice base cancel there from Karis. That's big. It means that he's up in items now and up a level, so the Shy on the back foot.
We'll wait the eventual final fight. Equalizer and both summoner spells available for the Shy. He overheats here with the Electro Harpoon as he's trying to just push this wave back in, I think, and
Karis wants to jail him. So I like what Karis is doing here, is just using all of his empowered abilities on the wave, because he knows that as long as the Shy is not able to base, then he's going to be okay. Now, we are 50 seconds away from that Ring of Fire. You can see in the top right of your screen. So likely to see both of our players free to base here before we get that final all-in. As Karis, good trade there. Actually got the Flame Spitter to face the other way, so he's going to win that one very positively.
Nicely done. And at this point, I mean, the Shy is not going to be able to do too much, as an ultimate actually is going to come in. Here goes Karis, the Grand Starfall. Overheated is the Shy. Underneath the turret, Karis might be a little bit too low, but he's going to be able to take him down with the empowered Comet Spear. And side select will go to Team WE.
Oh, man, that Maw worked overtime there. Helped him survive the equalizer under the turret. And Karis, he indeed had that one calculated, Grapes. As he took the Pantheon, takes that 1v1, and Team WE going to take blue side.
Hey, that's one win in what could be potentially more here for WE. As you say, blue side it is for them. That means they guarantee it for at least 2 games in this series. If they, of course, drop game number 1 or 2 or whatever it ends up being. So nicely done here for Team WE. We'll see what they decide to prioritize. I will say champions like Nefiri and Gwen have been very high priority for WE throughout their recent matches, and so wouldn't be surprised to see those targeted early on.
Yeah, again, I think that Rumble, Gwen, like Ambessa, this circle has been really dictating some of the early Fearless drafts that we've had, because for me, right now the meta, a lot of top sides being locked in early, then we kind of put the pieces together after that. So we'll see. I think that I'm kind of curious to see what ends up being grabbed here. As for me, I think a big pick for Team WE, I really feel like Monkey has been on mostly facilitators. The 2 carries he's played, Nefiri and Lilia, has played multiple times, but I've liked him on this Skarner with the team. I think it's really opened up Karis for where he's comfortable with some of these high damage mid laners. And the Skarner, I feel like WE has been one of the teams that's been playing a little bit earlier and more often. And has been a decent look for Monkey, who I feel like was a little bit over-aggressive in the early games on Skarner, but has looked better on the last couple. So for me, that's where my eyes will go towards in terms of what is unique for each of these teams. Because that's not a pick that JJ's been putting in as high a priority on.
And now for IG on the red side, have to bounce back from that 1v1 loss. Obviously not the end of the world here, but they want to make sure that they keep their spot at 3rd place. Remember, this battle for top 4 for a team like IG definitely is important. We've seen them run away with wins. I think the way you said it was they're the main characters of a lot of the games that they play, both in terms of probably the fans that are watching at home and as well as the decisions that they make on the Rift. So curious to see what they do against this winless team. They're only winless until you falter one time against them here, Cubby. And so as in the draft for game 1 we go, and we'll see what WE can do, see if they can pick up their first win of the season.
Yeah, and so far, a lot of focus on the jungle bans here, Grapes, as we have the Poppy taken away. Definitely something that I think IG has used really well, flexible between JJ and Mako. And then that Lilia has been a really big pick, I think, for JJ, but they gave up the Vi. So that's going to be insta-slammed over the Gwen too, Grapes. We'll see if the Shy wants to go for that or something else, as that's really where my eyes are at. If you go for Gwen, you could go Gwen Ambessa handshake, but I do favor the Gwen in that state. I think that if Gwen shows to really raise the priority of Azir for Karis, we've seen some teams use Azir to kind of move Gwen out of the immune, right? The shroud, and try and push Gwen around and burst her down in the mid game that way. So we'll see if that ends up being an option. But at the moment, it's gonna be the response to the Vi in the Xin Zhao as IG kind of take inventory. Varus also up. Haven't mentioned that one yet. Really high priority pick for each of these teams. Could easily be picked up here.
I saw the Shy type in something, then realized he made a typo, and then click it, and then try to delete it, and then type it again. And I saw the timer like running down. I was like, oh no, we're gonna get another redraft. But was able to lock in the Xin in time. We matched actually alongside the Talia. So some of these power picks that we were talking about actually falling down the board here early in this draft.
I don't love Talia here. I think that when you're just giving up Ahri for free, and Vi Ahri, you have a lot of pressure to try and make plays into that Xin Talia. So if Karis wants it, that's one option. He also loves that Azir. That's another option if Karis wants to go for that. But again, when you're pitching this so early, I think that it's just a free Vi Ahri. Pretty much every mid-jungle duo at this level knows how to play this. It's the way they play off each other and around each other is really powerful. And I think that Talia really vulnerable to this combo. It's really easy for both Vi and Ahri to get around the rocks and really pressure Talia. So pressure's going to be on Rookie. We'll see if he can play with this champion to the level that he usually can. As Rookie, very, very good Talia player.
Yeah, I was thinking can this Talia get flexed anywhere? No, probably not, because of course JJ's playing the Xin Zhao in the jungle, as the Gwen for the Shy absolutely secures that as we head into the second phase of bans. Bot lane need to be selected here for Gala and Mako, whereas on the other side, Cube still has not locked in his champion. So I imagine some top lane bans going to be the focus here for IG.
Yeah, that's going to be Jace taken away. Again, Jax and Bessa, Renekton, all pretty common matchups that we have against the Gwen. And for Gwen, I really feel like WE now might look to get more champions that can get on top of the Gwen. I think Alistar value is going to go up a lot here, as that's something that, again, can deal with Gwen pretty well. I know that Talia can sometimes dissuade Alistars from being selected, but curious if we see IG maybe think about that, and instead they're going to take away the Jax, which I will say, Jax gets some extra mileage going into Xin Zhao as well. I don't love the matchup as much as the Gwen anymore. I think that after the changes, it's much more Gwen favored. And Xayah took it away. That is defense against Vi Ahri. So don't want to give Gala the potential Zaire Rakan angle. And now it's really just going to see what Gala responds with. Is you got to believe that Mako is going to get access to counter pick here. And somehow Varus has made his way through the entire pick ban. Obviously, the choice to take away Zaya, I think something that for sure is just the Kaisa Viari showing. They feel like they have to take that one away. But as I highlighted, Alistar, a potential pick to deal with the Gwen, actually going to be blinded here by Mako. So going to leave 5 pick for Gala.
A couple of answers you could go here. I mean, something like the Braum might work well, but just combining the synergy with the Nautilus maybe is just a little bit more important. We'll see Cube's matchup most likely first. It'll be the Ambessa, and that leaves things up to Vampire. A lot of, again, engaged for Monkey right now, and him and Vampire have been leading the charge in that department, so the Nautilus will be the response.
I mean, you gotta believe Gala, if it's Tristana. We've really seen Tristana rise in priority here in NA. It feels like that Triss can take off. A lot of champions are off the board. She does struggle in lane, but is like the safest 3-item plus carry that you can find with the range and the safety that her kit brings. And also a Galva special is known for that Kaisa, but also that Tristana in the past. Common matchup that we've seen. But nope, just going to grab that Varus. I'm going to expect the Poke Varus to be the pick in tow here for Galva. As gotta believe that he wants the range, doesn't want to play on hit against Viari and Bessa Kaisa. That sounds awful. So we'll try and poke and get people low as that Gwen can cut through the front line. But I really like the playmaking that we see here from the Viari. I think that this is a decent game for it. The Alistar takeaway for me was a decent idea. Definitely protects the Gwen and makes her life a little bit easier in this game. So we'll see if the Shy is able to be big and pop off.
And I like the combination of WB's composition being very pick-oriented with things like the Ambessa, the Vi, Nautilus, Ahri, even the Kaisa, jumping on top. And also IG's kind of play style as of late, which has been not being fully together in certain team fights. And so that is what WB are going to try to take advantage of here. Utilizing the ultimates that they have, the hard crowd control, the single target picks that they can find against IG. To get themselves an early lead. That's going to be the name of the game for them, as they are in their home stadium as well in Xi'an. So we'll see if that gives them any bit of an advantage.
Yeah, again, Team WE, on one hand, I mean, you could say that this is an 0-5 team that you don't want to face. Like, they've taken games off of teams like BLG, teams like Top Esports. We just haven't seen them take those series wins yet, Grapes. So we'll see if that Team WE is due. It took a few series for FPX, who were also picking up games and looking all right to actually find the series win, and for people to really start taking them seriously in Group Ascension. We'll see if this is the time for Team WE against an IG team that, for better or worse, play like themselves. So we'll see what kind of gameplay IG has on the Rift today. You're always in for excitement, Grapes, as I think the last 4 series have all gone to 3 for them. They've really taken playing for content to the next level, as this is a fan favorite team for a reason.
That was sick. As you can hear, the big fans of WE and Xi'an, one of the oldest rivalries we have here in Chinese League of Legends, by the way. WE, formerly known as World Elite, up against Invictus Gaming. Should be a fun one here in a best of 3. Remember, IG currently in 3rd place with that 4-3 record. WE still looking to get on the board in the series win department, but the way both of these teams are playing, Cubby, it feels like it could be anyone's series for the taking.
You still gotta imagine that IG is the favorites, but again, we don't want to diminish Team WE despite being 0-5 and at the bottom of the standings for Group Ascension. We have seen some decent looks from this team. We have seen this team already show improvement in this group. What we were really hoping to see from a squad that was joining the 8 teams in Split 1 who didn't make the playoffs in this Group Ascension to round out that 10-team league, as they won that 3-seed war in order to find their way here. And Team WE, a team that feels like they are on the up. So a win against IG would be really big in terms of making sure that, again, a team to be taken seriously and not just a Group Ascension pushover or a potential Group Nirvana escapee.
I love that. Nirvana escapee, because it really does feel like that sometimes. When you look at the differences in the schedule and maybe even the gameplay of some of these teams down there. Remember, 18 best of 3s are the reward for WB compared to just 5, and high stakes 5 at that, as WB's Volley actually hits level 2 first. Lands the Dredge Line onto Mako on the Alistar, not very strong until he gets that level 2, and so taking advantage of that very nicely, Artaean and Vampire.
Yeah, of course, Nautilus early on going to be able to have a little bit of advantage over Alistar, who needs a couple levels to actually become relevant as a support, but all good. And he makes up for it later in the game, as I've seen the Cow be a very strong support. Just the fact that you get pretty much guaranteed 2 combos off thanks to your ult, and have that get out of jail free card. Alistar's always been a pick in the meta for a reason, and always a treat to see Mako play this one. As again, Mako really looking for Mako, who has just been okay to potentially a little bit suspect so far this split, to again really step up and step into that form that we know and love Mako for in the LPL in history, as one of, if not the best support of all time in this league. And paired up with Gala here on IG in this, again, another super team that was formed this past offseason. It feels like IG, again, we've seen them win games with hands, Grapes, but we want to see them win games in a little bit more consistent fashion moving forward.
The brain, maybe.
Yeah, or combining the hands and the brain a little bit more. Because we've seen some angles of it, and then we've also seen some, like, you know, we're going to contest a 4v5 because we're IG and we're better. And that doesn't always work out because you're, you know, signing up for a play that's pretty disadvantaged for you. But, you know, that's why we love IG.
Love him or hate him. They are always the team on the top of people's minds here in the LPL. They love going for their own plays, as you mentioned.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, IG is pretty much the hot blonde of the bar that can get away with saying a lot of things that other people can't. You know?
Okay,
I really feel like that's what IG is in this league.
How do you come up with that so quick?
Life experience, Grapes. Get to be 29, all right?
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you have some more things to teach me after this series.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you want to go learning those things. But we will see what the game has in store for us here, as the IG bot lane does match the swap. Gala going to feel good catching that caddy wave. And the Shy going to TP down here, so no TPs for the top laners to join any potential grub fight, as both teams shifting up there early.
Charm from Karis onto Rookie. Electrocute proc sends him down to about 60% HP, as you said. Getting ready for those neutral objectives to spawn. It's Monkey getting priority around this dragon, but actually starting it up. Meanwhile, Vampire going for a roam here onto Rookie.
Good roam.
Doesn't even get the chance to use his flash, as Karis times his charm beautifully and picks up first blood for WE.
Yeah, Vampire used that control ward to make sure that at least a portion of it he got in unspotted, and a nice roam. Again, we saw that wave was pushed in. Vampire used the time to walk. Rookie was not hovering. He was hovering the side that his jungler was on, but not the right side for where Vampire could be, and ends up getting punished. As again, Vampire, these games that WE has won, and Vampire overall has looked a lot better in the last few series. A player that we were really asking to step up, and one that we were kind of scratching our heads at times, who, you know, just has moments where he's caught out and looks poor, which can happen, to be fair, as a support on a team that's losing, as W has been. But, again, with them being able to find some wins against quality teams late in Group Ascension, he really has been the person that has been stepping up and finding big plays for his team, especially early.
And this is a player who got criticized to oblivion when he was on IG last year. I mean, obviously a very popular team, did not do so well in 2024 summer, as Monkey, he's going to steal away one of the grubs, but Vampire has done a lot for this WE team in their recent turnaround. Remember, this is just a guy in his second full season. He's only 19 or 20 years old, very young player, and still learning a lot, as we clearly have seen. IG gonna get probably 2 of those 3 grubs, but might come at the cost of something else. As Monkey might come in here. No, gets smited away by JJ, but he has to flash away. It's matched by summoner spells of the mid jungle of WE though, and JJ will drop 2-0 so far in this game for Team WE, as Taeyeon and Vampire still trying to chase Mako and Gala down, but won't be able to find anything more.
Yeah, this is why I don't like the Talia response into that Vi first pick, because again, you open up the Ahri, and the ability for Vi and Ahri to get around the unraveled earth and still pressure you is so difficult. Rookie that time locked down with JJ, who, again, the unraveled earth wasn't able to provide enough peel to get his jungler out of there, and Monkey and Karras just brute forcing that one, using the power of this duo at this point of the game to make sure that they get a positive play in their favor. Also, shout out to Karras, not going for the Roa Ahri this game. I am a big fan. I know it's strong in solo queue. I know you get wins, but I really feel like as Ahri, you are shifty enough where you can go for that one-shot build. You want to be able to do damage to these games and find those one-taps, and I like the fact that Karras is going for that. I don't think a long fight against a Gwen is, not always something that you want in the cards. So, gonna see that likely Blackfire Torch come out on Ahri, which I think is just the better item to the Roa early on. So, really nice to see Karras use this build. I've been seeing a lot of Roa Ahri and getting a little bit frustrated, Grape. So, shout out to Karras.
It fits with the identity of the WE composition as well, which is to find picks single target damage. Name of the game here for WE. As the Dragon has been started up by Invictus. They should be able to lock this one down. But Monkey has hit level 6 and first engages in with the dredge line for Vampire.
JJ
target is JJ, gets hit up by the Cease and Desist. Taeyun is within the ultimate range, so should be able to do enough damage. But here comes the Shy. The needlework is shredding apart WE. But Taeyun will use the killer instinct to get away here from the Gwen for now. JJ still alive, finally will drop to the Kaisa. But it'll get matched by the Shy, taking him down as they go 3 for 2 overall.
And the fact that Shy was here was the big difference maker for IG as he makes his impact felt and gets a lot of gold in this Gwen, which that's a scary champion to give gold over to. As I will say, I didn't mind the look from WE. Like, I think that's a greedy dragon to take. I kind of want to go back. I wasn't sure if they saw, like, the Gwen get in or how the Gwen got in. Because for me, that's the big surprise, seeing the Shy there.
He's hitting the dragon.
Okay, yeah, no, he's hit the dragon. He's spotted. They sign up for this one. Gala walks around and ends up being pretty impactful. I love Mako there. That was really nice. Karras was out of charges. That Crescent Guard from the Xin meant that double Q from Karras wasn't able to go through and find the kill. As, yeah, Karras was able to sneak out in the end, but still 3 for 2 in favor of IG. I think that Mako did a great job at interrupting things in the middle of the fight. Looking back, that was the big difference maker for me.
And JJ, allowing him to stay alive for that long, it forced a lot of resources to be used by WE that and was responded to by the Shy, able to clean things up for himself rather nicely. He's now up 700 gold over Cube. Picked up his first full item in the Rift Maker before anybody else here in the game, Cubby. So he's going to be one of the stronger players here for IG. Whereas on the other side, Karras definitely has been getting himself a big advantage as well. 15 CS up, and he's 3-0-1. Big beneficiary, and somebody who I think has been playing a lot better so far here as the weeks have also gone on.
Yeah, again, it's kind of weird because Taeyun and Karras, it feels like at times their LCK rejects couldn't make it there, but to see them come over here and be really solid again. For me, Taeyun's been the real highlight of this team, regardless of the form of the other members for WE. It feels like Taeyun's always bringing his consistent best to the Rift, which is not exactly what you expect from a team that is 0-5, but again, for me, Taeyun has been really solid on this squad and an AD that we look forward to seeing play. The wins that WE were getting earlier on in the season did feel like they came off of a big Taeyun performance for the most part. I think that of late it's been a much more well-rounded performance from their team. And Karras has been a big part of that.
Had a good Azir game against Top Esports that we got to cast together. Played well in the Mbessa in WE's last series in their lone win. So being able to do it on a number of different champions is also a big thing for a player like this. On a team that is still looking to grow, now doing well on the Ahri, and now they're going to start up the grubs here. Remember, WE, they want to try to single out isolated targets, so maybe the 5v5, fighting around these neutral objectives, not necessarily their bread and butter, so they at least sneak away one. And now Monkey looking for maybe Rookie on this other side, unless he sneaks back into the enemy jungle.
Monkey has a hell of an angle on Gala, who's on a ward.
Yeah, here he goes. Spotted on a ward. Here comes Taeyun, combined with the Cease and Desist. Gala, sure to be in trouble. He pops the barrier, survives for a little bit longer. Here comes the Shy. Rookie on the flank as well. It'll make it a 1-for-1 as Taeyun will drop Monkey the next to follow. But in comes Cube. Lands that public execution. Mako will surely go down. Now it's up to him and Karras to try to save the fight. But the Shy and JJ will be able to win it here for IG. They go 3 for 2 once again.
The Shy was the big beneficiary of that dragon fight. He is so big here now at 3-0-3 as I like the idea to find Gawa. I think the mistake there was the early ult from Taeyun. He ended up getting stuck. The TP from Rookie created a fantastic angle for IG where they could all collapse onto Taeyun, the big carry for WE. Remove him from the fight and then allow for the Shy to run the rest of it. Is taking a look. Again, Gawa spotted. We're talking on the ward. WE can collapse, but Taeyun pretty much ults in place, straightforward. Vampire blows everything on the Gawa, which I didn't like. I think that dredge line was... or the depth charge was unwarranted. The dredge line goes wide, and Taeyun falls and creates a really disadvantageous scenario for WE as Cube does his best to even things up, but still a lot burned onto Gawa, who ended up living a long time there, Grapes, and that ult from Taeyun, I think he really wanted to have that one back later on to try and escape the collapse that was very sound from IG.
Yeah, it seemed like a situation that WE would like. Remember, using your hard crowd control to lock down single target members, the Kaisa ults over the top, but IG prepared really well for it. And you know, as you said, after Taeyun used the ultimate, really had nowhere to go once Rookie teleported straight into the mid lane and was able to single him out afterwards. So even game state right now, I think we still overall favor IG though in the full 5v5 team fights unless WE finds some sort of pick before it.
Yeah, and I know it's an even gold game from the look of things, but again, IG having that gold onto Gwen can be so oppressive, and really have to keep our eyes open because in a classic IG game, right, a little bit of a quicker pace here at Grapes, and have a couple players that are getting a little bit more out of control. Have gold, Karis, 4-0-1, not the Torch, but the Malignance on the Ahri, so the real old school build. And we'll see if they can pressure the Shy, who is pretty far up, and everyone's going to go on the Shy.
Decent assist once again here from Monkey, combined with Public Execution, but the Shy living for a long time. Needlework killing him up. Finally, he will go down as the shutdown goes towards Karis once again. Very fed on this Ahri, but will he be fed enough to win this fight? As Cube goes a little bit too far forward, and Gala will get the kill.
Yeah, the Cube kind of walked over the rocks, stunned himself, was a bit of an oopsie, and that execute on the Shy was good, a little bit too far up there. Public Execution did go wide, but still enough gas in the tanks for WE to pick up that kill, a 1-for-1. But Karis, I will say he's going to head back, so an opening here for IG to try and retake the map. And of course, IG were the ones that took down the Dragon in that sequence. So the fact they got the objective, win for IG.
And Karis is going to be very rich. That was a big shutdown they got onto the Shy, who was very fed, still is very fed, but now a Verdant Barrier picked up. We're lacking in the damage department a little bit more as we're going back to the more defensive-oriented build, but against the double AP solo laners, it's not too bad.
I think it's, like, Banshees is decently valuable this game. The MR is nice. Also, the shield can help you against a piercing arrow, or, like, save you from getting comboed by something like Talia. It can buy you some time, right? Talia's going to have to throw out the Q to get that spell shield off you before you eat the combo. Or actually no, I guess the E applies damage, so then you would be able to find the flick afterwards. But you can't go flick into E, which is sometimes the combo until we too, as we talked through and figure this out live on air, Graves. But I'm with you. I think that just going Leandri's here is fine. I'm down with the MR. I'm just surprised that it was like this was the answer with the Acidity boots into this. And it being second is a little bit surprising to me as well.
You were so excited for the high damage Ahri build, and now we're going more towards the utility again. So
now I'm sad again. Yeah. Oh,
showing
off some.
Shout out Faker.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a new Hall of Legends entry.
Yeah,
so
they're gonna
any
get Uzi in there. You know.
You think so?
Oh God, yeah. Come on.
It's got to be. I think.
I mean, I'm also on the LPL English broadcast. I got to be biased here. it's my chance. I mean, shout out to Karis. You know, any signs of sort of Faker versus LPL teams, it's been pretty good history in the past, you know?
That's true. Went through that whole gauntlet a couple years ago. Karis looking to maybe claim some of that legacy here on the Ahri, but
he's never lost to an LPL team at Worlds, you know? I'd say channeling any sort of energy of that into the LPL is, you know, maybe an unfair advantage, Grapes. Who knows?
So far, Karis has not won a series against an LPL team this season. So
never won never lost a best of 5 to an LPL team at Worlds. Before we have the keyboard warriors get after me for that one.
As Rift Herald is up. not going to be taken here right now. WE in a good position overall, though, Covey. And again, this is the third place team in the LPL they're playing against. Another game where they look very competitive after being a team that was expected to be more towards the bottom feeder category here in Group Ascent.
It has been the trend for WE. Again, they are 0-5, but they have gotten quality wins in their recent matches, too. As they've started to look better. Again, took a game off Top Esports, took a game off BLG, took a game off of AL. Keep in mind, AL and Top Esports are both sitting at the top of the standings that we have close to the end of our first round robin here for Split 2 proper, as we're calling it. And that's I mean, you say any team that's like able to, take games or contest against those three, I feel like that's an opponent that has to be respected here, Grapes. And WE
Definitely.
proving that in this early game, keeping things kind of close still. Very scared for them because I see the Shy on this Gwen, and I see the CS, I see the inventory, and I know that, the Shy, everyone likes to be like, oh, haha, like you never know what's going to happen with the Shy back at home, but I wouldn't want to give this guy this kind of lead on Gwen, because I feel like when you get a lead like this, then it allows for the Shy to have higher odds of doing the stupid things that we're used to seeing the Shy do, and the stupid things, I mean, in the good way.
The stupid
where
good
it's like,
things, yeah.
Yeah, the stupid good things, where it's like, oh my god, of course, like, the Shy just did that.
I think working towards probably a Cosmic Drive second item for a little bit of extra CDR, a little extra movement speed. Not the Nashor's Tooth just yet, as we'll be waiting on that one specifically. We have the next dragon spawning in 20 seconds. IG have picked up the first two, so Soul Point would be very
Vampire.
nice. It is the Hex Tech.
They're going to try and collapse. We'll see what happens with Rookie here, as Mako spotted on a ward as well, so Monkey's going to have a lot of info, and they have Rookie pretty much trapped, but good ward from Mako. Yes, it's not a control ward, but they do spot Monkey, so Rookie going to be a little bit aware that something is amiss. Just find that control ward behind him too, but it has a lot for Vampire to sneak all the way in here, Grapes, and we'll see if they just end up pulling the trigger.
Monkey headed back to base, so was not too worried about IG starting up the dragon immediately, but actually that's going to happen, so we'll see if Monkey gets here back in time. It is right now just JJ hitting on to the dragon, but now the Shy has arrived. All 5 members of IG are here. Monkey is back.
Wall.
Jumps over the wall. It's going to be a 50-50 potentially if he gets into the pit, but instead, it's going to be the collapse here onto JJ. He goes on to Monkey first. The smite is secured by Invictus Gaming, and nobody's died just yet. Vampire in the middle of everybody with the Aftershock on top of him, but the public execution goes back onto JJ. Mako has to flash on out. Karis flashes himself. The needlework goes wide, but the Shy is down onto Karis, but Karis has not fallen just yet. Monkey the next target. IG are running away with this team fight as they get all 3 kills, maybe looking for a 4th. Karis still alive. Charm gets
the Shy
immune away from him, and the Shy will shut him down.
Great reaction from the Shy. A beautiful fight from him and Mako, who I thought created a ton of space in the middle on the Alistar yet again, as IG in what was a close game really shut WE out in that fight. Make it look clean, Grapes. As I think the buy Ari execute that came in, A, it wasn't enough damage or gas in the tank, and then B, Mako, when we get the replay, really split Team WE up in the middle of the fight, bought so much time and space to really reset their battle lines, and I think that was a big difference before IG, as it really enabled the Shy to take over the back half.
And now Cube could be in trouble as the Otacon goes down. It is the Voracious. It means that there will be false lives, even if Cube can get one back, but he will not be able to, as Rookie will get his first kill of the game.
And it feels like IG really just took over. All right, again, love the turn on the Monkey, but keep your eyes on Mako here, as that's one combo on the Monkey, but then he's going to walk up, eats this from Vampire, ends up buying a lot of space in the back half. Yeah, I mean, ends up, oh, I guess he just popped his ult and walked out. Never mind. It's just the Shy buying space. All right, I lied. I thought I saw another combo in there. I mean, the reactions from the Shy are just supreme in this. Of course, had info of that with the ward, but flashed over the charm. Beautiful reaction here on Karis. Then, you know what? Outplayed him once. Why not outplay him again? As we're going to react to the second charm with going immune. Ends up taking that away from him, and Karis goes down, and the Shy, that's a big shutdown going over to him, and he continues to get more and more fed in this game on the Gwen.
He's the most fed member, Karis, on the Ahri, and the Shy kind of ate up all the pressure that he tried to possess onto him. Dodged away from both the charms. Those are 2 very crucial abilities that did not hit onto any member of Invictus Gaming in that fight. And I again have to question Monkey going back to base right as that dragon spawned. It let IG set up full control around that dragon. And the way W's composition set up, you don't want to allow them to get those free setups. Yeah,
still props to IG. That was a beautiful wall from Rookie, too, that really opened up the opportunity to go on Monkey early on like that. So love the use of terrain there from IG and Rookie. And love this Rift Herald too.
Another wall.
They're gonna lock him in. Monkey.
Oh, it cuts off Monkey. He's going to be in so much trouble. The Chain of Corruption plus all the damage comes down onto him. That's another 4v5 on the map here for IG. They still have the Voracious Autocon buff on them for another 30 seconds. That should maybe be the end of it if they want it, but instead they're going to back away and turn their sights onto another target.
I think that's really smart, actually, from IG to leave that inhib up. Meanwhile, this is going to be a little bit risky to hit the turret. Yeah, because he would have ended up behind the turret if he ends up hitting it. So JJ is going to take that Herald, or that Shelly.
Crowd loved it.
Yeah, on the way out. I mean, I love the push from IG. Again, these walls from Rookie did highlight his Talia. He is very good on this champion. The first two walls we've seen from him in these last two fights, it has been what has set up the kills on the Monkey.
And yeah, Monkey has had a bit of a rougher game. This is the guy that maybe a little bit of a flipper, but I feel like you're coming in to this W roster. They needed somebody like it, but sometimes the coin flips tails, and I feel like that's what we've seen here so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, just a really tough scenario that IG putting Team WE in between the Weaver's Wall, cutting them off, and then, wait, what? That Herald went that way? That must have still been tracking the fact that Weaver's Wall was up or something goofy like that. I have no idea. That was a goofy one. Regardless, Karis is going to be spotted here. Rookie.
Nice charm combined with Monkey. This is the pick that we need to see. On to Rookie. They will shut him down as Karis picks up the gold. Teleports will match from the top laners, but the Shy will be here sooner rather than later. Target going to be Cube. Use the public execution to try to escape. There comes the Shy, though. The Needlework shredding apart WE. Vampire will fall. The next target could be Mako as WE answer one right back. Overall a 2 for 2 on the map, but the Shy is still very, very strong here in this team fight. Charm will get dashed away from as Karis is all out of juice now.
Yeah, the Shy tries to get a little bit more damage off. Gonna have to walk away now, but honestly, 2 for 2, just given that WE is behind. I would say it's worth, but that's not enough to actually prevent the Hextech Soul going over as IG been doing their due diligence on the Rift, stacking up these dragons, and it's gonna potentially pay off in a soul here, as we do have Karis TPing mid, but he has no ultimate, no way to check this, so it's just going to be Hextech Soul going over, and you're giving that to a Poke Varus and a Talia Grapes. I mean, I think that this is just the game.
It's going to be tough, and this game was so close until that first team fight that really broke it open. This is what we needed to see more out of WE in this game, but IG really haven't let them do that.
And this is like really where IG is the team that is fun, because when they do play fast, it's a lot of it is about taking good plays. And even this one, like Rookie, yes, he gets taken out first, but the collapse from the team I think is very warranted. They are up. They end up not only evening the kill score, but they understand that with their strength and with the Shy joining, they are able to win out on the HP war, even the fight, and give themselves the positioning for that dragon to make it so difficult for WE to take. So that's like the moment where I do love IG is, hey, we made sure that 4v5, we turned it into a 2 for 2 by taking 2 kills in the back half of it, and we got control over the right part of the map, so we got the neutral objective. So like that's one of those like fights where you look back and yes, it might look sloppy, but it's actually really calculated from IG, because again, they secured Hextech Soul for free off that fight, and you give a Poke Varus, a Talia, a Hextech Soul, and this game is going to end quite quickly as the Shy making quick work of that inner turret on the top lane, and all sights for IG set on this Baron as they're taking full control over this topside river.
And now for WE, just have to continue to try to find picks. It's going to be harder and harder to do so, though, as IG knows that that's the win condition that can lose them this game. So the Baron going to be started up. 5 members of IG all on the top side of the map. Monkey on the way, but not there just yet. And Hexgate over, as everyone on IG knows that he's there. Could get targeted out.
Oh, the Shy
jumps over the wall. Weaver's Wall comes out from Rookie. WE's jungler now completely out of the picture here for this Baron. Just went way too far forward to try to go for some sort of smite before he was even taken down. There goes the cease and desist on the Rookie. No follow-up is here from any member of WE as the Shy has opened up here with the needlework. They try to find somebody, but everybody's way too tanky here on Invictus Gaming side. Make with a 2-man pull. Karis is down. Taeyun is down. And that should just about do it here in this game. Cube, the last remaining survivor, but he will drop like a balloon as IG pick up the full ace and are marching down middle lane.
A good game from IG. Again, really in the mid-game after the first couple skirmishes, great. So we were thinking of, hey, the Shy, he was sitting at 3-0-3. We had Karis at like 4-1, 5-1 in this game. I think Karis going that Banshee second, it really killed the damage and the snowball potential from WE. We saw a couple fights where there's just not enough damage to get through the front line, get the resets, and there was always enough damage in the pockets of the Shy, who got fed early, made sure he carried his team late, and going to be a likely pog for him as IG cruised to a Game 1 victory.
And that's the IG that we want to see more of here as we go throughout the Group Ascend season. And for WE, you know, maybe a little bit expected as they are 0-5, but they played the early game very well. It seemed like they understood their win conditions at least a little bit in terms of trying to find picks with the composition that they locked themselves in. But IG just set themselves up a little bit too well, and that resulted in them taking this game in 27.
Leading up to that third, like, it was really up until that third Dragon, it was a close game to a good game coming out from IG, but after that, the Shy got really fed off the back of a couple of fights and good plays from him. Him being involved in those early fights and those kills was really significant, and we saw the kind of work that Gwen did later on. And for WE, again, I gotta pick on Karis for the Banshees build. I just think that, again, I give the pitch before we even saw the Malignance. You are Ahri. You have to do damage. Going Malignance in the Banshees is just kind of signing up for no damage, and we saw a few fights where people got out. You didn't get resets on the Ahri. And on the flip side, you had Rookie, who was set behind and focused a little bit early, right? With a nice roam from Vampire and Karis getting ahead. Have beautiful Weaver's Walls to really put Monkey in bad spots. And feels like they kind of exposed the mid-jungle of WE at points in that game as they weren't able to execute the Vi Ahri. And it ended up being IG that were much more put together and found the win. Yeah,
and nobody really on WE stepping up in those later game team fights, and I think it's just because Karis kind of got his ankles broken a little bit by the Shire on that Dragon that resulted in the game being broken open for IG. He was the guy who had the big lead early on. He's the guy who won the 1v1 for side select, but it was the Shy who had the last laugh at the end of the day there. And so now WE left wondering what they can do to try to bounce back in this series. They want to avoid going down to 0-6, but obviously still just experience is what this team is looking for the most.
Yeah, I mean, experience, but also, you know, trying to... We got to start getting some series wins. Like, this is a group Ascension team. We got to hope to see some positives from WE, and we have seen them, again, taking games off of BOG, Anyone's Legends, and Top Esports. That's a good run for any team in the LPL, especially if you're Team WE. I mean, you could argue that's a career for them if you don't look at the history of Team WE in this league. But, you know, given the roster they have this year, a good look. But, man, really seeing that Gold Graph Grapes leading up to that third Drake game was close. Third Drake happened, and things came crashing down on WE as the Dream was dead, and the Scissors reigned supreme on the map. A good game for the Shy.
See, when the Gwen has, like, the same amount of damage as a Poke Varus, that means that the Shy did pretty good in that game. Not a ton of team fightings, but he was able to take control of the ones that did happen.
I really liked how he played that Dragon fight where we saw him flash the charm, kill, or get the Ahri out, and then we saw him react to the second charm with the Shroud. That is the Shy that we know and love with really what he's known for, those reaction speed, the mechanics, and the Gwen, quite nice from him there. As that was a form of IG at their best, an IG that looked really good. I thought that Mako also had a really nice game on Alistar, was getting a lot of value in a lot of these fights, just like buying time. Setting up for his team and sneaking out at the end, as it was really good look for IG from top to bottom. It's going to be a MVP for the Shy for sure, but we'll take the good team look and team effort, as I feel like you can really credit all 5 members with positive moments and plays in that game.
Yeah, you can see again the identities of W's team composition there, but IG able to handle it. It seemed like every time somebody looked like they were getting picked off, the rest of IG just pulled up. They knew they were better off in the 5v5, especially with the Shy getting really fed on the Gwen. And they were definitely right in that regard. Some of these fights were a little bit more even. They were like 3-for-2s in favor of IG, but they were still wins nonetheless, as this is that team fight, I think, that really broke the game open.
Yeah, again, that wall to have that early start on the Monkey is great. And then Monkey and Karis just couldn't sync up. Of course, Monkey had to get out without the cease and desist being cast. Karis wasn't able to find any important targets because the Shy was just tracking him for the entire fight, and the Shy went big on the front line there. With I guess we missed this Taeyun, not quite able to win the 2v1 against Rookie and Gala. That was, again, well managed from IG. A lot of good stuff coming out of them from these fights, and how about another nice reaction speed moment from the Shy, as his Gwen continues to be pretty scary One of the better champions I believe he has had in his pocket throughout his career in the back half. I might do some homework on that one, Grapes, but I know it's a champ that at least I somewhat have associated with the Shy in the past.
Yeah, definitely. He's always been pretty good on it.
24 games with a 66% win rate. Yep, that's pretty good. Not bad.
Now a little bit higher than 66, I guess. Whatever the math.
No, I priced it in, you know.
Oh, okay.
I priced it in.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at
priced
you.
it in the market.
Some mental math on the stream. Very nice.
Roughly. Yeah, we'll go with that.
As this is one of those last fights here. WB, I think they tried to separate members of IG, but at this point the lead was just a little bit too much. If you are WE, I like the way that they played out some of these fights. It just was not enough to stop IG, and I wonder maybe if a more 5v5 oriented fight or team composition is a little bit easier to execute against a team like this, and maybe that's something that they want to turn to as they will be back on the blue side most likely for the second game.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll see if Team WE can at least rely on the win rate of blue side coming into the day in the LPL, which was 58.5%. We'll say that is pretty significant advantage when you have a sample size of 94 games coming in. We have seen every team pretty much choose blue in every scenario, as the Fearless Draft, getting access to that B1 power pick / that 4th ban has been really big for these teams. And look at that. How surprised are we at that Pog / MVP for the Shy, as he continues to be the protagonist on a team that always feels like the protagonist in any game that they play, because it feels like whatever game IG plays is dictated by how IG plays, regardless of the opponent, you know? It's just kind of the team that we have. But hey, that was a good game from IG, and sometimes when they do play faster or like get bloody, like that 2 for 2 to secure that Hextech Soul, like those are the moments that I really do appreciate this team when they are at their best. So that's a good read, and we'll see if it can continue in the series.
So Invictus Gaming, currently in 3rd place in the LPL standings, looking to continue to hold that spot and doing a good job at that early on by taking a 1-0 lead over Team WE. When we come back, we'll see if WE can bounce back. We'll have the draft for game number 2 after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have game number 2 between WE and Invictus Gaming coming up in just a bit. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby here for the entire day as our next week of the LPL has begun. But before we get on with game number 2, quick little question for you. Have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It's a new app that helps teach you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzles from a map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. And we're going to do one right now before the start of game number 2. Cubby, I know you want your revenge. After we went 1 for 4 last time, we're going to try to do a little bit better this time around.
Not we, it was me. I dropped the bag. I gotta be honest, you know. My rust in solo queue might have been showing with MOBA Trainer, as I might need to, you know, hit this a little bit harder to get back to my peaks, which, you know, we're not bad. Anyway, let's dive on in. We're gonna have to answer some puzzles here. Oh, nice cue to start off here from Vel'Koz. What should we do as the cause? I'm staring at the minimap.
This is about river priority right now. As we see,
yeah,
actually,
I see a snowball.
Okay.
I think we just forced out Syndra pretty big. We're really waiting here.
We do have TP. I think we push here. I don't know. The Nunu's gonna be there. It's gonna be a 2. I think we just get there too slow though. What do you think?
I think you have to push because then you're gonna get item breakpoint on your base. I'm gonna go push. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, just push. Yeah, just push and take points. That top play like wasn't gonna be a thing. You're Vel'Koz. It's fine.
Get a plate.
Yeah, it's a cannon wave. You get like perfect base after this. Yeah. Okay. Good call. That's an easy one. 1 for 1.
Now what do we do?
We're gonna finish the wave. That play's already done top. Screw it. No way.
Yep. Hey, we can't leave that cannon sitting there, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's. I just want to push in base. I mean, this is the classic like solo queue where they might hate me, but my conditions are so good. If I push in base here, it's just fine. Okay, never mind. Rel's there. We're gonna walk
a little bit.
Yeah, hit the plan for Jarvan. I like it.
Everyone's still alive. Here's the fight.
This is well played by Cause.
Nicely played.
Well played by the Cause so far.
We had everything there. Okay.
Do we have Q?
We have ulti. Our Q is close to cooldown.
It's a little scary against the. We don't need a flash out yet. We might need to. But I think it's not a finish. It's got to be a walkout. Let's just green
3
walk
seconds.
out. We're gonna react flash, so we're walking out.
Oh shoot, we missed it.
Wait.
I think just X out.
No. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
See, we can react flash to combo.
So it says red, but we had the answer right. Okay. Do we go back to land or do we recall here? We have so much gold.
Recall. Recall for sure. The wave's even. Yep. So wave's even. We have gold. Let's recall. Yep. All right.
We're doing much better this time around, I think.
Well, it helps that it's a hungry mid and not a dog mid. Because, you know, if I'm playing Galio and solo queue by myself, I'm putting a lot of faith in my teammates that are not very good at the game for this.
I think we TP. Do we TP?
It's a TP mid, yeah. Just TP mid and catch the wave, yeah.
Yeah. 5 for 5. I'm gonna call that a 5 for 5.
I said I wanted revenge. Grapes was very nice co-caster. He asked me if I wanted revenge or not. I said yes, and we 5 for 5'd it. Let's go, Grapes.
Let's go.
Let's go, MOBA Trainer. These are kind of fun.
These are fun. And
yeah.
Again, just for the record, public
That's
record.
a good game.
We did go 5 for 5, and that was we helped the Vel'Koz there play a pretty good game. Staying safe, not being too greedy, not going for kills that are not going to happen. Not bad.
Yeah. I mean, again, I've enjoyed this. I think next time up, I'll have to try some different, things across the app for us on the LPL. But everyone likes getting revenge. You know, that was me like rage queuing up for the game. I needed to rage queue up for the same game. The first one wasn't good. I went 1 and 4. This time I went 5 for 5 or 5-0. 5 for 5 would be that's big. We had a big baseball game here, Grapes. WE chose red. It's a rare one.
Wow.
Well,
they picked blue side after game number 1, so now they're gonna go over to red for game number 2. Real
What are
quick,
they
before we
giving?
get into this draft, I should say, if you enjoyed that activity that we just did, you can subscribe to MOBA Trainer for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using the code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers, as well as here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Make sure to start leveling up your game today, as we're going to see if WE can level their game up on the red side for game number 2. What do you think is the goal here? Is it counterpick for Karis, counterpick for Monkey? What's the... this is very unusual.
Well, it is the El Clasico. We banned Sion to prompt a Jace ban, and now we might just see this Lilia that, of course, was banned away by IG on red side game 1 be given over to IG on blue side in game 2, as this is a pick that they've already shown some pretty high priority on, Grapes, and might just get locked in as, yes, indeed. JJ going to have that, like we figured, top lane here, maybe a tank for the Shy. I got to say, they've been pairing this up with his Renekton every once in a while, which... you know, for some people, you love the Shy when he's on his Nidalee. For me, I love the Shy when he's on his Renekton, because he is so good on that champion that you see so much tape on. But WE going to take some mobility in terms of their carries with both the Azir and the Ezreal to try and buy some space and maybe look for some picks against Lilia, as they're going to look to round this out. Also, Taeyun's Ezreal has been a really good pick and really strong for Team WE. Again, live and die by Taeyun a little bit this roster, so... leaving Taeyun to his own devices. Definitely a champ where Taeyun has been able to carry throughout this split. We'll see if he's up to the task today.
So is Karis on this Azir. It's been really good as well. So excited to see that one locked in for him. A lot of AoE damage for IG right now. The bullet time combined with the lilting lullaby from JJ is always a very good combination in tandems. So those are the first 2 champions selected for Invictus Gaming. It'll be matched here with potentially a mid lane answer into the Azir. Those assassins always very good, so we'll see the Yone as the response.
You have something to haunt the Ezreal now, because MF can't really reach that, so I do like this pick this game for Rookie. As I did tease the Skarner for Monkey earlier on, I think that, again, pick into Lilia, I would like the Skarner a lot this game. You have the opportunity to find some plays on the Yone too, with the changes being made to the E. Like the chain CC gets a lot easier. And it really forces that post-second item QSS pit stop for the Yone before he gets that IE or anything else. So I do like this pick for Monkey, and it was teasing it the first draft. I do think it's something that Monkey plays decently well. That said, we have matching roles showing across the board here, Grapes, as junglers, mids, and ADs locked in for both teams. So likely to see some focus on the supports. Of course, Alistar Nautilus off the board. Rel now being taken off the board. Gotta look at the Rakan, the Leona being big, the Braum potentially making an appearance later on, as the support pool always one to get narrowed up quite heavily here these games.
Yeah, I mean, already IG have themselves like a Wombo setup with the Lilia, the Yone, and definitely the MF, so something like the Rel would have added a lot to that composition for Mako. So not surprised to see that one banned away. The Leona adds a similar level of responsibility. So now we're down the engaged champion tier list a little bit. You're now looking at things like the Nico if you want to have a little bit more hard all in.
I actually wouldn't mind the Nico here for Vampire. I think that circle, that point and click CC, quite good. Definitely something that Mako could consider as well. So I think that's a good call out there, Grapes. Actually wouldn't be surprised to see that be a contested pick here as we're getting into the second phase of draft. Of course, Jack's taking away that Nico. Good call. Let's go, Grapes. I gotta say,
a little bit.
Jack's ban for me, potentially setting up a Renekton here from the Shy. And a real choice here for WE about what they want to blind. If they want to throw down the Rakan now, I think it's okay, but would open up the support counter pick for Mako. I would say Braum here would be a little bit surprising. I think Braum is really susceptible to Yone and Lilia. I like it a lot into MF, but blinding that, you can't really pair an Enchantress with MF. But Lilia, for me, like, really, like, Braum really struggles into Lilia. So a little bit surprised to see that here.
I guess it's just for the individual matchup against the Misfortune. You could block out the bullet time. You can stay alive in the lane a little bit better, but I
have main engage. Like, again, you want Braum when, like, on secondary engage. When supports oftentimes will you take main engage. So I'm pretty much expecting a Croc here for the Shy. And he'll just try and be the bridge to get Lilia Yone going later. Or, oh, please have fun, the Shy. This would be fun. This would be very fun. What do we play in the blind Yorick, by the way?
Fun? Blind Yorick. Could be a little dangerous. We haven't seen a real answer to it, I think, just yet. Although, haven't seen all my Yorick counters.
Gwen's one of the better ones. Also, yeah, Renekton is a doable matchup, so Cube will really lock that in. I gotta say, I think Renekton actually has some good value this game. Into both the Yorick and the Yone. Also can be big against the Lilia. That point and click nice earlier on. A lot of this game is going to be about, can you take down Lilia? Are you able to deal with that for WE? I really favor IG later. I think that Yorick will end up breaking the game with Lilia. So for me, this game is about scaling for IG. MF is going to try and be the bridge to get you there. But if they are able to scale, I think that Braum might really struggle into the Lilia Yone, who can really start to step up and be big into what WE is showing as this game goes on. So onus on WE to really make plays early, utilize the strong lanes that they have selected, and try and slow down this Lilia as much as possible.
Yeah, because if she gets online, JJ will be very, very strong.
It's JJ's Lilia. Like, this guy is one of, like, if not the Lilia players that we have in the LPL. So definitely high prio warranted on this pick for this team. We'll see what JJ can do.
I think for WE, a lot of pressure towards Cube, who's kind of a more forgotten player on this team a lot of the time. I feel like a lot of people are looking towards either the LCK transfers and Karis and Taeyun, or these younger, newer players like Monkey and Vampire. Cube, been a part of WE in the past, has jumped around a couple of different teams over the past couple of years, but on this Renekton, gonna have to try to shut down this Yorick a little bit. The benefit of this is you can jump over the cage that Yorick can place down, and that's like why you play this matchup. And so matching that alongside a Skarner here for Monkey, going to be very important here for Team WE. They are down 1-0 in this series. They have taken a game in each of their past 3. We're going to see if they can make it a 4th here as we're onto the Rick for game number 2 already. Monkey, though, in some trouble, has to flash away. That is not a good start here for the red side.
Those IG chants about as strong as the WE ones, even in WE's home arena. Not surprised.
Popular
IG,
team.
of course. Yeah, it is a very popular team in the English audience as well as that. And oh boy, we just do not like WE's comp, do we? Algorithm. Again, I think there is a real scaling advantage later on for IG, and I think that we're going to struggle to interact with Lilia if Lilia gets going at all this game. So for me, that's really where the onus is. Have to interact with Lilia. Because if Lilia gets going, I think that her ability to ramp throughout this team, again, there's not a ton of range on WE. And the Ezreal, it doesn't really do significant damage to Lilia if Lilia is able to go throughout the fight. And oh boy, love this from IG. Monkey down flash, and JJ just gonna come in here and bully things around. So Rookie
does come at the cost of Rookie missing some CS, but
yeah,
JJ comes in here and pressures him away.
It looks like Rookie missed out on 1 melee creep and did split XP on 1 mage creep or 2 mage creeps, but JJ being up a camp, again, I think Lilia dictates the game. Definitely a champion that whenever she's in the game, she really warps it for me. And this is a game where I can really see Lilia, JJ's Lilia, that taking over. So I think IG putting all their eggs in that Lilia basket, definitely a good call.
Level 2 here for the Shy. Get some chunk damage on the Cube, as these guys have been trading very heavily early on.
Yeah, good spacing from the Shy.
Extra healing as well.
I mean, that and the Grasp, like the Shy's pointing this out really nicely. As I think that second win, he should be good to go. Again, the Shy on this Yorick, he's playing into a Renekton. I really love the Shy's Renekton. I think that it is one of, if not his best champions. He is so proficient, so damn good on that. And definitely always something to consider when you're playing into players. Of course, if anyone's going to know how to play this match or play the Renekton, it's going to be the Shy. So using that knowledge and playing the flip side of it, definitely something that players can take advantage of. And I will see if the Shy is able to do that in this game, as of course he did blind that Yorick. Champion that has really started to emerge. Again, those changes they made to the pets getting all your stats, right, a percentage of it, and then that E doing percentage armor pen was really big in getting Yorick back in the meta, and this champion does feel pretty impressive.
There comes Monkey, ganking in onto Rookie. He has to flash away. The boulder just barely going wide. And so, slight win here for WE. As a big win for IG, I should say, up on the top side. You look at the CS right now. Cube has not been able to get much. He already has to TP back to base. Did not even pick up an item, just a refill pot off the reset.
And I mean, at the moment, Monkey, I like that look to get the flash from Rookie, who again was set a little bit behind to help JJ on that invade. But Monkey's cleaning up his red buff, and JJ has the opportunity to. I mean, this is going to be spotted. I guess Karis and Monkey are walking over. JJ able to get out of that one, pretty important, but will lose the opportunity to double crab. That said, looks like he might stick around and be feisty. Karis looking for the recall. Yeah, can interrupt that. And a TP.
Oh my goodness.
Very deep from Rookie. He's got a smite. It's going to be a smite fight.
And it's secured by JJ. Another Raptor camp stolen away. That's a 4-camp lead that's been opened up now here for the IG jungler.
I actually would have loved if he walked up to the Krugs there, because he could have maybe pressured Cube in that top side. Of course, no TPs are up there. Instead, yeah, he's going to double scuttle, which I will say, that gets him into his bot side respawn camps too. As of course he did do his own Raptors in bot side after he invaded Monkey's Raptors. So the fact that he sniped away the respawn ones that give a nice chunk of XP, he's going to clean up his own bot side. We talked about the super clear for Lilia, where you start with his AoE camps and end your clear when you kill the respawn Raptors and Krugs. He got like the super clear when you throw a double crab in there, double enemy Raptors, then double your own and Krugs. So not bad.
He's very strong, and right now WB's looking for answers, and it's not going to come through Monkey right now. He's very far behind. And already IG have opened themselves up a 500 gold lead just off of the farm alone. Most of that in the jungle, some of it in the soul lanes as well. As the Shy and Rookie doing decently well in their own lanes. And that's a good sign here for IG. Remember, the late game goes kind of crazy for them, especially if JJ's able to get this far ahead.
Yeah, again, real onus on WE for me to make plays early, and frankly, what I'm seeing on the map right now doesn't thrill me for WE and their ability to make plays early. As we are, I will say, going up towards these first grubs, we're keeping the MF and the Rakan bot. Wondering how Taeyeon and Vampire will respond once they see Gala back in the spot lane. As the Shy is still very strong in this game. Curious where he walks after his base too, because they do have the option for Gala to like hard push this and the Shy to go bot and then swap again after that, but no, okay. Just going to be letting our ADs kind of fight it out and free scale in the bot lane. That is a slight advantage to the Ezreal if it ends up being that, but level 6 is coming in for WE. I got to say for IG, I think it's just JJ going to try and split this to the best of his abilities, because fighting Renekton can be quite scary at 6.
Got one.
Yeah.
Monkey got one, was able to piece on out of there. Should be the other two picked up here by IG.
Yeah.
And that should be that. So another small win across the map here is JJ's Lilia. Again, we talked about this being such a strong pick for him. And he's already showing it. Looking for the third spot of the Raptors. This time Monkey's not going to take any chances. He smites that one down. He wanted that one back.
Yeah, and him being so far ahead too, like I was talking about Renekton 6. I'm kind of trolling though, because I should have been talking about Lilia 6. He's a full level up on Monkey. So again, Lilia taking that one grub being 6, I think that's why once IG was spotted, Monkey and WE don't contest. For me, that also kind of factors into the decision to, of course, send Gala back bot as he responded first, because I feel like IG just had the understanding of, hey, our Lilia's ahead, right? I look at that CS gap in the jungle. If Lilia hits 6 off one grub, which she did, it might be a winning fight for us. Is now
Karis. Fate sealed on the 2.
Winning fights.
Wilting Lullaby goes in with the swirl seed wall. Oh, no! Does block away JJ at the last minute, and in comes Monkey. No ultimate available now for the Lilia, and he will most likely drop. Dashing forward is Monkey. One Murata will do. It is going to be Vampire picking up first blood.
Oh, a flash flood from JJ as he didn't even flash air. He flashed straight into a face plant in the wall as those soldiers working overtime here to protect the Emperor in Karis. Rookie gonna try and work some overtime to find Karis, but Q3 being blocked by the Braum E. No Karis to be found, and an oopsie for JJ in a game that was really being dictated by him. Face plants into the wall and some momentum lost for IG.
Just a little bit back after what was a very dominant first 7 minutes or so for Invictus Gaming. Now back to reality a little bit. Good thing for them. Kill went over to Vampire, their former support, so that's not the worst thing in the world. We're taking a look at this replay. I'm surprised that the wall from his ear was still kind of jumping up at the time JJ flashed forward.
I mean, back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. As I mean, JJ just...
What?
I think he just shorted the flash. Like, he didn't get over the wall and kind of bounced back. Sometimes flash can be buggy and spectate. So maybe there was something we missed. Maybe he just misclicked the W and then went backwards. I don't know. We might have to put the detective hats on for that one.
I'm not 100% sure why he didn't get over the wall and why he got kind of bounced back off of that. I mean, I don't know if they would have killed Karis either way.
Look, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes flash is buggy and spectate. Like, you flash, like, then you see someone appear later. I'm going to assume that he, like, flash face planted into the wall, and that's why he ended up on the back half. It might have looked a little bit goofy there, but you got to clear those soldiers. The wall does have some thickness to it. JJ did not clear it. Now Cube. Oh, that's beautiful for the shy.
Nicely placed with the cage, and that should be Cube likely going down. The Fury bar was up, but the Q was not. And so JJ finally gets on the board. IG with their first kill.
That was a really nice wall from the Shy, as I guess that's like revenge for JJ, you know? It's like, hey, JJ, I know that you got, you know, screwed over by that wall. let's do the same to the enemy top laner with this wall. Check this. I'm going to guess his flash. It's going to be cool.
Very nicely
Got him.
done. Gonna be a match here by Monkey. Slams the Shy into the wall. Does have the ultimate available, and the Shy will flash away from it. So not able to get more than just that one plate up in the top side of the map, but IG still up about 1,500 gold, 1.2k to be exact. As they're still looking good here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the top side for IG, and I'm a very happy camper seeing my Yorick play into this Renekton with steel caps at a phage and up 25 CS. And then my Lilia with a Leandries and up into Skarner. And again, Lilia can really ramp throughout this game as, again, the Shy, I guess it was one QB, and then he just guesses the flash. I actually love that wall placement because Cube would have to walk around it. Like, if it connects, and then Cube just kind of flashed into it. So he got the worst of both worlds, as we've spent a lot of time talking about eating and face planting in the wall so far, Grapes.
It's not our fault. They keep doing it. It's like, what are we supposed to do? Not talk about the game? Like,
yeah. I mean, frankly, like, if you would have told me I would have been talking about that for an IG game, I would have, like, before the series, been like, oh, I'm not that surprised.
yeah.
The manner of which I'm talking about it, I'm a little bit surprised, but pleasantly. As things still feel pretty under control for IG. As, again, this game for me, really about Lilia taking off. The scaling for me, very advantageous for IG with what they're showing. WE need to use their lanes to make plays and get ahead, but they've not done any of that.
The look on the Cube.
Yeah, 5 grubs, no Drake. Cube's going to get out, but still ult popped.
That's not bad, though, because you can see W on the bottom side. They're picking up this Dragon. That'll be a good trade for them. And with Cube surviving, that means that IG aren't able to get much more than just a plate, with Gala and Mick also trying to push this wave into the mid tower.
They did send him back to base, and I think that top turret's going to lead to more than just a plate. It might just be first brick. Oh, okay.
Still hanging around.
Yeah, Cube canceled. Should be more goodies, though, for the Shy in the top lane again. Should be undeterred up there. Just going to be continuing to bop Cube with some of those shovels.
I hate, by the way, that this Maiden just, like, can go back to base with you, regen back to full. Such a pain. I don't think I've ever casted like a Yorick in pro until like this split, but but now it's like all over the place. So
you want a fun fact from old school? I used to talk to some players about playing Yorick. There was one player in particular when he played top lane who was very passionate about Yorick. His name was Bradley. Top lane.
Oh, really?
TLA Bradley, yeah. He actually got nearly banned in Champs Queue for just playing Yorick. And it was Yorick and the Jace. It's like actually a good matchup. It was played back in the day. It's like the one condition where Yorick's actually playable. And yeah, they sent him into council review because he picked that.
Nobody's ever going to play the Yorick.
Yeah, they're like, you're playing Yorick in Champs Queue. This is supposed to be serious. And he's like, this is serious.
Hey, shout out Bradley, friend of the show, was on the desk for us on LPL English a couple of
months ago
during the playoffs. So.
Shout out to the teammates.
Anyway, the broadcast. Now doing his thing. I think down in Latin America on an LRM team right now. So
and still playing can still play CLOL with that with UST. So anyway, back to LPL where IG has a 2K gold lead, and every time we look top, we just see the Shy slowly chipping away at Cube and that top turret, and JJ is slowly chipping away at this CS deficit for Monkey and increasing it in his favor.
Oh, hold on. Maiden down here. The Shy is now isolated.
More
With the
dashes.
dominance on top of him. No flash for the Shy. I think waiting for one more stun to potentially finish off this kill, but the Shy heals up.
Yeah.
There's a little bit too much, and we'll be able to get out on alive.
That's just kind of how this one goes. As York, if you're able to walk out, it's chill. The Cube used both dashes to delete the wave, delete the maid, and then kind of deal with York there. As meanwhile, we're going to see red buff be skirmished over. Mako might get caught.
Monkey does have his ulti. Oh, nice battle dance away from Mako. That keeps him alive and prevents any crowd control from locking down. Monkey now 0 for 2 on the Impales this game.
Shouts to Mako for being slippery on that Rakan. I think Rakan with that kit, if you want to be an elite Rakan player, you're going to have to try and bait cooldowns, bait skill shots, and utilize your mobility in order to catch enemies off guard. Mako, that's a nice dash over to Gala here and looking to continue the play. Just a little chip on the Vampire. I mean, I think IG, they're just going to try and keep things chill here. Gala has mid-prio right now with the BT showing very strong. And as long as they keep the Shy up here in this matchup, I just feel like over time they're just going to start winning and winning more.
Jungle lead's going to get further and further,
Yeah,
further ahead too.
Playing 3 lanes and letting JJ feast upon the entire map.
1,000 gold up already. I'm sure that's going to continue to snowball, depending on where the kills get placed. We're waiting for some of these next major objectives to spawn. Rift Herald in about a minute. Dragon in 145. It is just the second Drake of the game, as they're a little bit slower to start stacking those up. But WE does have the first one, so that is a small side of advantage for them, as well as the fact that, you know, their main carries, Karis and Taeyun, are, you know, at least keeping pace with Rookie and Gala, and they can be big in some of these 5v5s, right, as the game goes on.
Yeah, I'm just kind of bummed at this early game for WE. Because, again, we really pitched in draft, like, hey, onus is on you to make plays early, right? We got to figure out stuff to do, and it feels like really from level 1, Monkey losing that flash, losing his Raptors, he's just been on the back foot, and like the rookie flash that he got went unpunished. I've just been IG dictating the map with Mako and Rakan able to leave this BTMF to her own devices, and every time we look at this top lane matchup being left to its own devices, again, it's just Renekton slowly falling further and further behind and getting outscaled, so. What do you think that graph means for the Shy? There's one thing where he's at 0. Is that, like, respect for enemy opponents?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Kill participation? No, he's at 100%.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I want to know? The prediction model. There's like a cute little robot. I want to figure out his name. We can start talking about him in like, because right now we just kind of say like, yeah, that like thing on the bottom of the screen is slightly favoring IG. We'll do some investigating. If anyone here knows,
oh, nice Monkey.
Immediate flash here from Monkey to lock JJ into the wall. He flashes away though. Loathing Lullaby doesn't come out just yet. Only Sleeping Vampire for now. As Rift Herald was already picked up, but now Mako has to flash away. Here comes Karis with a huge Shurima shuffle, but it's flashed away here by Rookie. Goes in with the Fate Seal, dashes back out. Health bars are low on IG side. Taeyun trying to finish off some kills. He gets one. Will he go over the wall? No. He will back away, but the one kill goes towards WE. And they do also pick up the Rift Herald. Monkey, the one to collect the eye.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone getting out there for IG but Mako is frankly the heist of the century from there. I like the idea from Monkey. The flash burned onto JJ, gets the trade. That's a positive one, as you can look to pick Lilia. And frankly, every flash burned for that fight to just try and get IG out of there, as the react flashes that they had on the Karises of Flash Emperor's Divide was big in making sure they were able to escape that fight with their lives. And yeah, they do lose out on the Rift Herald that was taken by WE. But again, I think keeping this game is, or at least only losing their support and still kind of trying to keep this game calm while they continue to scale up and the Shy wins on the side is okay. I'll give WE credit. Again, I really feel like they have to make plays this draft. Like the scaling for them, not in their favor for me. This was a good play, even if they only get Mako. It's kind of unfortunate. I love Rookie going in there and buying some space. And then some good clicks here from JJ in the back half to not keep that winner's bite tag rolling. And action continues to get back to live. Rookie took the top lane turret. Monkey trying to take the bot. Dragon.
Steals it away. Or he secures it for himself, I should say. WE 2-0. I say steal it away because it doesn't seem like WE should be in the position to secure these things. But the cost, of course, as you mentioned, Cubby, will be the top lane turret going down here for IG. Yep. Now Rookie catching out Karis maybe in the side lane. The wave's not in a great position here for the Azir.
So I kind of agree with you in the fact that it feels like maybe game state that IG shouldn't be getting these things. But I also like the fact that I think I'm seeing IG and I've thought about this for a couple minutes here, Grapes. You know, I'm actually going to fire off this word. You ready for this one?
Let's do it.
I think IG is showing some respect to WE in the composition that we have here. Yeah, again, like, when this game gets to...
unfathomable.
I mean, you're telling me that Lilia's on 2 items plus Seekers, and Yone's on 2 items plus QSS, like, who the favorite team is? For me, it's IG from then on out. And they're playing 3 lanes, very disciplined, just trying to get as much farm as possible to get to those points, maintaining this 2K gold lead, and preventing the windows that WE need to hit to make plays while they're still strong.
That is true. I mean, hey, only 3 kills in the first 19 minutes. And WE are trying to make plays, just IG are matching them with, you know, the ability to peel away rather than to try to fight back in losing situations. So with the Rift Herald charging down, only going to get half of that turret's HP. Rookie going forward onto Vampire, and now Monkey might be a little bit caught out. He still has the ultimate available if they want to try to go for something, but the Shy is here. Knockup not connecting on that Q3 from Rookie, and so it looks like they'll back away.
I mean, Rookie got top lane all the way in. He TP'd to defend the Herald. The Shy already had bot wave in, so he was able to walk defend the Herald. Now combo.
And the bullet time. Monkey almost going to get taken down. Nearly. There's a swirl seed. He dodges away from it. And so no casualties so far here in this exchange. But with Monkey out of the fight, it means that blue buff is secured here for IG.
And Siege is just going to continue. I'm kind of surprised the Shy is even here. I felt like he would just resume bashing in that bot lane. But he's going to cast the Maiden. And of course, gets 4 little gremlins around that Maiden too. And just going to put full focus into this mid inner turret. Or inner outer turret. Which falls for free in favor of IG. And now the 3-lane push continues.
So Monkey barely able to survive there. Now going to try to punish the push from IG. As you see Karis on the top side, he's taking down a tier 1 of his own. So that's at least a match back. Getting some gold into his year, always a good thing. As this game's not just over yet, but IG are still definitely in the driver's seat here. Let's take another look at this play. Almost able to take down Monkey.
I still like the discipline that I'm seeing out of IG, though. Again, this is a comp where I really feel like their identity, it needs to get to 2 items plus to like start to look, and they're playing with it really respectfully. Yes, this barely misses. Props to Vampire, who had a really nice locket, then got in position. Actually ate the E there from the Shy, and then how did that skirt by? What was the hitbox in that? Oh god, we go back to live Monkey.
Raised by the tail as the Otacon has been started up here by WE. Looking for who ends up taking it down low. So you gotta fight on multiple fronts. Cube actually winning out in the 1v2 right now. Stunning up Mako, not taking him down just yet. Monkey very low on health, very low on mana, and JJ can now go right back to the Otacon and take it down. Not even gonna be a contest, as there goes the blood petals in favor of Invictus Gaming. Mako still alive, and he will be able to grand exit over the wall. And now Vampire is getting trapped up here, using the Unbreakable to try to stay alive. Nobody falling, but IG winning out on the play.
I mean, WE, they started the Otacon, they gave it over, that's all the blood petals, and this game just continues to kind of fall out of control. I didn't see how that play started, I did see how it developed, and again, I really respect how IG just playing this game kind of slow. They're leaning on the Lilia, again, allowing Lilia to ramp, just trying to use their control, that use the E and Q3s of the Yone, like those are the windows they're looking for. It feels simple, it feels like WE doesn't have the right response to it, and again, this is one where WE ripped it. Monkey again going for the flash E on the JJ, just ends up being a trade. And yeah, Cube gets Mako low, but he was able to escape, and while that was going on, Rookie was just kind of cruising throughout this fight. Yes, got a little bit low here in the back half, but was enough to push WE back, open up the free Otacon for JJ, and no flowers were actually contested. So again, feels like WE kind of going out with a whimper here today, Grapes, and a controlled game for IG. They're not playing for content yet.
Hey, they
got
a
good game from them.
They saw 3rd place was on the line. They want to make sure they lock up that top 3.
I like this
going
game.
Towards the end of the last round, the first round robin. One more matchup against them for them before they start playing some of those opponents again, as we already mentioned. As Invictus Gaming, after this one, 6 days time until they play up against Weibo. As the Dragon is going to be started up by them. Remember that WE have taken the first 2, so not really in danger for Soul instead. Gonna be the impaling onto the Shy, but the bullet time gonna lock him up combined with the wall, but the Cube is there to try to peel him away. Karis trying to fight a 1v2 between Rookie and Mako. The Shy very low. The Shy will go down. A big shuffle will send Mako in, and WE are trying to come back here in this fight. Taeyun still full HP in a 2v3. Mako low. The Rookie low. Taeyun flashes over, gets himself a double, and the triple kill to boot. Only Gala is left alive as he's defending against Monkey. Heart still proc, but Gala should say, in a lot of trouble as he backs away. What a chaotic fight, but it's WE who end up coming out on top. They go 4 for 3.
At one point, WE, that one wasn't controlled there. It was a Dragon yoinked for IG, so that stops the stacking. I think that's big. It is a bloody fight. A lot of gold, though, went over to Taeyun. I got to say, if anyone's going to break this game, you got to believe it's going to be Taeyun, a potential 3-item Ezreal, if WE has any chance of winning this one later on.
And they're going to get this mid-tier 1 mostly, finally, after that Herald was utilized upon it about 5 to 6 minutes ago. Taeyun 4-0-1 now as we take another look at this one. Look how untouched he is in the entirety of this team fight.
The change at the start, Monkey actually connected with an Impale, and the bullet time Yasuo gets canceled. Taeyun had a lot of space in this one. I think Karis actually did a nice job of creating space on this backside. Some good sidesteps here by Karis. Did end up going down to Rookie, but at least got Rookie out of the fight and bought space for Taeyun to do his damnedest on that front line. And Taeyun did his damnedest, ended up cleaning up, got a quad for himself. Whew.
Look at that
damage there. Yeah, that's some good looking damage.
Hey, JJ is doing his own, so not too bad. But
no.
I mean, WB, they're still in this one. They have the good team fighting at their disposal, Cubby. I mean, the Shy is utilized as mostly at split pusher when he's in the 5v5, not as powerful as somebody like Cube, who's able to heal up so much, has hard CC in his kit, and actually we saw him have a pretty big impact in that fight too.
It is, and again, I mean, I still like, just big picture as we scale throughout this game, I still really favor IG. Like, you can see the Seekers, the first 2 components for JJ, starting to come on in. I think that when he gets the access to that, the Zanyas, that's where the flash power plays on the Leah get really big with those big sleeps that we've seen. That will be really key. Can help really set up MF too. I haven't mentioned that combo, but of course that bullet time goes over the sleep. So could be a big one. Right now, big TP coming in as Karis looking for Rookie, but the Shy's joining.
He's potentially caught out here. A half HP with the Soul Unbound. Nice Impale comes through from Monkey. And Rookie will drop alongside Mako. 2 for nothing already. The Shy is on the run, but the Shy will not run for much longer here. 4 members of WB still chasing him down. It is Taeyun picking himself up a double kill as it's another one fight for WE.
Big Impale from Monkey. They're going to go straight to the Baron and everything for IG. I mean, it was so good until it wasn't, Grapes. Like, Rookie being there is a bit peculiar. I gotta say, I kind of missed that one. I was focused on the TP coming in from the Shy and not the fact that Rookie was just in Narnia. Gala, JJ not even in the same area code to try and help Rookie, who was on the other side of the wardrobe and in trouble. As he falls, and now it's going to be WE rocking the Baron and have a chance to really take a lot of standing objectives. And
this gets caught out.
He could have just ults out. If he ults south or goes towards his top outer turret, at least he's out of there to burn the ult, but instead he tries to hold on to the ult, and that fate sealed, not popping it, sealed his fate. The top side is a beautiful Impale, kept him locked in. Again, he went Stridebreaker second. He's working towards the IE, not that QSS that could have gotten him out. So I feel like a lot of greed there from Rookie, who again, if he fate seals out of there, I feel like he is out of there.
But instead, he went straight into the death chamber on that gray screen. Now it is Baron in the hands of WE for a little bit more. And now Rookie could get caught in again. The Fate Seal gets canceled down to the Impale of Monkey, who's having a terrific ending to this game. Taeyun picks up kill number 7 as he is so fed now in game number 2. Cube going to try to defend this mid-tier 2 as JJ and Gala going to try to track him down. Q was issued, but no Lilting Lullaby going to be procced. So Cube will survive. Backs being channeled here by WE with a dragon spawning in 22 seconds.
Again, the 2 big luxury items I set up for IG with their scaling, it was QSS on the Yone and Seekers or Zanyas on JJ. We don't have the QSS yet. JJ does have that Seekers, so opportunity for a potential big flash sleep. But with the late death from Rookie, they might have trouble stalling this one out before Dragon starts. And frankly, the Shy also might be on the wrong side of the rift as Karis is collapsing.
Gets pushed right away from his entire team. Monkey here to try to close the gap as well. Karis at half HP.
Rookie
Here comes
TP.
Rookie, though. He's back from the death chamber. In with the teleport. Going to get matched here by Karis. Remember, does not have the ultimate, but on the other side of the fight, it is JJ in a lot of trouble. Bullet time only locking down Cube right now. The Stair's already been popped. Rookie dashes forward, has to use the Soul Unbound to get back away. 5v5 on the map, but the health bars are so low. It's an all-out brawl in the bottom lane. And now IG are coming in to try to save the day. There's Rookie knocking down Karis. Taeyun the next to follow. He will go down as well to Gala. And IG find themselves the fight right back.
Oh, in that split fight, Lilia was able to operate the Seekers. It got JJ out, and the turn from IG got the team out as Gala was the one that stayed healthy. Did a great job of stepping up, as you have to do on this BTMF. Cleaned up the fight, and that's probably going to clean up the end of WE, as this guarantees that IG gets the Goldie. They're going to take the Dragon. They're going to take 2 turrets for themselves and crack open a big lead across the map.
Oh, man, that Baron power play not looking too good anymore, Covey, as only Vampire, I think, is the one left holding the buff. That's going to be the second Cloud Dragon of the game. Let's take another look at how this one unfolded. They tried to find a pick onto the Shy, but he just lived for way too long.
It got too split. Again, look at JJ throughout this fight. Yes, the Shy lives for a while, but look at where he walks. It splits the fight. He buys so much time, chunked out Karis in the process, too. Meanwhile, JJ gets low, but he pops the Seekers, is able to get out the back half. A nice bullet time to buy space. Rookie, too, clearing space for JJ, who did flash out, and everyone's pretty low, but they try and push past the Maiden, push past Gawa, and it's not possible. Gawa was still the one that was really strong in this fight. Mako, the re-engage, self-sacrificed himself to make sure that Gawa was able to be the one that closes out this fight as the red buff MF with full health ripped through the rest of WE in the back half. So they used the tools, or all the tools W had was used on everyone except for that MF, and Gawa made them feel the pain in the back half.
Picked up a 1,000 goal shutdown onto Taeyun, and at the back end of things, he did almost 5,000 damage in that fight. That's with the bullet time, not even doing too much in the grand scheme of things. As this MF going to be very, very strong from this point moving forward. Now the gold lead's still only 2,000, and so that's what you have to keep in mind. But now the side lane power of IG can really show. You can send the Shy into one lane, you can send Rookie into the other, and have Gala and JJ clear out those waves nicely mid. Things go very well for you in that split push scenario, and with the Baron buff expired, there's not really a threat for WE in any lane.
Yeah, and again, the threat for WE just as a team, I feel like goes down over time. Taeyun has to be the late game savior. 7, 1, and 3. Potential for Ezreal to be big, but now is really where a Rookie's job on that Yone, it is to hunt the Ezreal. So we'll see if he's able to pull that one off. Still not opting to go for that QSS Grapes. He's want the damage, trusting the hands on himself. Does have that IE. And Mako actually, nice
Mako.
yoink.
He just gets eaten up here by the Impale. Karis picking up the kill. That's a big pick. Baron up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Not going to be enough for him to be down when that objective is up, but it gives WE time around the map.
I mean, you'll take the freebie. It's nice setup there for Monkey. That was really cute, actually. Over the wall, Impale. Able to pull, casted it from over the wall and pulled him to the right side of the wall. As, yeah, that was tough, man. It's like, Mako just got grabbed over the Iron Curtain and dragged right on in.
So Monkey, having a bit of a rough start to this game because of how far behind he was placed off of those early plays.
Yeah, good call.
Now is actually in a really good position, and he's been able to find setups for the rest of his squad, and most notably helping Karis and Taeyun, his main carries, get ahead and be impactful in these fights.
It is always nice to be Skarner. You are always a very useful champion. And that was very well played by Monkey. Nice setup, well comboed by him. Still, I'm looking at the inventories for IG, and I'm scared for WE. Infinity Edge completed now for Gawa as well. And JJ had that Zanya's, of course. Starax completed for the Shy. Will help. I believe that he is just getting his flashback off cooldown too. As, again, the later this game goes, the bigger that he is likely to be. As the hunt for Rookie is called off. Mako's hovering this side, and again, leaving the Shy to his own devices, who, at this point of the game against the Renekton, is going to be heavily favored.
And that Baron just spawns. And the Shy has his teleport, so does Cube, to be fair. But IG have so much control around this topside river right now. It's going to be very hard for WB to force a Baron ever in this situation, especially with the Shy constantly harboring pressure in that bottom side. Still has the Maiden alive. it will be alive for a long, long time. As waves continue to push in under WE, they are still down about 2,500 gold, but the gold's in all the right places right now. 3 items on Karis, 4 items now on Taeyun, who just is finishing up the Cerildas as well as the Spear of Shojin. Guardian Angel as well here for Cube. He'll stay alive for a little bit longer in that 5v5.
Oh, Mako.
Comes in engage. A little bit of poke.
Yeah, you still have to be careful. I gotta say there's no QSSs still in the inventories of IG, so important that they're able to flash or avoid the impales. Flash is coming back up. Importantly, Gala about to get his flash off cooldown. Just got that one back, so all 10 flashes in the game available for our players. As we approach, of course, Baron now being back out on the map, and Dragon spawning in 30. A bit of a late reset here for IG means that they're going to be on the retake if WE is quick to recognize this, and they want to take bot control.
34 minutes into this game. Remember, WE already down in the series. IG looking to clean up a 2-0 to secure themselves third place in the LPL Ascension group. Baron going to be started up potentially now by WE. And they send the Shy into the mid lane here for IG. Try to make it a 5v5.
There's a blue ward. You can see it spotted by WE, but if you want to TP behind, that's it. But they're ripping it right now. JJ has flashed once to get in.
Oh, JJ, he's very far away. WE can just try to burst this down. There comes the flash. It's secured by Taeyun. And WE have themselves the Baron buff. But there comes the Fate Sealed. The Impale doesn't do too much just yet. But Cube will find the first kill in onto the Rakan. Already that Zanya is used here by JJ. But everybody in the back line of IG is still up and healthy. WE gonna pick one back up as JJ will fall. But it is going to be IG winning the fight. They get 3 kills. But the Baron goes over to WE.
The 2 for 3, but Baron the WE, it's obviously going to be the Dragon. That means Cloud Soul point over to IG. I was surprised. It looked like to me in the replay, JJ shorted his flash. He was looking for the big power play on Lilia where you get that flash, big sleep, right? He didn't flash deep enough into WE to actually get in range to sleep multiple members, so it ended up kind of being a dud when we get into the replay. But the execute on Taeyun was very clean as they were able to knock him, or I should say Karis was very clean, as he got stuck here. Yeah, Karis gets stuck, but again, that flash sleep from JJ just wasn't really the setup they were looking for. It was a great combo on the Karis, as they took him down. I mean, Taeyun able to escape with Vampire. We'll see what they're able to get on the back half of this Baron, as at the moment, I feel like IG did a decent job of neutralizing it.
On the front half, they got themselves their 3rd Cloud Dragon. And after a reset, we'll try to clear open some of these structures, break open some of these tier 2s, tier 3s inhibitors, and
dude,
maybe look for more.
How fast is Lilia going to be, man? Dear Lord Almighty.
Yeah, she's already super fast.
I feel like JJ, like, we're 1 Cloud Dragon away from upgrading from, you know, a Porsche to a Lamborghini or a Ferrari. I might get flamed if I, you know, keep on. Let's see. What's the best comparison? 1 Cloud Dragon away for JJ going from a Haas car to McLaren, you know?
Yeah, like the F1.
Yeah,
F1
yeah, there we go. There we go.
I should say, apologies there, Baron buff in the hands of WE, as Taeyun was the one to secure that smite.
Yep.
They actually have the pushing power here on the bottom lane. Not going to be able to do too much with it, though, as, again, IG still, in general, have the stronger, like, carries, it seems like right now. It's very hard for WE to fight this, even though Taeyun is so strong here on this Ezreal.
Yeah, again, on Rookie to try and find Taeyun, as
Karis.
Yone can go hunting. That's an E for Karis. The JJ might be able to fish here.
There's a Swirl Seed.
Yep.
Yeah, looting Lullaby. Okay,
yep,
the kills away from as Vampire picked up that item to make sure that Karis can live. As the siege will continue here, we also have Cube pushing in the mid lane. He does not have the Baron buff, so it is just going to be the regular minions marching underneath that tier 2. Only the bot lane of WE currently possesses it. The empowered minions going to do some work here on the bottom side. Here comes Monkey, going to try to slam, make over the wall. Going to use the Impale, but look at the bullet time. Look at the Fate Seal. Karis already forced to go golden, but Mateu's out of the fight as well. Back goes Rookie. Here comes the rest of the fight. Cube has finally arrived. The Shy going forward here with the ghouls. The health bars are low on WE's side. And now IG can continue the chase. Gala picks up the first kill. It's only on the Cube. How far can this Lilia go? He's fast. He's driving forward here, throwing out the Swirl Seed, slowing up Vampire. Here goes the Lilia. JJ looking to try to pick up more. The Deer gets Vampire. Karis doing some damage, but it's not nearly enough. He tries to throw out the Emperor's Divide, but JJ will throw out the Hourglass in response. Only Taeyun and Monkey will survive against all 5 of IG.
JJ, he's super fast. He's the fastest kid that he's ever seen. He's Sonic fast as rookie. Gonna clean up Taeyun, and any hopes for a WE win gonna go out the window as JJ goes light speed, getting all the horsepower he can get out of that deer, and making sure that IG finds a clean 2-0, I gotta say, over Team WE.
Monkey's gonna have to just watch, pop a couple of dance moves, and watch his Nexus crumble before his eyes. Invictus Gaming claimed sole possession of third place in the LPL. They go 2-0 over Team WE.
A good series for IG, and again, a team that we've seen IG last few series have gone to 4. At times, a team that plays for content. I gotta say, IG played pretty calm, controlled matches there. Really nice to see from them as they ended up taking care of business against Team WE. And Team WE, we have seen them, again, take games off of teams like Anyone's Legends, Top Esports, BOG in their last 3 series, dropping in a pretty convincing fashion to IG 0-2 like that, with IG having a solid 2-0. At 5-3, solidifying their place in the standings, Grapes. Feels like IG might actually be on the up, and that fluke win series against JDG, you know, maybe we have to start giving them more credit as they put more legit wins on the board.
I guess you could question how legit this one is, as WE still have yet to pick up their first series win of the year. But hey, the fact that it was a 2-0 and the other teams that WF played recently have not been able to do that is certainly an accomplishment, combined with their win over JDG just a couple of days ago. For WE, the back half of this first round robin is very gettable for them, and they have to go right back to the drawing board because they have a matchup against Thunder Talk tomorrow. Those are 2 teams towards the bottom here of Group Ascend. It'll be a very good litmus test to see a team like WE, who has been showing that improvement week after week, split after split, against a team like TT, who made the playoffs earlier on in the split, but has kind of been floundering since then.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best split for Hoya, but we're hoping that Hoya can continue to bounce back with TT, as I gotta say 1xN still continues to be really impressive on that team. So excited for that matchup between him and Taeyun, actually. 2 marksmen, I think, are playing really well on teams that may not be at the top of Group Ascension, but still perform. Even there, Taeyun, I feel like that was a tough ask from later on. Again, talked a lot about the scaling that IG had in that game. We saw it really kick into the back half as JJ went. I don't know. How would you describe that Lilia in the last fight, Grapes? How fast was he going? He was zooming, that's it?
He was Sonic fast. That was the meme back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, I got a quote in there from Superbad, like, oh, he's super fast. He's the fastest kid I've ever seen, you know?
Yeah.
So it's a rare one. I get to sneak that one in. And also rare that, you know, I'm not on an official Riot product, so I actually get to say I reference Superbad.
Hey, shout out to the LPL fan.
Shout out to the
podcast
best comedy movie of all time, hands down, you know, best one ever created.
Yeah, congratulations again to IG. For WE, it's Thunder Talk, of course, as we mentioned, and then they play against Weibo and then FPX after that. So they have actually not played against those kind of teams towards the bottom. It's only been the top contenders so far. So gettable series for them to close out the first round robin. We want to continue to see more growth out of them. I think Taeyun continues to impress here for this roster. I like what we saw from Monkey, especially in the back half of that game too. But still a lot of ups and downs overall when we look at this roster.
Yeah, again, Monkey on the Skarner with WE, like, that still is a decent look. We're still seeing some positives from WE. Again, this is a team where you say any team in the LPL, like, hey, I took a game off of AL, Top Esports, BOG, you're like, hey, that's not bad, right? Like, lost 1-2 to those 3 teams. That's not anything to be ashamed about. You pair it up, it's like, okay, well, we can't find a series win, but at least we're competitive. Too bad that not see WE be as competitive there. I think that their drafts, though, they were really on a timer against IG for me in these games, and we didn't see them do enough early. We saw them try and save it in the mid game. But again, when that scaling kicks in, things can get hard. And it was really that one blip where we saw IG give up some control. Besides that, it was them spending most of the game in control, really off the back of the lead that JJ was able to build in the jungle against this Skarner.
I feel like he very much deserves the MVP off of that Lily performance. Maybe someone like Gala could get it as well, or the Shy, who actually ended up doing the most damage in the entire game.
I think it's a Gawa MVP, frankly. I think that him stepping up in that big fight around bot lane was the big difference. And Gawa very quietly, again, not the playmaker in that game on the MF, but really quietly went about his business. Even had a couple bullet times that were canceled. Felt like he was still playing out the fights after that quite well. As one of the many ADs in LPL where I don't get mad if I see them pick MF. You know, I feel like a lot of people at home, myself included, have some beef with MF. It's just not a pick that does the same DPS of the marksman. Or especially struggles against tanks, but it is a pick that when you rush that BT, you have to be able to step up, be confident in your hands, and dish that damage out. And we really saw Gala do that with that bot fight that I feel like was key in making sure this game was in favor of IG, as he had a big one. As this was the puzzler. This was the really the one like questionable IG moment that we had today, Graves. Besides that, it was actually pretty solid from them.
Yeah, you know, not always expecting clean gameplay from this squad when you have players like, you know, the Shy on the team, who is a bit of a hit or miss player at times. A lot of hits in this series overall. The Yorick,
this fight from the Shy was a big hit. Like, he bought so much time, and then watching how Gala cleaned this up in the back half too, like, this is the one where I think IG really solidified themselves in the game. And as you said, IG is sometimes a spotty team, but a lot of hits today.
and even in this fight, I feel like the MF bullet times never did too much. It was all about Gala actually playing with the double ups, playing with the passive auto attacks, and like really chunking out WE's members one by one.
Yeah, again, love that one-way trip from Mako too. I think it was extremely justified to make sure that this one got wrapped up. And Gala with that red buff just cleaning up in the back half. I think for me, that's the fight where I'd give Gala MVP off of. Then, of course, this one, WE, a little bit of a desperation. Baron did pick it up, but was in a really poor conditions for the fight. And frankly, I can't blame WE at this point. Like, I feel like that they have been / were just about to get outscaled, so they really have to push the pace of the game. It's just that really tough when you're going up against a comp where you get really hard, like really outscaled. And we saw that end up happening to WE later on. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious what is next for WE. As it 06, not exactly where they want to be. And I think the difference between them and FPX is, again, we saw FPX get to 04, but be competitive and actually find some wins. In the LPL, as they're now 3-4 right now. Grapes been on a bit of a heater. Whereas WE, like, we thought that we were going to see the same trajectory from them, right? Like, taking games off of big teams like Top Esports, like BLG, like AL, and we just haven't seen them be able to find those series wins, and today wasn't the best series for them overall, as IG found the win.
Yeah, you know, there was so much forward progress for them. Sometimes you're going to have to take a step back, unfortunately, and that's kind of what happened here today. Thankfully, as we said, a lot more winnable games ahead of them. I think these next 4 days are going to be a big test, as W have 3 more games in the next 4 days that they're going to have to play, starting tomorrow against Team Thunder Talk.
Dude,
yeah, then
this schedule is so crazy, man. Like, between the hopping of arenas, I know, like, we covered 2 different arenas today, and just, like, we have some teams that it's almost done with their first round robin. Others, like, have barely played yet.
Yeah.
I know we have LNG, I keep on saying it, but a week from now, like, they will have finished their Group Nirvana games. I know Group Nirvana finishes before Group Ascension with this format, so it's crazy. But I mean, LPL action never stops, man. A minimum of 2 best of 3s a day, 7 days a week. And you can come find it here. And of the many other co-streamers that cover this league and do a brilliant job as well, shout out to them. As it's been a treat to definitely throw myself into LPL in a way that I've never done before, as I was always an LCK person, having appeared in that broadcast before. But it's been fun to get to know our teams here and get to wrap out the day with Gala MVP. Very well deserved on the MF. I thought that Gala had a very nice game there.
You're collecting those Infinity Stones. You just need 1 LEC appearance. You're all set.
Ooh, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get there. I think they got a great batch of talent to choose from, and yeah, I don't know the ERLs as well as I know NACL, but that's okay. I can keep my NA over EU cap on with that one. But
absolutely,
yeah.
and we'll continue to do that even when the EU color casters are on the show. As I know there's a lot more of them than the EU play-by-plays here on this product. But yeah, that's gonna do it here for our show on LPL English. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. We're at the exact same time, 5 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Pacific. I think it's 11 a.m. over in EU, where we have LGD against RNG and Group Nirvana to start things off, followed up by that series that we were talking about, as WE are going to take on Thunder Talk in a battle towards the bottom of Group Ascend. Before we go, we want to give a big shout out to all of our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast, then give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Thank you to our producer Chippy for working on us the entire day, helping us look good behind the scenes. To you, Cubby, for being alongside me for the ride, and for you for watching at home. Once again, final score here: Invictus Gaming 2, WE 0 here in Group Ascend of the LPL 2025 split number 2. My name is Ben Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for more action here on LPL English.